right, so there that was. So up next, I'm about to debut a track. I'm about to debut a piece of music that I came across. So I'm about to debut this music. It's the first time we're playing it on this platform. But it comes with a parental advisory. It's a bit PG-18, not even PG-16. It's a bit PG-18 in terms of the lyrics. But I like the beat. I actually played it to my wife. She said it's a bad idea, but I'm going to play it to you guys anyway. And then you tell me what you think. Do you think it should be part of our introductory mix of music, or do you think we should just abandon it? Do you think it's too lewd for this particular platform? I like the music, especially for the beat and the rhythm. Is that such a word? And the rhythm of it. Let me put it that way. I like the music for the beat and the rhythm, but I've been advised that the lyrics might be a little bit too lewd for this particular sort of platform. But I am going to take that risk of debuting it. So you let me know that in the comment section if it is something that we should keep or something that should be abandoned. So apologies if you're offended. It shouldn't really offend, but it's a bit adult in its content. But here it is.
Aku ọláwẹ̀ aku Ramadan àròwó dájọ́ ṣùgbọ́n arọ́pẹ́dá mọ́rí àbábíkà ìyá Ramadan gbogbo ẹnu ló máa gbẹ bí àsìkò Harmattan Olúwa dákun jọ gbẹ́bẹ̀ mi benefit mo fẹ́ jẹ mi ò fẹ́ jẹ̀bi ẹni tó wà nǹkan àwẹ̀ kó má rí mi ní kọ́nà bíbẹ̀ kọ́ agbalámbà bí Olúwa bọ́nà báríkà ìyá Rasulullah máàkì mi pàdé lọ kí jù máa bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà láìlà ìlàlà báríkà ìyá Rasulullah máàkì mi lọ kí jù máa bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà láìlà ìlàlà àwẹ̀ tán ojú tajọ̀sán Ọlọ́run ló mọye ládá 30 bag nothing should tamper with my ego èmi mo lẹ̀sìn mi sẹ́ mo lè fi brag ẹgbẹ́ Ọlọ́run tóbi Allahu Akbar ẹ̀yọ̀ ń bá nábì sallallahu alaihi wasallam Olúwa ló ń ṣọ́ wa àwa ò ní ìdí ajá tí Fọlárìn bá mú bí ìtàyà bí ti ajá torí ìdí gan lébè wọn fẹ́yìn bí ìjì àwa fùrọ̀ tí ò bá ti tóbi tó fùrọ̀ ìfánà kò lè fíríkì àwa kò dẹ̀ lè fíìtì àwa tinúkẹ́ ń tó pitì ó ń gbé màlúmi tìwotìwo ló dèndé irú àyẹn níbo ló ti rí ta ló tún fẹ́ fi jọ òbí tó bí ni wọ́n ló ń dó yàtì bó ń dó ṣéke bó ṣe ń jó disco ló ń jó rékè fún anábà jẹ́ ká patronize sọ̀rọ̀ owó ká mọ price jẹ́ ká ṣe lọ́wọ́ déédé ìwọ náà mọ̀ mi ò kéré mo mọ̀ pé mi ò hólì ìbọn ọmọ wòlíì ni mi béèrè lọ́wọ́ délé tẹ́ bá ti rí tinúkẹ́ ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́ gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo tẹ́ bá ti rí tinúkẹ́ ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́ gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo délé tẹ́ bá ti rí tinúkẹ́ ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́ gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo tẹ́ bá ti rí tinúkẹ́ ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́ gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo ọmọ ìgbà wo ló jáná gbogbo smoke mi ló ti ká tán ọmọge wá ná I go chop before I chop you ṣe lè dáná ó mọ̀ pé mo kó ẹ̀jẹ̀ bíi ti sushi gbọ́n ẹ̀ mú bíi ti squishy ọmọ ẹ̀lẹ̀ tó dùn bí.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody in there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother. Chopper. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister brother, contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, they can't bring ya. We dey move, I really master. When know you go play one, them go say that you style. When countryman do you go, you know the shots. All I kill I die. Whatever you go find is greedy. I say I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my terraform, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Gogo, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I hear you. You know.
All right, just a little bit of a detail about the artist in that piece. Did you know that that guy there, something in Kem, his name is, did you know that his brother was one of the people pied by Buhari under that retrospective drug trafficking act that he passed when he was military head of state? So that guy was one of those people that was pied when Buhari promulgated a drug trafficking act, and then he retrospected it to then apply to people who were not captured before that law was promulgated. So that's just a little detail about that artist. So onward we go.
Olúwa ló ń ṣọ́ wa, àwa ò ní ìdí ajá. Tí Fọlárin bá mú bí ìtàyà bí ti ajá. Torí ìdí gan lébè wọ́n fẹ́yìn bíìjì àwa. Fùrọ̀ tí ò bá ti tóbi tó fùrọ̀ ìfánà kò lè fíríkì àwa. Kò dẹ̀ lè fíìtì àwa. Tinúkẹ́ ń tó pitì, ó ń gbé màlúmi tìwotìwo ló dìndín. Irú àyẹn níbo ló ti rí, ta ló tún fẹ́ fi jọ òbí tó bí ni. Wọ́n ló ń dó yásì, bó ń dó ṣéke, bó ṣe ń jó disco ló ń jó rékè. Fún àná bàjẹ́ ká patronize ẹ̀, sọ̀rọ̀ owó ká mọ price. Jẹ́ ká ṣe lọ́wọ́ déré, ìwọ náà mọ̀ mi ò kéré. Mo mọ̀ pé mi ò hólì ìbọn ọmọ wòlíì ni mi béèrè lọ́wọ́ délé. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo délé. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo. Ọmọ ìgbà wo ló jáná? Gbogbo scope mi ló ti ká tán. Ọmọge wá ná, I go chop before I chop you, ṣo lè dáná. Ó mọ̀ pé mo kó ẹ̀jẹ̀ bíi ti sushi, gbọ́n ẹ̀mú bíi ti squishy. Ọmọ ẹ̀lẹ̀ tó dùn bí. Akọ́lá Jímọ̀ ní oṣù Ramadan, àròwó dájú ti máa rọ́pẹ́já. Wọ́n ní àbámíkà yá Ramadan láfikún pẹ́kídẹ́ntì tó kú jà Japan. Akọ́lá àwẹ̀ akú Ramadan, àròwó dájọ́ ṣùgbọ́n arọ́pẹ́dá. Wọ́n rí àbábíkà yá Ramadan, gbogbo ẹnu ló máa gbẹ bí àsìkò Harmattan. Olúwa dákun jọ gbẹ́bẹ̀ mi, benefit mo fẹ́ jẹ mi ò fẹ́ jẹ̀bi. Ẹni tó wà nǹkan àwẹ̀ kó má rí mi ní kọ́nà. Bíbẹ̀ kọ́ àgbà lámbà bí Olúwa bọ́nà. Báríkà yá Rasulullah, mákìmí pàdé lọ kí Jùmọ̀tì. Bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà, láìlà ìlàlà. Báríkà yá Rasulullah, mákìmí lọ kí Jùmọ̀tì. Bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà, láìlà ìlàlà. Àwẹ̀ tán ojú tajọ̀sán, Ọlọ́run ló mọ mọye ládá 30 bag. Nothing should tamper with my ego. Èmi mo lẹ̀sìn mi sẹ́ mo lè fi brag. Ẹgbẹ́ Ọlọ́run tóbi, Allahu Akbar. Ẹyọ̀ ń bá Nábì, sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Samu kuɗin ka kawai ka kashe.
Karka bari.
Alábọ̀sí inú ẹrùn wọn pẹ́, jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o, ara ló ń ta wọ́n ṣe mọ́ o. Tán bá sunkún sójú, bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ, ẹyẹ fò lọ ìgbé sọnù sígbó, wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó, ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Àbọ̀dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ọmọ iná náà mi arán sí iná, orí mi dákun má ṣì mí lọ́nà o. Mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o. Àgbà ẹ foríjì ni, ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé. Mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o. Mi ò fojú tí ń rìn wọn láyé. Ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́. Torí omi kọ́ tó yọ̀ọ́lá ni. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó, tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò, ẹ̀fọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Ẹ má forí wórí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́. Ẹ̀yin forí wórí yóò ṣàbàmọ̀ o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé o. Nílé ayé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀. Wọ́n gbọ́ pé ọjà tán nílùú Ṣókótó. Wọ́n múra wọn sáré kárù sọ́kọ̀ o. Àyàn ọmọ ògbóògùn wo. Wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí. Orí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó. Ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣókótó. Ohun rẹ̀ lápò Ṣókótó mo sọ. Àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé. Kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Mo lórí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí mi gbé mi níjà o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí. Má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o. Àní nílé ayé wa. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú àpamọ́ kìnìún. Ejò olóró àkékè. Ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé. Dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè. Mo máa sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa gbé wa níjà o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ, ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ, ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Ṣòkòtò tí ò lókùn ó dé akitiyan. Can you imagine that? The ṣòkòtò tí ò lókùn. I think I explained that already. you know the native outfit that I think pretty much everybody wears now in Nigeria, the up and down. You know, you tie it with a rope. The down bar, the down beat, the trouser beat, you tie it with a rope. So what that song explains, Shokoto tí ò lókun dá kìtìyàn, if the down beat, if the trouser beat of the native outfit does not have a rope, then it becomes a struggle. That's what that says. Shokoto tí ò lókun ó di akitiyan. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here we are right here, and here we go again. So we go again, we do it as we always do it. So we do it as we always do it. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just at the sound of the invitation for you to do it. Do it. If you are watching in watch back, do it. If you are watching in the live stream, do it. So do it. Click on the like button. Same applies to the subscription button. Not already subscribed, then please correct that. If you're watching and watch back, same applies. So like and subscribe is what that explains. So like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, hyperlink says StreamYard. Click on it. Pops you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, then I'll invite your thoughts. So that's how this works. So you click on the hyperlink, it brings you into a holding bay, like a green room. And then once I've finished doing the opening monologue, I'll let you onto the screen and then I'll engage you in conversation. So that's it. Nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's as easy as ABC. So do that. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And of course, super chat to us to stream. We're not seeing the super chats with the frequency that we used to see. So we'd like that corrected immediately and straight away. So all that, shall we just get started? Why don't we just get started? No need to hang around. So let's get started. Kick it off with this one. Full list: Atiku, El-Rufai, Malami, other opposition figures who visited Buhari. So it's a photo ops and that is Issa Pantami, by the way, as well. So which is to tell you then that the CPC arm of the APC party are in the throes of moving out. So those are the stalwarts there of the CPC. That is Malam Buhari, of course. That is Issa Fantua, who is always crying on some Islamic broadcast. It's always crying on whatever Islamic broadcast. I just urge these people to go and ravage and savage, and that is the accoutrement of their bookies gathered in conspiracy. But how does this bode them for 2027? Full list: Atiku, El-Rufai, Malami. And by the way, if you want to know where Buhari's politics leans, don't look too far past this name, Abubakar Malami. So Abubakar Malami was the bad man of the looting of the Buhari administration. So it was with him that they were packing all the money, and it is entirely because of this guy that Buhari can confidently claim that he did not steal a penny, because this was the guy doing the stealing for him. So if you want to know, and they built quite a heavy war chest in the hands of this guy. So whenever you see this guy, is really where Buhari's politics leans. Abubakar Malami, he was sent to be the governor of what state? Is it Yobe State that it comes from? He was sent to be the governor of Yobe State, if you all recall. But then Buhari insisted that any ministers wanting to pursue a political career had to step down as a minister. But then he was after a particular $500 million deal that he was trying to persecute with Nedumoko. So he gave up he gave up getting the ticket to become a governor, but then he packed his immunity. I'm talking about Abubakar Malami now. He packed his immunity then by marrying one of Buhari's daughters, the one that has been married about 3-4 times. So he just picked her up to give her a name and then to pack his immunity under the Buhari name. So if you've ever wondered why the Tinubu administration is not chasing Abubakar Malami, who everybody universally knew was the main looter of the Buhari administration, if you've ever wondered why he is not being pursued is exactly because of that relationship with Buhari and him then just at I think it was within the last 6 months of the Buhari administration that he married one of his daughters, one of Buhari's daughters. So he's part his immunity under Buhari's name. So whenever you see Abubakar Malami, then you see that is where Buhari's politics is leaning. A full list, article El-Rufai, Malami, other opposition figures who visited their Aboki from Daura in Kaduna today. That's Buhari, of course, their Aboki from Daura. Pardon me. Former President Muhammadu Buhari played host to a strong contingent of opposition leaders on Friday afternoon. And by the way, we're seeing with increasing frequencies these visits then, especially by El-Rufai to Buhari. So he's using the photo. Buhari would not say don't come, but Buhari would not say I endorse you. But what he's using, El-Rufai especially, and the accoutrements that we see listed by extension, what they are using is association sort of politics and photo opportunity politics. So they'll go there, they probably wouldn't even discuss politics. They'll do whatever Muslim rites, they'll pray with him, break bread with him, wish him well, ask him how retirement is going, and then they'll leave. But they'll take a whole bunch of photos to signal to the political space. So it's an alignment by association and photo opportunity politics. This is what is in play now. We don't quite know where Buhari is leaning yet, but we know that he often leans to tribe. And when you see Abubakar Malami leaning in a particular direction, that gives you an indication of where Buhari's politics sways. So, but Buhari is still playing both ends because he came out recently, of course, via his spokesperson, Garba Shehu, to say he remains and forever will be a card-carrying member of the APC. So Buhari playing it close to his chest. A full list, article El-Rufai, Malami, other opposition figures who visited Buhari today. Right. Former President Muhammadu Buhari played host to a strong contingent of opposition leaders on Friday afternoon. Correspondents report that the opposition figures were led on the visit by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. Confirming the visit, Atiku in a post on X wrote, "As the Waziri Adamawa, I was obliged to be in my Adamawa during Salah celebrations. I held forth for the Lamido from Bina Adamawa in some of the activities of the Salah celebration. Today, I had the opportunity to pay a post-Salah visit to His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, President Federal Republic of Nigeria 2015 to 2023. It was a wonderful time with him. As usual, he cracked me up to the extent that my ribs were hurting with his peculiar humor." And Buhari, by the way, is well known for his sense of humor. He has a dry and sort of rapid sort of humor, sort of like a gallows sort of humor. Other dignitaries who accompanied Atiku include, so this is where we really want to get to. So this is to tell you then that the CPC arm of the APC, they're in the throes of moving out. So other dignitaries who accompanied Atiku include former Minister of Communications, Issa Pantami, former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, former Sokoto Governor Aminu Tambuwal, former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, former Benue Governor, so this surprises me somewhat, Gabriel Suswam, is it Suswam? Gabriel Suswam, former Benue Governor, because I didn't know that, if you're looking at the political alignments, you have the right and left divide, and then within the right and left divide, you have the far left and you have the far right. So within the far right hawkish sort of Nigerian politics, these are the sort of names that are occupied. These names that I'm reading to you now, they're like the far right extremists of the Nigerian political paradigm. Other dignitaries who accompanied Atiku include former Minister of Communications, Issa Pantami, former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, former Sokoto Governor. I wonder how long out of office before you stop being a former whatnot. It's been 2 or 3 cycles out of office now, Aminu Tambuwal. Former Sokoto State Governor, Aminu Tambuwal. Former Kaduna State Governor, Nasir El-Rufai. Former Benue State Governor, Gabriel Suswam. Former Adamawa Governor, Jibrila Bindao. Former Governor, Achike Udemwa of Imo State. So that's it's a grand conspiracy. These are the grand conspirators against the Yoruba space. But no, that's very much agitating the political cycle at the moment, because people are wondering then what to read into the signaling coming out of that. So a lot of that agitating the political space. And still with that storyline, this is Nato El-Rufai now doubling down on it. Don't lose sleep. El-Rufai turns adversaries over visit to Buhari. So here he is now. Like I said, it's a photo opportunity and politicking by association. But one game is Buhari playing also. He cannot tell them not to come. It's just the thing. Former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai has dismissed speculations surrounding his recent visit to former President Muhammadu Buhari, urging critics and political opponents not to lose sleep over the meeting. The visit, which also included former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and other prominent politicians, took place at Buhari's residence in Kaduna and has drawn wide attention, with some observers suggesting it signals a move by opposition figures to form a united front ahead of future elections. So what you are seeing though is the last throes of desperate politics. So you see, you know, if you look at all of these names that we just read out now, these are last chance saloon politicians. Last chance saloon politicians. So at that last chance saloon, having their almost certainly last drink are people like Atiku Abubakar. So 2027 is the last chance saloon of Atiku Abubakar, which of course it will fall pitiably, but nevertheless, 2027 very much his last chance. 2027, because of the way he has politicked himself, is also the last chance alone for El-Rufai. 2027 last chance for Tambuwal, Abubakar Malami, etc., etc. So they're throwing everything they have at it just because it's a desperate politics. It's a conglomeration of the deplorables, as Hillary Clinton famously said. Don't lose sleep. El-Rufai turns adversaries over visits to Buhari. So let's go through this one at speed. Link in the comment section if you want the conversation upon. Former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai has dismissed speculations surrounding his recent visit to former President Muhammadu Buhari, urging critics and political opponents not to lose sleep over the meeting. The visit, which also included former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and other prominent politicians, took place at Buhari's residence in Kaduna and has drawn wide attention, with some observers suggesting it signals a move by opposition figures to form a united front ahead of future elections. El-Rufai, who recently defected from the All Progressive Congress APC to the Social Democratic Party SDP, clarified that the visit was not politically motivated. In a post shared on X, he described the gathering as one rooted in faith and brotherhood. Like I said, it's a photo opportunity a visit to Buhari by that sort of retinue, by that sort of a posse, is never anything other than political. El-Rufai, who recently defected from the All Progressive Congress to the Social Democratic Party (SDP), clarified that the visit was not politically motivated. In a post shared on X, he described the gathering as one rooted in faith and brotherhood. We joined over faithful for Jumat prayers at the Yahaya Road Mosque and had a sumptuous lunch at the Buhari residence, he wrote. He downplayed the political implications of the visit, stating, by the way, our adversary should not lose any sleep. It is not about politics, it is about unity and brotherhood. And since we are all politically irrelevant, we just prayed and enjoyed lunch with our mentor. So Buhari now is mentor. All the work that I said about him in the past, or now, I think withdrawn or whatever. The visit came just days after a delegation of governors from the ruling APC paid a visit to the former president. So Buhari moving from Daura to Kaduna is in and of itself a political move. So here he is gathering up his loins, is gearing up, for the battles to come, because Buhari is going to factor into 2027. But how does it play out is the thing. But the one thing that we do know is that the North is restless. So the North is restless. Tinubu should be worried if Buhari is not on his side. This is Ali Ndume, another enemy from within. An enemy from within, of course, one of the most potent critics of the administration, also being an APC member. So with friends like him, who needs enemies. Senator Ali Ndume has asked President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to be worried if ex-President Muhammadu Buhari is not on his side. Ndume said this during an interview on Channels Television April the 11th. The lawmaker said although Buhari has just one vote, he remains an adorable figure in northern Nigeria. So the Buhari 12 million votes is still in play. Ndume spoke after former Vice President Atiku Abubakar led key opposition figures to Buhari's residence in Kaduna earlier today. Buhari's followership has dismissed Buhari's followership. Is that his followership, his name? Not dismissed. So, Buhari's followership has diminished naturally because it is different when you are not in power and after spending like 8 years in power. Of course, his popularity, everything has diminished. It is natural, but you cannot write him off, especially with the northern masses. The followership of Buhari has been occultic. You cannot explain it. If Buhari is coming here now, you will see people rushing to see. Everybody, including those in the vegetable market, will rush here. Buhari is still with the Talakawa. So in that narrative that Kwakwanso is trying to wrap around himself, that space still very much owned by Buhari, the champion of the Talakawas, which essentially the downtrodden. Tinubu should be worried if Buhari is not on his side. Every number counts and Buhari has one vote. Tinubu should also be worried about my position because I have one vote for him. He does not have a vote for me. So this is Ali Ndume continuing to weigh against the administration that his party leads. So there is that right there. So there is that right there, but a lot of factors yet to shape that 2027 election. And this is going to be one of the seminal, directional, changing elements of 2027. This now next headline is the centerpiece of how the direction of next 2027 election will go. Just in Mahmood Yakubu confirmed exit as Inec chairman. So he's not going to see out this year as Inec chairman, but who replaces him is the question. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Inec, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, has confirmed that his tenure as the head of Nigeria's electoral body will come to an end later this year. So when exactly, Yvonne? Is it by third quarter? And already, of course, Tinubu knows who is going to replace him with. And there is, let me actually see. I'm not quite sure. So correct, pardon me. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section, but I don't think we've yet had a Southwesterner as the INEC chairman. So, and there's no reason why he shouldn't choose a Southwesterner. Buhari had a Northerner as his INEC chairman, and heavens did not fall. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, has confirmed that his tenure as the head of Nigeria's electoral body will come to an end later this year. Yakubu made the announcement whilst addressing his colleagues at the Extraordinary General Assembly of the ECOWAS Network of Electoral Commissions in Banjul, the Gambia, on Thursday. He stated that this would be his final appearance at the meeting as Nigeria's electoral body chairman, signaling the end of his second and final term. Professor Yakubu, who has served as INEC chairman since November the 9th, 2015, was appointed by former President Muhammadu Buhari for an initial. It wouldn't have been yes, it was actually appointed by Buhari, wasn't it? Because the last election that the 2015 election was prosecuted by Atahiru Jiga, and then Buhari appointed pardon me, and then Buhari appointed this element shortly after. Sorry, my voice is croaking somewhat. Professor Mahmood Yakubu, who served as INEC chairman since November the 9th, 2015, was appointed by former President Muhammadu Buhari for an initial 5-year term, which was later renewed for another 5 years. He oversaw the controversial 2015-2023 general election. So the two elections that Mahmood Yakubu oversighted, they were controversial. The 2019 one, Atiku Abubakar actually won that election, but they rigged Buhari in. You remember that during that period, Buhari refused to sign the new electoral bill because signing that electoral bill means that that election would have been prosecuted under that electoral bill, and under the new electoral bill, there was no way that they could rig. So he wanted to rig his second term and then sign the new electoral bill. So but then of course in 2023 he did a professional job and the actual winner was declared. But in 2019, Atiku Abubakar won that election. Everybody knows that. Professor Yakubu, who has served as INEC chairman since November the 9th, 2015, was appointed by former President Muhammadu Buhari for an initial 5-year term, which was later renewed for another 5 years. He oversaw the controversial 2019 and 2023 general elections. In his address at the event, Yakubu expressed his gratitude for the support and collaboration of his ECOWAS counterparts, emphasizing the importance of maintaining electoral integrity and fostering regional unity. He also called for continued cooperation amongst election management bodies in West Africa to strengthen, etc., etc. Yakubu's confirmation comes just days after rumors circulated online suggesting his removal from office by President Tinubu. These rumors were quickly denied by the presidency. The speculation grew stronger after INEC shared a post on social media announcing that Sam Olumekun. Oh, all right. So, yeah. So, I think this is a kite flying exercise. And I'm not sure that all the controversies about lopsidedness will stop this. So this is a kite flying exercise, because I saw that headline as well a couple of days ago that Mahmood Yakubu had been removed, but then of course that's been denied. But they said it was removed to be replaced by a Sam Olumekun, or Sam Olumekun, of course. You don't get more Yoruba than that. But I think that kite was being flown to see what reactions that will garner, that will get. Right. Yakubu's confirmation comes. Yakubu's confirmation. So the confirmation that he'll be leaving sometime this year. Yakubu's confirmation comes just days after rumors circulated online suggesting his removal from office by President Bola Tinubu. These rumors were quickly denied by the presidency. The speculation grew stronger after Inec shared a post on social media announcing that Sam Olumekun, referred to as the acting chairman, had hosted a high-level delegation from the Labour Party led by Dr. Alex Otti. This prompted speculation that Yakubu had indeed been replaced. However, Rotimi Oyekanmi, the chief press secretary to the Inec chairman, clarified that Olumekun was merely standing in for Yakubu, who was attending a meeting in the Gambia. During his time in Banjul, Yakubu reflected on the achievements and pardon me. During his time in Banjul, Yakubu reflected on the achievements and challenges of his tenure with ECONEC. So that's the body that he was meeting with. He praised the contributions of past members of the network, which has worked to strengthen democratic institutions in West Africa. He also expressed concerns about the current state of democracy in the region, noting that 4 countries, etc., etc. So that's Mahmood Yakubu then on his way out. But who replaces him? So that there's a lot of big things that are going to happen in between. We just have a 2-year gap, by the way, between now and the election. But there are a lot of big things that will happen that will shape that election. We still have the census, and we're not sure where that stands, if that takes place within this term. So that should shape the election. But what will centrally shape this election is the next Inec chairman, which almost likely will be a Yoruba man, and there is no reason why it should not be. So there's no argument that what will happen. Peter, we will run around doing this ding dong diddly, and Atiku Abubakar will make his usual vacuous threat, and Alim Dumi will run back to Charles Anyagoli and attempt to speak grammar. So that just nothing will happen if a Yoruba man was appointed as next chairman. Not a single thing will happen. All right. From that to this, let me actually let me play you a couple of clips to open up this space. Let me play you. This is Alain Dume, and we might well have a session on Alain Dume maybe tomorrow if I feel inclined. But it's been coming out a lot in the news cycle these days. It was on Arise TV just a couple of days ago. Hopped from there to Channel TV, and this is what he had to say.
I made true.
They say your observations are incorrect and that they're not factual. But again, let me ask you, Senator, politically, are you threatened? No, because what we are hearing on the ground is maybe there's one of the advisors to president that is being prepped to replace you.
Who's that?
I don't know. You are on
No, I don't know. I don't know. And I'm not scared
Are you scared of Boala?
No. Boala?
Daniel Boala.
Boala cannot win House of Assembly member in my...
But if he's giving you a ticket, well, I mean, the ticket for...
Ticket is a different thing. Election is another thing. Boala tried to be a senator now. Did he get anywhere? I don't want to talk about Boala.
But who are you referring to as the attacked, or is it only Bayo you are referring to?
Boala is a MAGA dog.
What do you mean by that?
Check.
My English is not gotten up to that.
Check.
What do you mean by that?
Google MAGA dog.
Now, my Google isn't working at the moment.
Yeah, that's
But is it fair now to refer to your kinsman as in that light. That's not fair.
Is it fair?
If they come after you, would you like it?
Who will come after me?
You said they came after you.
No,
and you were not happy in the manner.
No, they can. Tomorrow, Buhari can come out. He did it before. These are people that abused people like Obasanjo, people like Reverend Martin Kuka, people like Wole Soyinka, people that are old enough, respected. Buhari has insulted all of them, including the president. But he called president.
So there it is right there. The speculations then that this guy ultimately may be replaced with Daniel Buhala. Buhala speaks on replacing Ndume in the Senate, exposes senators' secrets. So this is Daniel Buhala. Anything that progresses say it's a bit narcissistic at Buhala, but then of course all politicians are narcissists. But it's a good sort of narcissism, by the way, because Daniel Buhala is a friend of this platform. He's been on this platform before. So it's a good sort of narcissism. You find that with high-functioning people, they have narcissistic tendencies. It's an essential component of a champion, of an alpha sort of a person. The special advisor to the special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on policy communications, Daniel Buhala, and by the way, Daniel Buhala, of course, is from Borno and is a Christian. So maybe it's the Christianity that will impede him because Borno is predominantly Muslim, but just so you're aware, it's from the same senatorial district as Ali Ndume. The special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on policy communications, Daniel Buhala, has accused the Borno South Senator Ali Ndume of allegedly having secret meetings with opposition coalition about the 2027 elections. Buhala also debunked any ambition of contesting the election for Borno South Senatorial District in order to replace Ndume in the National Assembly. So you can take the denial of a politician with a pinch of salt, of course. So he always coy, playing it close to his chest. The presidential media aide, however, accused Ndume of failing to deliver any promise to the senatorial district, despite representing the people in the National Assembly for 21 years. Not done, Buhala further alleged that Ndume loves criticizing leaders, but when he himself is criticized, his followers and supporters start to issue death threats to people. Correspondents report that Buhala made the submission in a post via his Instagram handle on Friday evening. He accused the Borno South Senator of only pretending to be a member of the All Progressive Congress APC, but hobnobbing with the opposition members in secret. The aide accused Ndume of always taking advantage of every opportunity to insult him, despite running to him for help in the past. Buhala wrote, Senator Ali Ndume, your frustration is aging you by the day. I am not planning to run for Senate, and there is no plan to replace you with my humble self in Southern Borno. If anything, I think you are haunted by your utter failure to deliver on any of the promise to Southern Borno for over 21 years of representation at the National Assembly. No wonder Southern Borno excluded you from the list of heroes in the recent Excellence Award given to distinguished sons and daughters of Southern Borno. You criticize leaders freely, but anytime you are called out, your soldiers or boys issue death threats to people. You allegedly met and hobnobbed with coalition for a wild goose chase at night and pretend to be an APC member during the day. There is no need calling me an offensive name on Channel TV this evening because you are an elder. That is the maga dog. The maga dog is the high potent, is the sharp edge of an attack dog, you know. Anytime my name is mentioned, you can't help but to insult me, but you would not tell the world how you drove to my office to thank me immensely for supporting you when Senator Saraki suspended you and was dealing with you. How about when you wanted to be Senate President, how you came to my law office and waited for me for 2 hours to come? So this is it now. The underbelly is please note that respect is reciprocal. So I think that's another kite being flown actually. So just the idea, because what purpose has Ndume served in Senate 20 years and not anything attributable or anything even that has been gotten by the people off the back of that. Let's go on from that to this ambassadorial list. They have finished the DSS check. In fact, we were expecting the names to be out. So the names then, a lot of leaks in that space, names like Femi Fani-Kayode and Reno Omokri were the notable ones to pop out. So imagine that. What portfolio would you give that? Maybe you send Reno Omokri to is it Bosnia, whatever, where is it? Maybe you send him to the Ukraine. The federal government has completed vetting the nominees for ambassadorial roles with 109 missions, 76 embassies, 22 high commissions, and 11 consulates globally awaiting official appointments. The confirmation came from several sources with knowledge of the process, who told correspondents that all necessary security and background checks have been conducted on the nominees. However, despite completing the vetting process, the consolidated list of nominees has yet to be transmitted to the National Assembly, with President Bola Tinubu expected to forward the list for confirmation. The delay has raised questions amongst officials and the public. On April the 2nd, President Tinubu embarked on a 2-week working visit to Paris, France. During the visit, the president is expected to evaluate his administration's mid-term performance, review ongoing reforms, and engage in strategic meetings for the 2nd anniversary of his tenure. This has led to speculations regarding the delay in the transmission of ambassadorial nominee list. Correspondents report that the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, confirmed in a statement that President Tinubu's visit was aimed at appraising key milestones and furthering his administration's reform agenda. Several officials within the presidency confirmed to correspondents that the vetting process for ambassadorial nominees is complete. However, no specific timeline was provided for the formal submission of the list to the National Assembly. One official speaking on condition of sorry, I'm going at speed because I want to just whiz through it. One official speaking on condition of anonymity explains that while the background checks had concluded, the president required additional time before sending the list. They have finished the DSS checks. That part is done. In fact, we are expecting the names to be out by yesterday or earlier than that. But so far, it looks like President Tinubu, still needs a little more time. Our eyes were up for this week, but it is confirmed that the background checks are over, the official said. And other officials, the names were supposed to be out earlier than yesterday, but we're not sure where the delay is coming from. That's by the Amila again. He's probably shacked up with some Abuja Badi, that guy. It's just the delay in the nomination process has been partly attributed to financial challenges. Sources revealed that the cost of fulfilling the necessary capital expenditure to ensure effective functioning of missions is nearly $1 billion. This includes settling arrears for foreign services officials, replacing aging vehicles, and renovating embassy buildings. So we really need to reduce the amount of representations. We can have regional representations and satellite offices in countries that we don't really have that much of a relationship with. $1 billion for the ambassadors. I mean, can you imagine that? One official explained the major issue is funding. It is not just paying the ambassadors. The real cost lies in CAPEX, including the renovation of embassies and maintaining foreign missions. When you put the costs together, it runs to nearly $1 billion. Foreign Affairs Minister on Financial Constraints, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tugar, also acknowledged the financial difficulties during a ministerial briefing in Abuja last year. So there it is right there. Yes. I think that would be. I think that will well be the talking point for next week, wouldn't it? When that list actually comes out. So let's go on from that to this. This is our external debt by state, December 2024. So who's owing what? Lagos owing $1.17 billion. Kaduna $625 million. Those are the monies that El-Rufai borrowed, by the way, which is not able to account for. Edo 383. So that is Obaseki is looting right there. But curiously, Cross River is no, that's not River State, that's Cross River. So Cross River $202 billion. Rivers $199 million. That's million, not $1 billion. I'm surprised that the borrowings of River State is that low, actually, because they have the funds to service a higher level of borrowing. Bauchi $186 million. So those are the lows then of Bala Mohammed. Let me actually remind you of who Bala Mohammed is, just so you know just how threatened we should feel about this man. This is Bala Mohammed. Let me play you this clip.
And of course, we will try more to cultivate that culture in our people, while at the same time bringing the Fulanis in one fold and try to arrest their traditional practice of moving from one place to the other. And that is very big, an uphill task. But I think we can communicate with them more, because to them they don't have borders from Cameroon to Nigeria.
But that's the thing, Excellency. How do we ensure that those who will be participating in this federal government largely funded program will be Nigerians?
In terms of the funding?
No, in terms of the
operations.
Operations. You said to bring in the Fulanis together. We have Fulanis from other countries.
The issue of misconception, I see there is a lot of mistrust and misconception with regards to the Fulani man. The Fulani man is a global or an African person. He moves from the Gambia, from Senegal, and his nationality is just a Fulani man. And as a person, I may have my relations in the Cameroon, but they are also Fulani men. I have relations because from the maternal side, I'm a Fulani man. And that is why we want to educate people. A Fulani man sees himself as a Bayelsan, as somebody coming from the Niger Delta, because he speaks the Niger Delta language, which you and I don't. And of course, we would have to just take this as part of our own heritage, something that is African, and that we cannot just close the border and say the Fulani man is just a Nigerian or this. No. In most cases, the crises are precipitated by those outside Nigeria. When there is a reprisal, it is not the Fulani man within Nigeria that causes it. It is that culture of getting revenge, which is embedded in the tradition of the Fulani man, that attracts reprisal from all over the world.
If I understand it, does that mean that those Fulani men who are maybe domiciled in other countries, who move around, they can come into the country and this plan will accommodate them as well?
Yes, that's what we want to do. But it has to be done through sensitization, telling them you have to buy in the project, and you use the language, the culture itself to be able to convince them, away from the mistrust where the whole system of transhumance or pastoralism is criminalized. criminalization of pastoralism is the problem that we have with this project, and it requires people with passion who understand them and who they believe in, people like us from that part of the country, to say yes, we have this. Because today there is no limit to the accusation that this and that has happened and it is the Fulani man who caused it. There is no tribe that is not that you don't have this criminality in, but certainly the way and manner we do it is really exacerbating the crisis and the problems.
Will there be any form of documentation of all the people that will be,
yes, we are
within that?
Oh yes, that is going to give Nigeria the opportunity to really have the best in terms of documentation in the demographics, because as I said, the Fulani man settles anywhere he can feed his cattle. And so if they are put in one place and they are made to understand that this is to save them and their animals, they are exposed to the vagaries of the forest and what is going on, cattle rustling, killings and what have you, and that's why it is important for them to understand that staying in one place is good. And of course, in terms of the best practice of carrying the meat, the cows and the
let's stay with that security angle for a bit. Is there going to be, this plan going to be a fenced enclosure where anyone who comes in is secured, so there is no one that can just come in from anywhere else?
No. It is going to be a colony, and a colony does not require a fence.
You will understand the
reason.
You will understand the reason why people are concerned, because of all the security issues that have been happening over time. So if that's...
These forests are there anyway. If you don't occupy them and create a colony out of them, they create places for the criminals. And today, that's why you have the Sambisa forest, because it is not being utilized.
But Your Excellency, much as yes, I mean, they're fantastic. We have met a lot of them who are Fulanis as well. But the concern too is, why should federal government use resources for this country to accommodate Fulani men who are not Nigerians?
You see, as I said, we are already accommodating them. Do you delineate and then really know who is not a Fulani man from Nigeria? They are all Nigerians, because I said their identity, their own citizenship is Nigerian, even though we have relations all over the world, all over Africa. And so, presumably they are Nigerians. I think you get me. That is the misunderstanding. They move from one place to the other, and they have relations, kith and kins in all the parts of the country and even outside the country. So that is why our own population is fluid. You can certainly not say this is the population of Nigeria.
So this issue.
So there it is. You heard it right there. So that's the man angling to be president of Nigeria. That's Bala Mohammed, the governor of Bauchi State, and he's stating there quite categorically that every Fulani man universally, they are Nigerian. So whether they are from the Gambia or wherever it is in the world that they are Fulani in, as long as it's a Fulani man, it's a Nigerian. And he's telling us that our population is fluid because every living Fulani man has entitlements to access the Commonwealth of Nigeria. So that is the sort of country that we're battling with at the moment. And that is the precipitation for the banditry that we're seeing now. They said you cannot border them off. So we cannot enforce strict borders in the north because of the nomadic nature of their lifestyle. And that is what he said. And this guy wants to be president of Nigeria. So this is the debt profile of some states still. So yes, we stopped at Bauchi, Ekiti, 134 million, Kano, 122, Anambra, 103, etc., etc. Abia, 101, Katsina, $100 billion. So that's that. And then the vexatious topic of Tinubu's lopsided governance. So the data is coming out now. The appointments so far are North Central 21%, Northeast 14%, Northwest 20%, Southeast 11%, South 12%, Southwest 22%. So the North actually have the abundance of it, but in terms of a singular region, the Southwest is where the weight is with the Tinubu administration. Some people may say, and rightly so. So there's that. Is there anything else of interest before we get into the conversation? So we've spoken about Lindome. We've spoken about the data coming out in terms of debts, etc. We've spoken about the ambassadorial list, which is that will set the tonality of conversations for next week, because that list should be out by next week. We're talking about Daniel Buhari possibly replacing Senator Ndome. We've spoken about the visit of Atiku, El-Rufai, Malami, and others to Buhari, and what sort of politics is in play there. Mahmood Yakubu telling us that this will be his final year as the Inec chairman. So those are those. Let me play you the clips that we do have, and then we see who turns up for the conversation.
But it's still there.
Should Tinubu be worried, politically speaking, about if Buhari is not on his side?
Yeah, he should be worried. Every number counts. Buhari has 1 vote. In fact, let me put it that, as controversial as you call me, Tinubu should also be worried about my position, because I have 1 vote for him. He doesn't have a vote for me.
But if you look at it, there are those on the inside who said Buhari did not really support Tinubu, that in fact, there are those who are of the opinion that Atiku and Buhari work together for the 2023 election.
No.
Those are the political talks on the sideline around that 2023 election.
But you know that I should know better than you on that. I know the Buhari. If Buhari say he doesn't like you, he even shows it on his face. He's not the type of person that he will play double game. Maybe you could say he did not actively worked for him, but definitely he supported the president. And he has said it time without number. Buhari is that type of person that if he's not supporting him, he will say he's not supporting him. What will he lose by doing that? So it's just this side talk there. But I have not discussed with him, but I know that he supported. How could he allow?
You heard what Atiku said, that it's about the coalition. He said they are working on the coalition, and they are coming together.
But somebody there asked him whether their visit is related to that. He said no.
Yeah, no, I'm saying.
Or are you trying to twist it?
No, hold on. He said it. I'm saying that he has said that they're working on the opposition parties coming together.
Yes.
Now, the question I'd like to ask you is, you are a member of the ruling party, or you are planning to defect to this SDP?
No, not at all.
Or PDP?
No.
You're going back to PDP?
I was in PDP on sabbatical for only 2 years, I think, or 3.
Before you now moved
that was in 2010 to 2013, I left.
I mean,
I was on sabbatical.
Politically speaking, the talks about CPC arm of the APC wanted to move from the APC and defect to the SDP maybe. Does it worry you as a leader of the APC?
As I said, everyone matters. APC should be worried about what's going on, or at least they should not just brush it aside as most or some of the leadership in the APC are doing. You can't do anything. No. Every vote matters.
But why would people want to move from the ruling party?
Yeah, of course.
What is going on the inside? Why?
Politics is about interest now. If people see that their interests will not be served very well in a particular place, they move. Especially in Nigeria, where politics is more of platform, not ideology. So people can move around, and it doesn't prick their conscience. But there are some people that are not even ready to move around. They stick to it. There are some people that have been in PDP since day one. They have never moved, like Bode George.
And like Nyesom Wike.
Yeah, Nyesom Wike has never moved, changed his party. But now, you can't say where he is.
Maybe he's PDAPC.
PDAPC, yeah.
Because he is in the
one
cabinet.
One leg is in PDP and the other leg is in APC. Yeah.
But you look at it, what do you think are the grievances of some people in the APC, making them think having a double thought about?
Yeah, 2 years.
Why?
2 years. One of the biggest is 2 years into the government. Many people feel they have been abandoned. Like El-Rufai gave that an excuse that PGP, APC left him behind. While, and so many others too, looking at, what I know, you called me to discuss, like, showing appointments, opening up, having access, then carrying people along, feeling you belong. It's not, it's just down in the school. So people are not happy. Many people don't have access. I said it sometimes back. They didn't do something about it. Instead, they come back on the pages of newspaper and start abusing the messenger instead of addressing the message. The same thing that is happening in most of the things. And that's very, very dangerous.
Senator.
So there it is right there. Do you remember that girl? So that's Ndumi playing his double Dutch politics. Do you remember that girl that told us Lagos was smelling, that was crying all over the news that she couldn't afford the was it 7,000 naira to buy eggs, and this was what she was crying about. So here she is in a different inflection. Her name is Raye, I think.
I spent over 1.2 million naira to shop. Let's do some unboxing on the things I got. So this is the big nylon. So I got over 20 new clothes. What actually cost more money was this wig. I bought this wig $500 inclusive, shipping inclusive. So if you guys want to start up your hair business, let me know. I'll drop my Vietnamese supplier's number or her contact details in the comment section. I got like 4 new pair of shoes, and I got this very beautiful flat. I've been wanting to have these flats, so I got it. I got like 3 new pair of heels because I'm not a fan of heels. However, I have some events that I need to be wearing heels to. I tried this one yesterday and it's so freaking cute. Look at these heels, look at this. Another heels.
So that is right there. That's the girl that couldn't afford the crate of eggs, but she can spend 1.5 million naira on hair and shoes. So there it is right there. Let's go on from that to this.
And of course, we will try more to
So then they are the deplorables that Hillary Clinton infamously describes them, or famously even described them. But how is Portable describing them?
I'm a babu. I stay in the zoo. Zadu.
So there it is right there. It's a baboon, he stays in the zoo. So he's a baboon, he stays in the zoo. But this next clip that I'm about to play you is about 30 seconds long. But I want you to pay particular attention to the 2 key protagonists in this clip and then form your own thoughts as to what you're thinking.
Does this person
So that's Omoyelito and Peter will be right there. I wonder if coalition talks are in earnest. So this now next clip that I'm about to play you now, it applies to the male genders, especially, in fact, exclusively even. So it applies to the male gender. So if you consider yourself to be a man, if you're listening to me, you are not really, because if you are listening to me, then the likelihood is that you're not a man. You're not. So you are XYZ in terms of whatever education you have. You send your mom £1 million every month, and you take care of XYZ, but you're really not a man. Do you know who and what a man is? I might well add myself to that as well. Maybe I am not as well, but I'm from Oyo, so I have to be a man. But if you're listening, if you're a male and you're listening to the sound of my voice now, you are not really a man in any real definition of, you're borderline lady boy. That's what you are really. If you want to know what a man is, this is what a man is. So that's what a man is. You are not a man, you are a city boy and a lady boy and an unemployed. That's a man with a job right there. So that's what a real man looks like. So that's what a real man looks like. Let's go on from that to another
single one. Dime I paid. Every single dime I paid.
So this next clip, by the way, is still these things coming out about Air Peace, which is fast imagined as the worst airline globally. For all of the feedbacks that you see anywhere on social media regarding Air Peace, is always like this.
Single dime I paid. Every single dime I paid. Since 5 o'clock. Since 5. You've been rescheduling it till you boarded us at 1 a.m. Kept us on the seat for 1 hour. Then at 2 a.m. you wake up, no explanation, no water, no apologies. Are you videoing me?
The airport. They can't get it.
So that seems to be the universal experience of Air Peace. Is unpleasant and traumatic. That's just what we hear all the time. If you get any feedback about that airline, it's always unpleasantness and trauma.
I rise to lend my voice to this all-important motion because it even affects my own state. We all remember the Bakassi Peninsula ICJ judgment, which came up sometime in 2002, which affected my state. Up till now, the Cameroon gendarmes are still molesting our people and defiling our women. It calls for so much attention. I align myself with the submissions of Senator Jimoh Ibrahim on the United Nations Convention on Laws of the Sea, UNCLOS. It specifically stated.
So the Bakassi space is still grabbing territory from Nigeria, but they're too busy sharing dollars in Aso Rock to pay any attention to that.
To please come forward for the remaining remarks, sir.
Some few years ago, I warned that the armed forces are either not capable or unwilling to protect us and that we must defend ourselves. The first denial of what I said came from the Ministry of Defense. They said I was lying. And they set up a kangaroo board of inquiry to investigate the truth or otherwise of what I spoke. And they invite.
Oh, all right. So that's Theophilus Danjuma right there, telling us then that there's a grand conspiracy within the Nigerian military structures, security structures, to look the other way as the Fulanis overrun us all over the country. And there's some veracity to that. That's been the lived experience of that country. The country being overrun, and there's nowhere to turn to for hope. It's just a thing. There's no report of a counterweighting against this place, against these people. It's just as though they have free reign to do as they will. So free reign to do as they will. Let me play you one more, and then we'll see if who turns up. Let me play you this one. So you all remember Solly coming onto the platform yesterday, and he did all this hula baloo around Pastor Toby, and he was telling us that the backdrop to Pastor Toby then, that he spotted that it was AI generated, and we had this long and winding conversation around that. But that commentary by Solly, by the way, is not original to him. That was not conclusions that he arrived at by himself. So people have been sending this in to tell us exactly where Solly got the narrative that he came to regurgitate here. So this is what Solly was trying to explain yesterday.
This guy is the most scammiest of scammers I've ever seen. Like, it's levels. These guys in the background, they're not really there. This is AI generated. And I'll show you in a second. That Jeep is not real. It's not really there. Watch the door of the Jeep glitch as it opens. It goes out and it glitches. It disappears and comes back. Keep watching the door and the guy's legs. Watch the door on the left-hand side. Watch the door. Watch. Boom. You see that? You see how it jumped and his legs disappeared. You got AI generated mandem. This is like new levels.
So that's where Solly got his narrative from. But I'm still insisting that that's just pixelation. So that's just pixelation. So let me tell you this.
So how do we start to declare war against insecurity in Nigeria?
The question Nigerians will ask themselves is, what exactly is the value of a Nigerian life in Nigeria today? What is it worth? 52 people were killed in a state. The president is reflecting about his policies in a foreign country. If cows of herdsmen are killed, you will see Mieti Allah will come out and put out a statement. If we decide that as a people, we have accepted our fate, that there is no value or dignity to the Nigerian life, we can keep quiet and wait for your turn. Tomorrow it is Ondo, next tomorrow. Look at one of the Afenifere leaders, Taru Ben Fashoronti. You remember his daughter, the poor woman who had lived all her life overseas. She came to attend an event. She was carried by herdsmen and they killed that poor lady. So you think that it does not come close to you until it strikes you. There are people from the east today in Nigeria who cannot go to their villages to go and attend anything. They are stuck in other cities.
Even in Benue, they can't go to their farms.
They can't go to their farms. And then you are talking of why there is hunger and everything. Farmers cannot go. They are being slaughtered. So all of us will have to ask ourselves the question, are we worth the life that we have? Do we really want to dignify the Nigerian life? Imagine 50 US citizens killed by not hurricane, earthquake, internal security. Somebody went and slaughtered, and the president of America is in another country, reflecting on his policies. Nigerians have become so used to bad governance that we have accepted our fate. So we have become docile. There is maximum frustration in Nigeria, but the question is, with your frustration, what is the action? Anger is not a plan.
So what is the action?
All of us must decide to begin to get good leadership. And it must come back to this issue of Inec. You cannot do, if you do a revolution today, because you hear some people shout revolution now, if you chase President Tinubu or any other person in government who takes over, you must go back to the electoral system, because that is the only system that will bring a government that will have legitimacy to rule. So whether or not you like, look at what happened in Bangladesh. You protest, you went there.
So these reforms that you are asking for,
yes.
Who is in charge of doing the reform? Is it not your National Assembly?
It is the National Assembly.
So what are we
saying? That
saying?
is where men must mount. That is where the focus must be. The protests that will happen in Nigeria, that will change Nigeria, will be in the National Assembly. It is not the Senate President's house. It is the People's Parliament. Whatever change you want from your constitution or from your laws will be gotten there. And if the people are not ready to give it to you willingly, you must exert pressure, maximum civil pressure, peacefully, as democratic fundamental human right, to get what you want. Other than that, until Nigerian politicians, the people in power, begin to become afraid of the power of the people, Nigeria will not change. For as long as we are the ones who are afraid of them, we will continue in this suffering and killing. Unfortunately, they are protected and insulated. On the next, if a war happens or any natural disaster, they have private jets that are parking. Their children are not even here. So if you begin to think of that and you think of our lives, then we must get the wisdom and courage. We no wonder. Nigerians are dying. You know, one protest, people are dying without protest. The ones who killed, they killed in Plateau, were they protesting against government? We must protest peacefully and demand for change. It doesn't come easy. Your oppressors will not hand you freedom on a platter now. You will rise up and take it.
Comfort.
So there it is right there. So that's quite a pertinent question being asked for that guy. What is the value of a Nigerian life? The value of a Nigerian life is not the same value as, it's not the value of, even in Africa, I don't think the value of a Nigerian life is up to the value of a Ghanaian life. Because Nigerians are slaughtered on a daily basis. Nobody pays attention. Imagine there was a plane that fell in America somewhere, and they were all mourning on Arise TV. But 50 people were killed in Borno that same day, and they never even got a mention. So the Nigerian life is, especially within the Nigerian borders, the Nigerian life has no value. Is what the Nigerian life is not what the life of a cattle. We know that, but it's even what the life of a chicken is the thing. The Nigerian life has no value. The Kegas.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ide sodi ya kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dòde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde o jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, that is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining of the elegance that is Ogbeni, always a delight when Ogbeni is here. Man of Prestige, introduced as Oba of San Diego, but now known as Man of Prestige. There's Charlie Boy right there. The elegance, the delectable Adama, there she is right there. The princess, there's the star right there. The clue in the name, and your favorite voice and mine, Baba. So that's the list so far. Anybody else I want to hop on, hop on? So who's that? So anybody that wants to hop on. So we kick it off. I think I'm ready for us. So we kick it off, start it off with you, Benny. So you're already muted. Look at me, Benny. How far?
Oma, you called me first now, so.
Benny, I want to. Did you start watching from the beginning?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear a song that I played?
Which of the songs? I heard all the songs that you played.
Let me play you this song and to
don't play it again, one man. Drop
okay,
it.
Okay. We should drop it from the list.
Sorry, don't take my opinion for it. Sample everybody's.
No, but one man, can I say something? I'm sorry to interrupt. I came in, you didn't cover something. That's why I came in. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, Benny, man of
Hey,
prestige.
happy
My boss,
weekend.
one man. Yes, happy weekend, sir.
Good to have
Woman, you
you
didn't
around.
include something in the story. That's why I came in.
Right.
Do you want me to include it? That's why. Yes, one thing I wanted
Of
to
course.
include it is the trending video that has been going on about the man that brought his child from the diaspora into the I believe it's
Yeah.
UK.
I wanted to speak to you about that for Sunday.
Woman, this is the part where the Dupsy show gets represented. That's
Yes.
why, yes, sir.
I was wondering
That's
if
why
you
I
could do
came
that
in.
one. It's all over the place. Everybody's doing it, but I was actually if Dupsy is not too upset with us, maybe we could do it on Sunday or what do you think?
We'll do it on Sunday. I'm having a show tomorrow at Dr. Damages as well. And I'm going to touch a little bit about the it. But yes, you know how to contact me. We need to talk about this because this is deep. I don't know why our men frown on women who have a child. It's not, we need to get out from this stigma. What shocked me about this video is Igbo men are very proud of their children, no matter what age they have this child. So why is this man hiding this child and just having the child to be someone who
Would you not say that that woman's reaction was excessive? Wanting to throw the girl onto the streets, a girl from Nigeria, you want to throw her
Yes,
from the streets?
that's what I want to talk about, and that's why I wanted to because for my opinion, the way she reacted was too excessive. And why I say that is this: at the end of the day, when you are hurt, why pick up a camera and record your husband and the innocent child? The child is someone that doesn't even know how they were, how they came about to pick their parents and everything. How she reacted, for me as a woman, in my opinion, that's excessive. She shouldn't have reacted that way. And now she has blown everything out of the window. She did a second video coming up to tell us that, oh, I'm sorry, I was hurt and everything. It's just a lot of things is not making sense because at the end, I don't want to be a social media in-law. Yes, go ahead.
Adama, my heart bled when I saw that she be around about 14, 17 there. When I saw her kneeling down to beg, my heart just, my heart
Can I
sunk.
say something to you?
My
For
heart
those
sunk
that
when
are
I saw that.
For those that are blaming the child and saying that the child is a part of this deal, I just want you to think about something. Can you picture yourself living in your father's house and having to live as a niece and see your siblings having a relationship with their father, and there's a child that knows that's your biological father? You cannot interact with him because you want to keep he's sacred. This child is not a victim. And please stop victim shaming this child. She's a toddler. She doesn't know what happened. Please, before you do that, I want you to really evaluate yourself. Are you making sense? Because at the end of the day, let's be realistic. When everything is said and done, the Igbo men that I know never shy away from their children. They embrace who they are, including Yoruba men. Thank you.
You know that where that woman, what I find unforgivable in what she did was that she was quite right to be upset. By the way, if that guy just sprung a child on her, without discussing, so she was within right to have the emotions that she did have, but she's never within right to have that conversation. One, recording it, and more especially in front of that child. You know, take the man into their room and then have it out with him, or even take him to a park and then you have it out there. But I didn't quite know what the public spectacle was meant to achieve, or especially having that conversation in front of that girl. It was just awful.
Yeah, it was just awful, and I agree with you. And for those people in the comment section say, Adama, why are you bringing this up? Why are you saying this in politics? Let's be realistic. We live here in the diaspora, and we know the issue we deal with. Listen, whatever you and I is going to say today in one man's channel or any other channel today is not going to make Nigeria. It's not going to change Nigeria for what it is today. What we need to focus on, that's why we have the Doopsy show and the women's segment and Dr. Damages, is we need to be realistic of the issue we deal with here in the diaspora, which is what? At the end of the day, these are real life issues. We need to ask ourselves, why would a woman turn her camera on to film her husband and the child he supposedly brought on from Africa, that he didn't feel comfortable disclosing to her that this is my child, but rather say this is my niece. At the end of the day, you're victim shaming the girl and telling her, get out of my house. I don't want this. Let's be realistic. And woman, this is why I don't like politics. I like real life issues. At the end of the day, this is what the question I have for our men in the forum. Why do we frown for marrying a woman that has a child? Is why do we have that stigma on women? But as a woman myself, if I meet a man that has two children and he's someone that I love, I'm connected with, I embrace him and embrace his children. But if it was reversed and he doesn't have a child, I have two kids. He says, why should I take care of two other people's children and I have none? So let's have that issue and keep an open mind. It's not just politics, it's life
Uh,
issues. Thank you, sir.
all right, Adama, with your permission, let's defer that till Sunday. I think that's more suited to Doopsy's guidance than mine, because but yes, that's one of the. It's probably the number one trending thing on social media over the last 2 days. That clip of that face. But thank you, Adama, for that. For tipping us up on that one. But when the floor is yours, let's revert to the boringness that is politics and the politics of Alain Jume and the photo opportunity politics being played by the plurals, Atiku, El-Rufai, etc., etc., the Operation Rescue Nigeria, according to them.
Thank you, Oma. Good morning, everyone from Scotland. I greet our viewers, our listeners, and panelists, Baba and others. I greet you all.
Yeah, welcome, Oga. Happy
Thank you, sir.
weekend.
Thank you. I wish you the same, sir. And for our listeners and followers, please try to click the like button and then subscribe. So, Wama, a lot has been said today. Let me pick it one by one, and I will
But you
hurt you.
never greet me. You never greet me.
Can you did? Sorry, I no see the thing. No, now this thing where Wama they display here. I see. It's been a long while, my brother. How is Lagos now?
When you they manage Lagos, with the manager.
I go to Lagos next month. I'll be in Lagos
No,
next
Alan.
month. Yeah.
You have to
So,
make sure you meet up with the Kenne. We have to start sweating the Kenne's wallet. Let him take you out to
I'm hearing a
some
lot of
joints. Yes.
I'm hearing a lot of people visit Uptown. I promise Uptown for a very long time. I don't know if it's still available for me. No, I don't know, but I will try connect to and some other people that I'm going to visit.
So, Benny, the only woman on this platform, so you don't know my voice, Adama. So,
Sorry,
because I
I've
time you
greeted you
now,
now.
see my problem with you. I'm still timing
No,
you when you start talking.
I know when you greeted me the other time, I responded. Now. Sorry, Anama. I'm so sorry. I fear women. I don't take them for granted. So I greet you. So Wama, you've said a lot today. Let me start with this. These guys are called extremists that try to come and be playing politics for us. Let me start with Ali Ndume. Unfortunately, Nigerians don't. I don't like generalizing, but a lot of Nigerians don't. I don't want to say we have short memory, but we don't keep record. Even when we keep record, we don't even revisit our record, and we like playing into gallery a lot, and also following sentiments a lot. Somebody like Ali Ndume is saying Tinubu should be worried that Buhari is not on his side in 2027. Yes, I'm not saying Tinubu shouldn't be worried if any of those who supported him in 2023, if he's losing them now, he should be worried, except if it's for a greater good of the nation or his own political ambition. But I think he should be worried for losing anybody in his camp. But that said, I don't think it should go beyond that. We shouldn't over exaggerate these people. Somebody like Ali Ndume, I see him as an extremist who try to pretend to be a good man, and each time he will run to the media to talk. But history doesn't really show him as to represent what he claimed to represent most times. Ali Ndume in 2011 was arrested, if you could recall, was a senator then. He was arrested for this Boko Haram thing. And they were the guys that actually, in my own estimation, used Boko Haram to decimate and dismantle Goodluck Jonathan's government. In 2011, November, he was arrested, and they charged him to court for his link with this guy. What's his name? Alexander Oman Konduga, the guy they all call Konduga, but then I think he was using one name, Usman something back then. And he agreed he was communicating with the guy. His only defense back then was that he was part of the presidential task force that were exploring possibility of opening talk with the Boko Haram in order to settle. So he was practically communicating with them back then. He was charged to court. Was it either Justice Kolawole or one of these justices of Federal Court? I was very much in practice back then, and we were going to court almost every day. And unfortunately, Jonathan, they were able to kick Jonathan out of the office, and they let him also look of the hook. And it's same Ali Ndume today that is telling us about northern leaders. Who are these northern leaders? Sometimes I keep asking. Forget about Tinubu's ambition, but here we need to analyze these guys. Same you, after you guys use Boko Haram to destroy your region, all because you wanted one man to be out of office, and you still come back and we see how insecurity is rising again. Now it's clear to everybody that it's politics. What are they saying? There's nothing they can use to convince Nigerians again, except those ones that like being followed with sentiment because one of their men lost the election. Not for those ones. Everybody, particularly from Southern Nigeria, now knows that you guys cook all these things up in order to just undermine government of the day. In many cases, look at Bala Mohammed. Sometimes I just laugh. We don't keep record of these guys. Bala Mohammed will pack all the money from the FCT. He's talking, and he's talking about how everybody is Fulani in Nigeria, and Fulani can claim Bayelsa. Okay, that said, let me jump on another man that I have serious issue with, Stambua. That's another extremist that like pretending. And when you look at these guys, I don't know. Just one case I've been following up on that Bala guy, on Tambua, and by extension to Bala too. 12th May 2022, a Christian girl was killed or by in Sokoto. That's my wife's state, Samuel Deborah. And the whole place went agog, Nigeria with our usual sentiment, oh, they kill. And the killer of that girl, the girl was a college girl of, we will all recall, College of Education in Sokoto back then. It was lynched, she was stoned to death, and then they put fire and then. And the guys that did all these things showed their faces on video clips. On video clip, they show their faces. I even did some short this thing back then on my YouTube channels. They show their faces. And what did we get out of that thing? Nothing. Tambua was the governor of that state back then. They said they arrested 2 of them. Did you know they took them to magistrate court? Do you know they didn't charge them for murder? Because first and foremost, you can't even charge somebody for murder before a magistrate. Do you know where they took them to? Magistrate court, and they charged them for public disturbance. And you see, and that's why sometimes I said there's this thing I always say that activism died with Ganifa in Nigeria. Anyone you see around there, you call it fan, they are all businessmen as far as I'm concerned. I've said it here before, but Jalikuku had the trouble with me and said, why will I say that? But they are all businessmen as far as I'm concerned. Activism died with Ganifa in Nigeria. None of them did any follow-up on that Deborah Samuel case. None. Atiku Abubakar posted his own and then dropped it off and then said, oh, because he didn't authorize it. Tambua is a lawyer. He was a governor of that state. And what did Tambua do? Tambua could not, the police refused to appear in that case for about 6 adjournments before that magistrate, and the magistrate eventually struck it off. The Attorney General of the state, who is the shield law officer under Tambua, could not even execute what they call nolle prosequi in Nigeria, where you should take up that matter and then prosecute it. They didn't do it. And they kept quiet until they allowed those guys to be acquitted. They let them free. And this is the other flip. Let me show you the other flip of the story. There was another woman I was following around that time. Her name was Rhoda Jatao. It's a woman from Bauchi. When Samuel Deborah issue happened, that woman was one of the first to post it on her WhatsApp and then posted it on Instagram too and tagged some United Nations group to hit. Do you know what happened to that woman? That woman was picked up in Bauchi and that woman was charged to court. You see, they charged that woman for inciting public disturbance, contempt of religious, cyber stalking, and all those they are useless things. All because of all for religious extremism. Nothing else. They charged the woman. The real culprit in Sokoto were let free, don't forget. But the woman in Bauchi, they charged. Tambo and all of them, and this Bala nonsense that is talking, they charged that woman. Do you know, all the activism we had in Nigeria never did any follow-up on that woman. It took a foreign lawyer to fly down and be pursuing this woman. They never let that woman go. In fact, when the woman filed his no case submission against that case, did you know they didn't allow this woman to still go? They said she should put herself on trial until sometimes maybe early this year in January or so that they acquitted that woman.
After 6 years.
After
6 years incarceration.
Incarceration. You see the kind of justice system we have in Nigeria. And that's why I was so
depressed. Were you following that story too, Baba?
Yeah.
You see, that's the kind of justice we have in Nigeria. And that's why I was so disappointed with Pharaoh Timi when he was writing book and he said he wanted to critique justice system, criminal justice in Nigeria. And we were talking about civil matters. Instead of you to face those ones that affect commoners, you're talking about land matters that affected your client when you people have settled with billions and millions of naira in Lagos land. And that is his own critique of criminal matter. And then we have many Nigerians that like sentiments and they just play to gallery and make noise. Boo, boo, boo. Tomorrow they will go and be dancing Laho and others on the internet. We don't really have deep thinkers again in our system. So where am I heading to, one man? So I don't take these people serious. Ali Dume coming out, Tambua coming out, Bala Mohammed and all those guys coming out. Well, good for Tinubu if he can still keep them in his camp. But as far as I'm concerned, if they want to form all their group and they want to find a way to go, if it's going to be good for Nigeria, it's just bad Redians, let them leave. The extremists, as far as I'm concerned, they don't really mean well for the country. After all, they were the gangs who brought all the Fulani killers into the country. And they said it themselves, right? On full glance of camera, they told us how they got
Benny. Yes, I agree with you totally with all you said now. But there is one man we are not talking about. I want to hear your view about him, the vice president. Is he complicit in all of this or is not?
No, I don't think so. I've expressed my opinion about vice president, I think about 4 days ago or 3 days ago when I came here. And what I've seen about the vice president is this. First, the vice president of Nigerian presently is not a Fulani man. Don't forget. It's a Kanuri man. There's always this rival between the Kanuris and the Fulanis. It is historical. And what is the history behind it? If I'm correct, the history behind it is that the Kanuris believe that they had Islam before the Fulanis, particularly in the Borno Aziz. The Fulani came through Hutman Danfodio and they took over that space, but they couldn't conquer the Kanuris. So they went down to the Sokoto, that is the western part, and took over and established their caliphate. But they couldn't still conquer the Kanuris. So the Kanuris still believe that they are the original ones in terms of religious piety and everything around that space. Hence, this rivalry that always exists between the two. And then when it comes to leadership, in fact, if you go to Borno, for instance, if a Kanuri man is leading a prayer, as long as they are finishing that prayer, even if you force a Fulani man to be there, he will still go and do his own prayer separate. He will still find a way to go and repeat that prayer. Same goes vice versa. So they have this rivalry. So the way I see Shetima is this. First, I don't see him, I think he doesn't want to outshine his master. He's keeping his head low, and possibly he has an agreement probably with the president. And I don't think he's the one anointed to succeed the president. I don't think so. And I don't think he has issue with that. That's my thinking. I'm not a politician, so I may not be able to read their body language. And by the way, I always believe that sometimes when we do some analysis, politicians will just sit and be laughing, because sometimes they have their own way of doing things, and they like us analyzing some things in ignorance sometimes. So they feel, oh, they are throwing something outside there. Let them be showing it while we are cooking our own things here. So I just like keeping my own analysis simple and think about. So that's what I think about what Shetima is doing presently. But those gangs that are actually ganging up, look at them, just look at them round. You realize that they are the same gangs of people. The El-Rufai, same gang. The Aliu Ndume, same gang. Although I won't put Aliu Ndume in that bracket, I say Aliu Ndume as somebody within the house, but just making noise to get more. All right. The Aliu Ndume, same gang. The Bala Mohammed, same gang. And you find them around that houses. They are the one making noise in that place. But unfortunately, something that is slipping out from their hands is the North Central. They know they don't have the grasp of the North Central again. They will be able to get their Northwest and probably part of the Northeast, but not the entirety of the Northeast. So I think when you look at it, that's the problem they are having in that houses. And I don't think, for Tinubu, you may still need them in 2027, depending on his own political permutation. But as far as I'm concerned, as average Nigeria, I don't see any reason why we should be troubled with whatever is their grievance about. I believe
No,
that
Ogbeni, this is why I'm troubled, because as a vice president, I think his first thought will be his state. He should have control of his state. Look at the three senators from his state, for instance, Ali Ndume, Monguno, and then Kakalawan. And you can see these people are dissidents, as far as I'm concerned, even including the governor.
Zulu.
So if you are the vice president, if peradventure, God forbids it, something happened to the president today, you take over the reins of power. And you cannot exert influence, if not even power, influence at least on these four key men that come from your state, so to serve the purpose of the party. That is why I question his loyalty. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's do it this way. Let's put a time on it, just so we move it around. So we do 7 minutes. We'll start it off now. So you have 7 minutes, and then we'll do it that way. Yeah, carry on.
Okay, that's fine. What other news do you want me to speak about? I've spoken about.
Yes, we were talking about so there's the article El-Rufai, Malami, etc. And what my reading is that the CPC are about to move out of the APC thing. So that's essentially the North moving out of the APC something. So what does that mean for Tinubu? And then Mahmood Yakubu, he's signaling then that this year will be his last tenure as INEC chairman. So before the end of this year, he is gone. So what stops Tinubu from appointing somebody of his own ethnic stock, just as we saw Buhari do in 2015? So we were talking about that as well, and we're talking about the ambassadorial list, which comes out hopefully sometime next week, and with some funky names like Fani Kayode, Omokri, etc., etc. So those sort of spaces.
Okay. Thank you, Woma. I'll spend just 2 minutes on this issue. I've spoken about the ambassadorial list. We'll be waiting for when the full list is out. Maybe by then we'll be able to make a detailed comment or a better informed comment on it. But I remember my take on that the last time I spoke was particularly on Femi Fani-Kayode, and I said Femi Fani-Kayode is not known for corrupt practices in what we know him for. What we know Femi Fani-Kayode for is first, he's a man of double identity. He speaks from both sides of his mouth depending on who he's speaking for and the time he's speaking. We all know that. But when it comes to intelligence, you can't take that away from him. When it comes to having a good background in terms of schooling and training, you can't take that away from him. His understanding of international relations and affairs, you can't take it away from him. Those things you can't take away from Femi Fani-Kayode. And so, if they are offering him ambassadorial position, yes, it's food for the boys. That's what really cares about you is an ambassador anyway. People that live outside the country, they are self-reliant and independent. Nobody chase after any ambassador to come and feed you or anything. So I don't see those positions as serious positions. In all countries, there are positions they give to politicians. So I don't know reasons why people make noise about that. And I realize Ali Ndume also make some noise about that in his recent interview with is he Aniogolu or Kimbalo, one of them. And I was talking about the percentage of the Southwesterners. And I've said it here before. I remember initially when Kulata and some people were raising it back then. I said, no, this thing is not real. Why do we have like making noise? Oh, it's only Yoruba, it's only Yoruba. Sometimes it's only Lagosian and it's appointing. Go and check the statistic. Okay, the statistic came out now, and at the end of the day, you realize that 50 something percent is with the North. So sometimes our medias don't really do deep analysis. I was expecting a new goal. I know he won't do it anyway. He's one of those obedient guys that they just use opportunity of having a platform on a media platform to just um, you know should project their narratives. I was expecting a new goal
But
if
Oboni, did you listen to Alindume when he was listing the names of those appointments?
he didn't list it now. He just brought a list. He brought a list to the
He
station.
brought the list, but the ones he mentioned that we are to be Yorubas, did he make a mistake? He
No,
mentioned
so
even Buhari own, even better than Tinubu own. So
yes,
most of the
okay.
major positions, he mentioned them both task, everything, major thing you can say that is an appointment in the Nigerian space. They are all Yorubas. So forget that about that. Even the list you talked about, we are even denied the government the governing body also believe that they made some mistake also in their own
Okay.
list. So
So
that percentage they are even giving is not even
Ekene. So
talking
let's take
about.
it
So
from
he made it. When
okay.
he was, I wish one man would have bring the end of that discussion with a walking ballet. Then you listen to his own argument, and you know that it beat the government argument hands down.
Okay, Ekene. Let's look at it from this angle. How many parastatals and MDGs do you think Nigeria have? Can
That
you
must
answer?
be it must be in the thousands.
Thank you. Do you know who are the DGs? Do you know who are the chairmen? Do you know how many people they've appointed to board? That's the problem with Nigerians. We don't do statistics. Even
See,
when
let
I
me
look,
tell you, Obedi, let me tell you, as far as I'm concerned as a Nigerian,
yeah.
there are positions that are looking to be major positions in this country.
Okay,
That when
what's
you
your
appoint
definition?
people,
What's your
when you
definition of
appoint people, you understand? It's just
so
like when you talk about policing, when you talk about army, when you talk about custom, when you talk about taxes, those areas, when you talk about those as in finance, you talk about
The
CVN.
the chief of defense staff is a northerner. The
No,
national security advisor is a
you could
northerner.
have let him land, one man.
Let me finish. Now. Let
But
me
you know,
finish.
Nigerians,
That doesn't. I'm saying my. So when you talk about the army, you talk about the police, you
yes.
talk about the custom, you talk about the finance, you talk about the CBN. These are the position. Most of those positions you are talking about, parastatal and all that. No, I don't even know their function. You
Now,
understand? I don't know their function.
now,
I'm talking of the people
now,
that I know. I read in the news that affect the society every day.
okay, okay. Can I speak now? So your understanding of how the government runs is not comprehensive enough. I'm sorry to say it. When you say major positions, your understanding of major position is not complete. What do you mean by major position? You start with the presidency. You start with the three arms of government, right? What are the three arms of government we have? Your judiciary, your executive, and legislature. If you come to the judiciary, you have your CJN, right? Your CJN is there, and then you have justices of the Supreme Court. They are all equal. The CJN becomes the administrative head by seniority. Nobody shares it. It's not about trial. The only thing they shares in that place is the seat. How many seats do you have in the Supreme Court? Is everybody occupying it? When Tinubu got to that power, he has appointed 11 justices to that Supreme Court, and majority of them are from Southeast. Although they've come to occupy the position, the empty position from the Southeast, okay, that will be emptied over the time, which Buhari refused to appoint. All right, he came to appoint them, and he has appointed them to that power. Nobody is making any noise about that. That's judiciary. Judiciary settled. There's nothing like lopsided appointment in judiciary. Let's say legislation. Legislation is a major harm. But in the legislature, can you say there's anything lopsided? The answer is no. The man who is heading the Senate is from South South, right? And the next man to him is from Kaduna. That's Barao Jubril, used to be my client. That's the next to him. And then you have Okoyemi Bamidele and all those leaders there, they led. And then you have the minority leader who, by circumstance, they must be minority because of the position they took in the last election. And so you have it divided in a balanced way there, right? That is it. You go to the House of Rep, all right? That is for legislature. Okay, come to the presidency. You have the president from Southwest. Who is next to the president? The vice president. The vice president is on the Northeast, right? Then, after the vice president, who else? You have your secretary to the government of the federation. It's not from Southwest, right? Then after that, you have your chief of staff from Southwest.
But chief
Then
of staff is not a political position as far as I'm concerned.
I know.
Yes,
In fact,
I was wondering why they were making a fuss about Gbajabiamila.
It's like a personal assistant to the president.
Exactly. That's how I saw
generally you don't even go for a stranger to be your chief of staff. Your chief of staff must be
You
somebody
can
very
even choose your wife to be your chief
I
of
can
staff.
even choose
So
my
be it.
husband to be my chief of staff. Okay, when you leave the chief of staff, what others do you jump to? You jump to the cabinet itself. The constitution stipulates how many you must pick from a state in cabinet. Is there any state complaining in Nigeria? The answer is no. Every state have their representative in Nigeria. The only space I see that I don't think they have representative presently in this cabinet is FCT. I don't think they have any. And the man pick somebody from South South to come and be the
Burning, they
minister
have
of FCT. Oh, FCT has, you
they
see.
have Gozo,
And I think that was the first time, because under Buhari, I remember that
the Minister of Special Duties.
a guy under Buhari, now late, what's this lawyer's name? He was the first lawyer from either Igede or Buhari back then. One like sickle cell like this. That guy took Buhari to court that there must be a minister from FCT. He got judgment, but Buhari did not obey that judgment. But Tinubu got there and appointed a minister from FCT. At least pick one from that axis. And then pick somebody from South South for the first time, from the southern part, to come and be FCT minister. How much balanced appointment can you have than that? Okay, wipe that off. And the next question I ask you is this. After that, you go to service chiefs now, right? Who are the service chiefs? Are they all from South South? The answer is no. You have your defense, you have your army, you have your navy, and you have of your air force. They are all spread across the region. Then when you leave that, you come to police. Yes, Egbetokun from the southwest, But do you know how many DIGs we have and how many AIGs we have? How many do you have from Southwest? Okay, put them to one side. Go to NDLEA. Is the person in NDLEA from Southwest? Okay, let's put your answer. Let's go to parastatals. I ask you the question, how many parastatals do you think we have in Nigeria? You said you don't know. And you want to do analysis on lopsided appointments. So one man, plus or minus, my own is this. You see these 30 cents, they are not politically motivated because I've seen some statistic coming from them that is against government, so many. So if they are bringing this out, although I don't know the source of their statistic, but I like dealing with statistics. If anybody is talking of loss, and that's why I said I accuse Aniogolo and Okinbaloye. They should have projected what Ali Ndume brought to their station. Project it and make sure that it includes all those parastatals and all those boards and everything that the man has made. NAMA, NAMSA, NIMC, NDNSC, PTD, all the appointments that they've done so far. And project it and let us show their region. And come and tell me how appointment will be more in South than the North, when North has more states in Nigeria. So it's the usual noise. We've always been hearing it. A dominant this thing, bad wagon argument, general AC generalization, they'll make all those fallacies. By the end of the day, go deeper, you see there's no deep thinking behind the thing. That's the way I see it, one man. I think I will conclude on this and let's move to the next person. Thank you for having me.
Do you want to give us a little flavor on Mahmood Yakubu before we go on to Man of Prestige?
Okay, now.
Ogbeni, let me add to this. Yeah, I have a statistic here. During Jonathan period, the top 10, this is from Arise, opponent TV stations. During Jonathan, top 10, Northwest had multiple, South, where Jonathan come from, had multiple, followed by Southeast, fewer top positions. Southwest had none. Northeast had none. North Central, not specified. Then they went to the list. The thing is, I am not impressed with the way even presidency is handling these issues. It is very, very embarrassing for the presidency to release a list and retracted that they made an error. What is SSG, SFG, Secretary to the Federal Government? What is it doing? The chief of staff, all this, it is embarrassing. This is exactly what we'll experience during the ineptitude during the Jonathan, which repeatedly said in Buhari. I never expected this type of a thing to also happen in the Tinubu government. So let us, we are Tinubu goofed. Let us admit that they didn't do well. So you can continue.
Okay, thank you. I agree with you. They made mistake, and I don't expect that. I wonder why they have people, SAPA, and all these people that are collecting money, collecting salaries, and you can't look at your list. But the problem I have is I've not even seen this list, and I've searched everywhere in the media. I've not seen the list they are all talking about. So I don't know why they are correcting what we have not even seen. Those that have seen it,
I'll forward it to you. It's
okay, you see the list.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. That means I'm behind in terms of that news. So that said, Mahmood Yakubu has done well. I think it's time for him to bow out. He has conducted 2 elections. He conducted 2019, right? And he conducted 2023 election. So it's time for him to leave. And talking about who to appoint, I've heard from some quarters and people say, Tinubu could appoint somebody from Southwest. And some said, why will he appoint someone from Southwest? When you look at the law that established that thing, it doesn't tell you where exactly you should appoint anybody from. as far as they are concerned, what the law stipulates in terms of the appointment of the INEC is basically the discretion of the president, and that's why I always agree with Adewale Adebayo. Although he's derailing now, he's derailing. I don't know what's wrong with him. I hope he will find his feet back on track.
Politics have to change now with the way that his party they are trying to subsume his party. So his politics has to change.
I don't expect him, as somebody I know him for, or maybe project himself to be. I don't expect him to be praising El-Rufai the way he went out there and be praising El-Rufai the last time. If he's coming to join your party, just keep your cool, wait for him. Just all out everywhere praising Buhari. But El-Rufai doesn't have that pedigree that you are just brandishing around. Yes, he was a very good FCT minister. Yes, and so somebody who insecurity was festing in his place throughout. Many district head from Southern Kaduna were paying under his this thing in very suspicious circumstances. And you are coming out and you are from the southern part of the country and you are coming to be praising that kind of person. I don't know where it's derailing. I just believe it's derailing, and I hope he will find his feet and find his path back to the right track. But where I just want to borrow from his word is that chapter 2 of the Constitution, which I believe, which is our fundamental objectives in Nigeria, which I believe if we can make those objectives as enforceable in Nigeria, so that we can hold the presidency accountable, and for any appointment they're going to make or any policy they're going to roll out. Until we do that, there's nothing anybody can do about appointment. It's just basically with the discretion of the president. He can pick anybody. He can even pick somebody from his village. That's the point. He can pick anybody from his village.
Would you recommend that he picks a Southwesterner for? I'm not sure. Have you ever had a Southwesterner as INEC chairman before?
Maybe Fedeco days. Who was the guy in Fedeco? I don't know. Anyway,
I don't think we have, So there's an argument to.
Well, we need to check. One need to check, because sometimes in Nigeria we just need to. We like throwing history without checking the historical record. There's a possibility, probably in the Fedeco days, we don't know. But that said, he can pick from anywhere as the law allows him. But I will expect him to show fairness in terms of looking to other places. I think Mahmood Yakubu is coming from Northwest, right? So possibly this time around, he should look at maybe South. You can pick somebody from South, or look at even
definitely not anybody from the north, and maybe not from the southeast because of Peter Obi. Maybe
it doesn't matter.
You don't want somebody that will go and do blood is thicker than water there.
No, it doesn't matter. Last, I know what they did for. What's this guy? This one that they burn on his property in the southeast. Joe Igbokwe. They will just go and do Joe Igbokwe style for the guy in southeast. He will hide in Lagos. That's the treatment they will just give the person.
Somebody saying Annie in Fedeco 1979.
You see now.
Yes, that's correct. Michael Ani, who later became Abacha's finance minister.
You see now. He from Southwest, right?
No, Ani's from Calabar, but he grew up practically in Lagos.
Francis Ani, okay.
Southwest has never held that position.
So that window opens. Okay. So that'll be interesting, actually. And then we have the census coming up.
And again, one man, please take note. Every president, even head of state, nobody has ever appointed any.
Sorry for that misinformation.
From his region,
it was Tony Ani that was Abacha's finance minister, not Michael Ani.
Yeah. Yes, I said, mind you, no any president, city president, even during military, none of them has ever appointed an INEC chairman from their region, except Buhari that did otherwise.
Okay, Wama, I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Move the conversation and take it in the direction of man of prestige. And then from prestige, I was going to go to you, Baba, but with your permission, maybe we'll go to Ekene, who is already talking about his.
Oh, sure. No problem, woman.
All right. Man of prestige, you're up next. To the conversation, your contribution.
Yeah, greeting everybody.
Good
Nice
afternoon.
nice to be on the platform. Um, I think I have some of the topics. Sorry for my reason. And I was listening to you all yesterday, but I was in the flight that time, going back to going back to California. I had some of the commentary you all was talking about. I was unable to come in. Most of the time I was in the plane anyway. Having said that, I was in the southern part of Georgia. So, and you all was talking about the reason why I tuned in, I was so much taken aback by the conversation between you and Solly. So that kind of reminisced to me what I was actually going on with me on Wednesday, because I normally travel, Sunday to Florida. So when you was talking about Elephant Project, I have some of those issues going on in with me, some of my project that I had in Savannah. So that's why I kind of reminisce about what's going on in Nigeria, and it kind of dawned on to me, say, hey, I'm going through this right now, because the project that I embarked in, it wasn't what I expected. But anyway, that's another story. So having said that, that's the main reason why I jumped in order to, because of what you was talking about yesterday, and I was listening to the later part of it. Patoski and some other people was talking about how great Nigeria has become, and there was a dialogue here. People were saying, "Is Nigeria better?" I think that come from Trump Daddy, and he was on the opposite side that Nigeria is not better than it used to be, and so most of the people here are saying that Nigeria has improved. Nigeria is in a better place than they used to be. So, but anyway, that's another story. So I'm going to start from the later part of this conversation, which has to do with the appointment, before I move to the Tinubu side and the El-Rufai and whatever they are doing. So let me start from the appointment. To be honest, the way I look at Nigerian space, appointment is the presidential prerogative. He can do whatever he wants. I mean, I'll give an example. Look at him. And the difference is that we are very tribalistic people. So that's make it different. In America, Trump appointed the juicy position, almost about 15, of his cabinet, they are from Florida. But the juicy position like the chief of staff, national security, and, the foreign affairs, Marco Rubio, and most of them are from Florida. So that's on the president, discreet to, to appoint whomever he wants to appoint. So nobody in America is quarreling about that. People have just said, "Oh, he appointed a lot of people from Florida, most of the juicy position." But in Nigerian case, it's kind of different because of we are very tribalistic people. It doesn't really matter to me who you appoint. I mean, I'll be honest. All- I'm a businessman in Nigeria. The only time it's going to matter to me, I'll be very honest, if it's somebody that's related to me that's from Imo or somebody, that I can get a contract, then I will be so, okay, maybe, this person can favor me, but it doesn't matter where I come from, Imo, River, wherever. They're not going to do anything they're not going to do anything they're not permitted to do. I mean, look at the Minister of Work. I mean, all this project, that's going on all over the country. Which one of you is coming from the southeast? None. Is that mediocre second Niger bridge? I don't know if anybody has been there. That's nothing. It's just a bridge to pass. It does not. I don't see the benefit in the southeast in terms of economical benefit, transportation like railway and other kind of things. There's none over there. So I'm not really. I didn't come here to talk about whether Southeast is marginalized. That's not my main. But I was just talking about it. It doesn't really matter where you come from. That is going to benefit you. Look at during Buhari time. Didn't he appoint everybody from the north? Is Katsina not one of the poorest state up to today? Up to I think they're ranked number 5 or 6. The last time I look in the whole country. You know, are they not one of the poorest state in the Nigeria? So it's like what is going on right now. If you're sometimes we need to call a spade a spade. We know what started the civil war because of the claim that Igbos were dominant. And actually look at it, read it. That's a true statement. It shouldn't have been. They were dominant. It's not because they are one of the most educated at that particular time, Yoruba, Igbo, or something like that, But what happened is because of the alliance they have with the Northerners. So the Northerners were very educated. So that's why they gave the Igbos or most of the whole position. If you look at all the whole apparatus, from so even University of Ibadan, that was the first university in West Africa. The first chairman was from Igbo. Is it not because of the government they put him there? I'm not saying he's not really educated. So this nepotism that has happened. It's not just from Tinubu. But when are we going to stop it? Why not competent people? I'm not saying the people that he appointed is not competent, just because of we being a very tribalistic people. It should have been balanced. Okay, I heard about what you're talking about. Some people say 55 north, 45 south, or the one in Dume came out with 71 to 63. It's about the juicy position. I can go Barbados right now and start giving you if that's what you're going to. You're just call a spade a spade. It's okay. Tinubu gave most of the juicy appointment to the Southwest. It's not going to benefit you unless you have a relationship with them. I don't know who has a relation. That's the only people. It's not going to benefit anybody from Southwest. Let me tell you. But you have to call it. The juicy appointment went to the Southwest. It is what it is. It don't make any difference to me. So, like I said, even after the judicial appointment, all of them go to my state. When I make a statement, I have to be. I'm only after my state, not even from Southeast. It's not going to benefit me unless I'm in a business, somebody that I know, that's going to benefit me with my business. That's the only way I can even think about it. But it doesn't really matter. So, if I can go list by list right now, the juicy position are for the Southwest. Call it what it is, and nobody, nobody's gonna do it. Nobody's gonna. It's not gonna bother anybody, and nothing is gonna happen. So we all come in here try to, I don't know, try to make excuse for what it is. You want me to go by list by list, and it's way specified here. I know, and the North has more, but what kind of how many positions? Can I go with the police? Can I go with the custom? Can I go with the new NMPC? I mean everything. Finance, police, even the chief of army staff. The CJ is everywhere. It is what it is. So this is the way I see it. But you all can see how you see it. But I myself, I'm gonna call it what it is. That's how we are in Nigeria. We are very tribalistic. Another president when they come in the next time, they're gonna they're gonna appoint people from their own state instead of aligning by competence or you know try to patronize everybody by competency. I don't really believe you know you giving anybody because of you're not qualified, just like somebody from was the most educated state from Ugu state, score about 300 in WAEC, and you're not gonna give that person the reward that merited to me. You go to somebody from the northeast or whatever, maybe that score only about 100. You give them the position. What is that supposed to be? I don't see the equity there. It's about competence. That's just how I look about what's going on in Nigeria. We can't get out from this where we are right now. It's not going to help Nigeria. But this is where we are. I just wanted people to call a spade a spade. It's just like black and white. It's very clean. Nobody's disputing that. Forget about all those kind of appointment. Whether from you give South 20 something southeast, whatever. I don't know how many is it left or whatever it is, but it doesn't really matter. It's about the juicy position. That's what people are talking about. Let's just say, okay, this is it. The Southwest has the juicy position. It is what it is. So let's move on. I wanted some honesty. Forget about sentiment. We all have sentiment. There's no doubt about it. But sometimes we need to be factual to ourselves. That's the way I see it. So having said
Hold on,
that,
hold on,
yeah.
Prestige, please, before you move back, I just want to understand what you're saying. Are you saying our current president, which is what the past administration and president did, are you saying he's only electing people who are from his tribe and not people who are competent to hold the position? Is that what you're saying, sir?
Okay. Let me make it clear. Going by going by people, acquisition of knowledge, intellectual, or whatever they acquire from, the kind of school they went and everything. Yeah, most of the people in Tinubu in Tinubu cabinet, Yeah, in terms of that, they are qualified. I'm not disputing that, but the reason why I'm commenting on this is because some people are having a half truth. They are very economical with the truth. Instead of calling it what it is, that that the juicy. I'm talking about the juicy positions. You know what I mean by juicy position? Important position. Every state
No, I
has.
don't understand what you mean by juicy position. Give me a point. Like, give me those critical positions you think should be appointed by qualification and not by tribal. Give me an example so that our
Okay,
viewers will
okay.
understand
I'm
what
going
you're
to give you an example. The CBN governor, the chief of army staff, the police, the custom, the NMPC. Those are an example of duty position. You can't dispute that. I mean, it's pretty much all Yorubas. Forget about when they say somebody from, like the guy they just appointed that is from Kwara State. I mean, Kwara State is a Yoruba state. So let's call it what it is. It's just like you appointing somebody from okay, let me go back to the one that I know. Somebody from the southeast. Maybe he's from Delta State, or maybe some Igbo in Edo, because he has an Igbo name within that area. So doesn't that make him an Igbo, or somebody from Asaba in Delta State? Doesn't that make him an Igbo regardless of his geographical location? That's what people are complaining. And if I have to go list by list, most of the juicy positions, I mean, important position in Nigeria, a lot. Maybe I can say about 70% of the important position, are being handled. Maybe that's overblown. At least 60 are being handled by the Yorubas. I'm not basing on, and I'm not saying Southwest, because there are more Yoruba state than just Southwest. Para State is a Yoruba state. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. The juicy positions. We are very tribalistic person. And I just gave an example about Florida. Nobody cares that Trump ponted most of the juicy position, in Florida. Nobody cares. Because people that in Florida, they migrated from state to state. So it doesn't matter. Just because of our nature, where we are, in order to balance things up, that's why it matter. That's why people are complaining. But there's nothing you can do. I'm not saying Tinubu is not the first person. After all, if you look at, Buhari was even worse. And I gave you example of during the early 1960s, one of the problem we had in the Civil War was the Igbos, being dominant in every position at that particular time. And I give you the reason why they ascended to that, position, because of their alliance with we did not, because of course the North were not educated. So the Igbos occupied that position. But it shouldn't be because of who we are. It should have only based on it should have only based on competent. But we are not that kind of we are not that kind of people. We are not like the Western country. We're not like America. We are actually we based on competence. It doesn't matter what state the person come from. But we are not there yet. Maybe we will get there until we get there one day. So that's why I think things should have at least been balanced. And I repeat again, it is the president prerogative to pick up whomever he wants. But sometimes we have to understand where we are coming from. You
Man
know,
of prestige. Can I
yes.
just say something?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, the problem I have, it's it's always good for us to say things based on how we say it. All those
Can
positions.
I ask who is speaking? Larry, is that you speaking? I just want to know who is speaking so our viewers know. Is that you,
Yeah,
Larry?
this is Larry.
Okay,
Go
welcome to
ahead.
the
I'm
show. I
listening.
just want to know.
Okay. So the thing is this. You see, we keep shouting juicy, juicy position. And I asked you something.
Mhm.
Can you name one of those juicy position and name a position similar to that is being held by the same ethnic group?
By what?
By the
What's
same
the
ethnic.
last thing you said?
Yeah, let's start like this. You said CBN, right?
Yeah. I
Okay.
told you, I give you at least
So
five an example. I
wait,
say CBN, the chief
wait,
of army staff, the
wait,
police.
wait.
You know.
Let's pick it one by one.
Okay,
CBN,
let's go with
right?
CBN.
So which agency is closer to CBN? Let's say CBN is handling the finance. Let's talk about SEC.
You say which one is closer
Let's talk
to
about
see?
SEC.
No, let's talk about the Minister
No,
of
no, wait,
Finance.
wait.
What about the
Let-
Minister of Finance?
no.
Is
Let's
a
not talk.
Yoruba
I
man
don't.
too
No,
now.
I don't want to go to. I don't want to go to ministries. I want to talk about.
Okay,
But
okay, let's
no,
analyze what you're talking about.
no, but I think he's trying to pull a fast one on you, Prestige.
No, no, it's
Yeah.
okay. It's okay.
No, no,
You
no,
know, it's okay with
no,
me.
no.
Larry,
Let's
it's okay with me.
One man, if
one
Larry
man.
push back, you don't get to tell Larry how to push back. Let Larry push back on man of
Go ahead,
prestige.
Larry.
No,
Yes.
I think Larry is trying to pull a fast one on
It
Prestige.
doesn't
He,
matter.
Then
He
just
can
he,
pull a
allow,
fast.
he,
allow
he,
it
It
to
doesn't
happen.
make any
That's
He
difference.
the
said he
problem I
can
have.
handle it, so allow it to
oh,
happen.
When we talk,
oh,
let's
okay.
talk based on facts.
Okay.
Yes, let's talk based on facts. You talk about CBN, and I talk about SEC, Security and Exchange Commission. I talk about NDIC. Those are things that are related to CBN. You talk about police.
NISA too. NISA.
No, wait. Let's because it's always good, right? When you want to put things, make it apple for apple. You talk about police. Yeah, let's say the police is a Yoruba man. Who is the chairman of the police commission? Is he a Yoruba man?
It doesn't matter, but they are
Wait,
all
no, 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 no. I want you
under the
to
Inspector General
wait,
of Police.
wait. No, no,
It
no, no,
doesn't
no.
matter.
Lali, that
Police
narrative you want,
commission.
I mean, that
we know what
analysis is trying to put is
that
not jabbing. I mean,
narrative
we are not
you want to push
Larry.
here to
People
defend
Hold
here,
him,
on,
hold
wait,
to
on,
wait,
defend what
wait,
you
hold
want
on.
to defend.
man of
Can
People
you?
prestige.
here,
Doesn't hold
everybody
anyone.
here, we are not none of us,
Hold on.
none of
Can
us
We
we
are
were
not
born
That's
done.
not.
man
yesterday.
of
I
prestige
mean, none of
started?
us were born today.
Yes,
We're all
okay,
born
man of
yesterday.
prestige, wait.
You
Is
know, that the important position there is
no, mute
the head
yourself
of
or
police.
mute
Can you
So
wait
any
and let
narrative
me
you want to
talk?
push there is just
Ekene, mute yourself.
I
Ekene,
don't
you
know what you
handle.
want to.
Ekene,
What
mute
is your
Ignorance.
yourself.
problem, like Ekene?
No, Ekene, mute yourself. Man of prestige asked Larry. Larry asked man of prestige for a pushback. And this is the problem we have on this platform. And we wonder why Africa is where it is. Allow yourself when that person gives you permission to speak. Man of prestige is the one speaking, and Larry asked for permission, and man of prestige acknowledged Larry. So it's not your turn to speak. Man of prestige, allow Larry to give his pushback, allow him to land, then you can pick it up from there. Please.
Thank you, Adama. Go ahead, Larry.
Okay. You talk about police. I talk about police commission. I talk about NSCDC, right? I talk
Mhm.
about
NDLE.
immigration. I talk about prisons. I talk about
NDLE.
NDLEA, right? That's that.
Okay.
Every
So
ministry, see, wait.
go ahead, go ahead.
You talk about NNPC. I talk about DPR. I talk about some other things that are closer to NNPC. But most times when you pick something, I always like it when you make it apple for apple. Look at things that are similar to that thing. You talk about army, I talk about navy,
Air Force.
I talk about air force,
Chief of
I talk
Defense Intelligence.
I talk about defense intelligence.
Chief of
So
Defense.
it's always easy to pick one thing and for you to base your argument
NSA.
based
Don't
on that,
forget NSA.
right? So, but when you pick one thing, look at something similar to it, put them side by side. If it's the same thing, then that's when you have a balanced argument. Thank you.
I think the problem I have, like I stated earlier, it doesn't really make a difference to me because I'm not going to benefit anything from, from any of these, whether it's come from south east or south or whatever. It doesn't make any difference to me, But I was just trying because of the nature of who we are. Yeah, I saw I saw the way you tried to play it, but the the way I look at it in my own prison, I'm speaking, from man of prestige prison, what I consider to be a important position in Nigeria. As some of them are subordinate, and you just name about three or four, some, in different areas, like you said, the chief, the army staff, you mentioned some of them, and the NNPC. Yeah, there's people behind them, the board and all that kind of things. But in terms of overall, I'm looking at the way Nigeria look at things. They're not going to be looking at all what he said, whether it's, whether they are different or they're a little, of the same parallel. They have their, they have their own faith when it comes to, Nigeria.
You,
Nigeria look at
man of
the chief of
prestige,
army staff and it's and go
man of
ahead.
prestige, please. In all these things he mentioned, maybe when it comes to police, who give the order? Is he not the IG of police? That Yoruba man. That
That
was
is
her
my
point.
point.
So
But
I don't even know.
I don't really want to labor about
Anyway,
this
I
because I
don't
don't
even
want to
want to
labor
argue that.
what
It's
I
not
don't
going
think make,
to.
I was just trying to, I was, hold on. I was just making a general statement the way I see it. And that's the way, that's why I'm just making that statement. I just wanted people to call it what it is and we
Man
move
of
on. It
Prestige.
doesn't matter.
Man of
Tinubu
Prestige.
is not the first person to do it.
Man of Prestige, please.
I
Let
go
me
back to
say
early
something.
1960 when the Igbo was dominant. That happened through that time.
Man of Prestige.
Agiron did the decree he did,
Can I
which
say
was
something?
nonsense. He did the same thing.
Man of
So,
Prestige. Man of
yeah,
Prestige. Can I say something?
go ahead.
Yes, I think you should try and calm down and understand what Larry is trying to bring out here, so that we
I
don't use.
understood what Larry was trying
I'm
to
coming.
say.
Let me try to use 1 second, so that we don't use one big brush to paint this thing. You came, your narrative initially was like, oh, you don't really care, but later you try to paint some of us who try to analyze it based on statistics and figures, like, oh, we are just being hypocrite. If you play back, you see your words, and somebody.
I didn't use any. I didn't call you a callous.
No,
Why are you putting that in my?
hypocrisy is what you use. You can play back later and see, but let me just quickly go for that. But that's what you use. That's the word you use. And somebody is trying to set the record straight that look at what I think is wrong with your narrative. You believe that chief of army is juicy, but you blind yourself from chief of naval, you blind yourself from chief of air force, you blind yourself from chief of defense, you blind yourself from the national security advisor, you blind yourself of chief of defense intelligence. These are all juicy positions if your logic is that chief of army is juicy. So if you blind yourself from those five, then what makes chief of army juicy and does not make those five juicy? And those five are
Okay,
not five from
okay.
south.
The five is just named.
Yes.
Does those five go? Does those five go to a particular? Just go. Does it go to one tribe? Let's
No,
put it on tribe.
they all
Does it
spread.
go to one tribe? But I
They all
can name at
spread.
least about 7 of them
No, they all
that
spread.
went to the
Let me,
Yoruba tribe.
no, let me mention it. That's security. NSA is Ribadu, right? That's southeast. Army is southwest. Navy is southeast. Air Force is north. CD is north. Do you see it?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
So,
Did you
so,
say
so,
the chief of army? The
man
chief
of
of army
prestige,
staff
man of
is
prestige.
what?
It's
He's a
Can you
Yoruba
southwest.
man right
understand?
now.
I
Olufemi
said
Oluyedede.
southwest. Listen now.
Okay, Ogbeni, can I ask you a
It's
question? I
southwest.
want
Chief
us
of
to be,
Naval
can I have
is southeast.
patience?
Chief of Air
Ogbeni, I
Force
want you to
is
be,
north.
please, sir.
CD is north. NSA is
Ogbeni, can you
northeast.
listen to what I'm saying, please, for a
Yes,
second?
I'm listening to you.
Are you trying to say that who the presidents have nominated is not based on ethnicity, the Yoruba ethnicity? Is that what you're saying? Because we have presidents that have done it over and over. So is that
No,
what you're trying to convince us is not? Let me understand where
get,
you're coming from.
get my position. My position is this.
Also, let me just add this as well to because I was saying that Larry was trying to pull a fast one, and I think Ogbeni will be joining him there. For all of those places that you are listing, if you
Yeah,
look at the armed forces,
yeah.
the central piece, the potency of the armed forces is it's not the navy or the air force, it's the army. So that's the jewel in the crown. If you're looking at internal security, the real potency of it is the police and then the customs, all of these things. So I think that's what they mean by duty appointments. So
No,
that's not to
Exactly.
say
Oma.
That's what
that,
I mean. You have said
yeah,
it perfectly.
that's
That's what
not,
I mean. But
yeah,
I
Okay, let
mean,
me land.
whether
Oma,
no,
Oma, let me land.
that's not to say that similarly weighted parastatals are spread evenly, but
Okay,
the pearl, the gem in the jewelry is always weighted to the southeast. And it cited several examples. If you go to the financial sector, you're talking SEC and all whatnot. The main focus of finance in Nigeria is CPN, and that goes to the main hub of security in Nigeria is the army. And so I think this is what
okay,
President is.
uh, okay. Oma, you know me. I like going to figures. I don't like generalization. So I don't like rushing things. I'm on security. That's the example he gave.
but we don't have our
I won't
time
go to
but then
finance for
to
now.
go
Except you
through
want to.
to go through all those by list by list. I didn't want to go. I mean,
Oh, so
I have the
you don't
list.
want us to engage, yeah?
I mean, I want you to
So you
get,
don't
but
want
don't
to
take all the
engage
whole
there?
time. You know, we have other people who has to
Let's.
speak too. And I have my
I
time, you know,
don't
I've
just
not spoken on the other subject. Go ahead.
so I don't want to be jumping from one topic to another the way one man want me to do it. I'm not trained that way. I like staying by one point and deal with it. If that's the only thing I deal with, I leave. So we're talking of security, and that's why I said you can't say chief of army is juicy and be blind over others and say they are not juicy. What do when politicians say a position is juicy, what they deal with is the budget that goes to that place. That's their language. When they say someone is juicy, is the power you wear and the money that goes to that place. There is nothing juicy of chief of army staff that national security advisor is not juicer. That's the issue I'm trying to bring out now. During Jonathan time, we all remember Azazi. Azazi was more powerful than even any service chief you find. During Buhari time, during Jonathan's time, this guy, what do you call his name? The one they later picked, Sambo Dasuki, was a very powerful guy. Presently in this government, Ribadu is a very powerful guy, okay, that jump from one place to another. That's the man in charge of NSA. And when you come to the service chiefs, sometimes you pick chief of army. Why do they pick chief of army? Because we are going through insecurity in Nigeria, and those are the foot soldiers there. Chief of defense army is a very strong because the budget that goes to chief of defense army is more. All right. So
But
when
chief
they
of
say
defense is under the chief of armed staff.
no,
I
defense
Ah,
is
mean,
under army, what are you saying? How can you say chief of defense under army?
no. Defense is
Okay,
above all of them.
I give
But
up on you. Okay, I yield the floor. I give up on you.
yeah,
Chief
thank you
of
for me
army
to make for you
staff,
to for,
chief of army staff is merely administrative positions, but
It
chief
doesn't
of
command the troop, the chief of army
yeah,
staff.
is the
One
actual
man is
power
by
is with
budget. It's
the
not the
this
truth.
thing.
It's the money that goes to those departments. That's what politicians
The
call
chief
juice.
of army staff cannot carry out a coup.
It's not about cool. What is one man? Okay, I give up on all of you.
Kò lágbára àti lè
Ogbeni,
release
leave
It's
one
not
gun.
man.
about
Does
Let's
that.
not
come
Kò
back
It's
to
the
you,
lágbára
money
àti
does
lè
Abeg.
that
not
goes
have
there.
power.
That's the juicy thing. The money that they deal with. Do you know what NSA is sitting on?
okay, let me reclaim my time. I mean that's just my personal opinion. In a final, I still believe up to today. It can't, you know, there's nothing anybody's going to say here to convince me. I mean, I've done my own analysis, and that's my conclusion. You know that the Jews staff, you know, we call it what it is. You know, it's more Yorubanization than you know than any other tribe. But like I said, this is not the first time. It's even happened before Buhari time and every, you know, it is what it is. But I'm just talking about the kind of society where we are. We are tribalistic people. It is, you know, you have to do something to balance it. We are not there yet. I don't know when we're going to get there. Hopefully, we can get there. That's what it is. And I said, it's not. It doesn't benefit any particular tribe, wherever their people come from. It's just the people that is there. But in order to balance people, you know, the way people see something in Nigeria, I'm not benefit. I'm not in Nigeria. You know, I don't plan to go live in Nigeria. It's not going to benefit me. So I don't really give a rat about, you know, what's good. But I just have to call it how it is because that is how Nigerian space look at things, and I have to call it the way they look at things. So anyway, having said that, let me say something about the present government and the people in the north, Buhari and some other people, you know, try to come up with their own plan in order to truncate the, you know, this Tinubu administration. I mean, what I'm going to say, I've been seeing what's going on. Yeah, that's part of politics, but in my own opinion, nothing is going to come out of it because if this the Inec chairman leave, it doesn't matter. Tinubu may appoint Yoruba person, he may appoint some Igbo, but he's gonna appoint somebody that's gonna do his bidding. That's just the way we are in Nigeria. That's the way Tinubu is a master politician. He's not a leader, you know. And I've like I said it, he's probably, you know, the most dangerous person ever to occupy the presidency of Nigeria. And I said it here again, I'm going to repeat it. He is, you know, he's very good in that. He's not a leader, but when it comes to politics, yeah, he's a wizard in that area. So there's no way Tinubu going to appoint. Remember this rumor, wherever there's a rumor, it's always a truth to it. You know, we've been talking about the INEC chairman that's going to leave. People thought, you know, the president came back and rebuked, said that's not true. But look at what's happening right now. That is true. Even the ministerial appointment we are talking about, Femi Kayode, Reno, you know, they probably need. There's some relevant to whenever a rumor come from Nigeria. It may not be the complete fact, but there's an example of fact that may be coming up from that area. So, like I'm saying, whatever the Northerners are doing right now, it's always like that. The Southerners doesn't cooperate. When it comes to the Southerners, it has to be Igbo, Yoruba, Edo, or whatever, any other tribe. But in the Northerners, they don't do that. It's all, they think in one. Look at what happened. Is it not what's his name of that Emir of Kanu? When they tried to call him up, didn't the North people, started, going against it, and what happened? They retreat that movement not to call him up. But nothing like that is going to happen in the South. Let's assume, let me use Oba or whatever they call it. You have a lot of Oba in the Southwest. They decide to call any of Oba from Oyo or Obi of nature. The South are not going to, they're not going to make any noise about it. And he's going to go
They
to
they
Abuja,
they they
and answer.
even locked up the ex-wife of the Oni of Ife in Ibadan.
Yeah,
Imagine
so that's
somebody.
my point about what
You know,
I'm saying. I'm just, the problem I have. I'm just tired. The Fulanis think they own Nigeria. It doesn't have to be that way. I'm not a Tinubu
but
fan.
they do own Nigeria
They
though.
do
The
control.
Fulani
I'm
do own
not a
Nigeria.
Tinubu fan, but I'm against whatever, if they try to truncate presidency from winning. I mean, if it is his rightful winning, win the next election, it doesn't have to be known. Whenever they are not in power, they take it to a different level. It has to be them. I mean, they have to do everything possible. This is exactly what they are doing it already. And this is why, in the first one, in the last 2 years or whatever, the insecurity has, dwindled a little bit. Look at what's happening right now. They are using the same method right now, try to destabilize the whole country about all these henchmen and something like I stated the other day. Why is it the only not that the Fulanis has to carry gun? If a Yoruba man carry a gun now, they're going to say he's a thief. A Edo man carry a gun, they're going to say he's a cultist. Igbo man, a terrorist. But the herdsman carry gun. Why do they have that right? Why does it have to be them that has to carry that gun? Did you see all the difference going on? And as of today, let's call it what it is. Nigeria is an Islamic country. So let anybody not come here and sugarcoat what it is. Nigeria is an Islamic country. The Christian doesn't have that much, importance when it comes to Nigerian space. They are all there for nothing. So let me go back to what I'm trying to say, about what they are doing right now. I'm totally against, as far as I'm not Tinubu person. Tinubu is, it's a dangerous, it's a dangerous president. Let me call it what it is. I mean, look at what's going on right now. I've never seen anything going on. I mean, freedom of speech is being suppressed to the highest level. Like, even when I was home, at that time during the military room, I didn't see this much of a suppression, that's going on right now. I mean, look at what happened to Idris, his music, that he just sung about. I think, what's his name? Tell ya, Papa. I mean, why did they ban it? Can anybody tell me why? What? I mean, they're giving this guy right now this music. It's gonna be top. It's gonna be number one right now on the chart. They are giving this guy more oxygen. I mean, what is that people can't speak? And you all come here and tell me that Tinubu is this a Democrat, a Democrat. What Democrat is this? So I don't know. Now, we're in trouble. I don't know where we're gonna go from here. Okay, things are not good in Nigeria, So one man, I mean, you come. I don't know. I mean, I'm not. Too much. I don't put too much stock. Or, I bash you on the chat most of the time, but sometimes it's banter. So I don't put too much stock on your own statement. But it's people like Baba, Obeni that I put stock in what they say, because to me, I think they really mean what they say, whether I like it or not. That's the way I see it. But for you as a moderator, I know what you're trying to do in that regard. So,
And what do you do, man? MOP, what do you do?
what do I do
Are
with
you
Baba?
are you are you not strong on your points too?
Yeah, I'm
You are
strong on
strong
my
on your
point. That's what I
points.
mean by, that's what I mean. One man is. I don't really. That's my own opinion. I don't think he's strong on his point. But you,
No,
when
he
you're
one man
strong
he
on your
just
point when it
kind of
comes to
dribble the
when it
things
comes to
around. I
APC.
can understand that. No doubt about that. I can understand one man's
Yeah, I mean,
position.
I don't have any issue with that, but I'm gonna say, if I have if I have a different opinion on how I think about what you're saying, I'm gonna say it. I'm not gonna miss what about it. But that's why I came here, because different opinion, and it make things, it meant it make conversation go pretty good. Everybody has their own topic, it's not everybody coming here singing the same kumbaya. Different
That's why
opinion.
we all enjoy the platform.
Yeah, make a platform go pretty good. But anyway, that's my own opinion. Like I said, I'm against whatever they are doing over there in the north. Completely
All right.
against it.
All right. Thank you, Presley. Stay with us. I mean, it's a weekend anyway, so we just we ease into it. I think we all know each other for so long now. Well, stay with us at Prestige. We go next to Ekene, and from Ekene to Baba to the star to Larry. I'm going to hand over to Adama to drive it. So, Adama, you drive it, but be very conscious of the time, especially with people waiting for so long. Baba came in early, but Ekene, because he's in Nigeria, his batteries and all that, he always plays that trick on us anyway. That I'm about to say, but so Ekene, you're up next to the conversation. You carry on. A bailout, hand over to Adama, super chat of the day, Lato Reach. Hopefully, 4 more people join him in doing that. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Ekina, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, sir, go ahead. It's your time, 7 minutes.
Okay. Well, I don't really have man. Down what is it they call them? Appointment and all that. I don't really want to speak there. I make Tinubu managing government the way we are manage, and the most important thing now to is just to perform. But I want to I'm happy with what Babajide Sowolu did by awarding that girl that became the best student in this LASU in this school. Awarded her 10 million naira. So I am very happy with
Because
what the governor of Lagos.
she's an Nwosu, right? That's why.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's an Igbo girl. And Babajide didn't look at the tribe and everything. He did what he's supposed to do as a governor. He's building our road now. So I just pray that
I not tell
he
you
will be able
before.
to.
They cry. I not tell you.
The main work, he just the drainage is almost getting completed. So I just pray he
Go to
finish that road
Iba and see
before
the 288 bed hospital too. Go to Iba. Go see the hospital there.
I just pray that he will finish before Shei Tinubu will come.
Go Shea
Uh,
Tinubu. Come carry and go there now.
but before Shei Tinubu will come, I beg him finish our road. I beg. So that is the thing. So I am very happy with Babajide Sanwo-Olu is just he's a calm guy. Nobody will not like him. It's just that the power behind him will not allow him all the Lagos State money to be able to perform more than what he wants to do. He's just an obedient servant, but still, he's still doing his best. So I'm happy with the latest development. So Idris' song has been banned by MBC. Bola Ahmed Tinubu government cannot be criticized. And that's the warning that I'm giving every Nigerian. Don't criticize my government. So whatever we are doing, just accept it as it is. And I
No,
believe many
Ekene,
of
have
them
you
were
listened to the song? Ekene, have you listened to the song?
yeah, I listened to the song.
He
It's a very
mentioned Sheyi Tinubu's name. I think that's bad. That's not good.
Hold on, Kenneth. Baba, what's wrong
Yes,
with
sir.
that?
No, 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 no. The president's son
Uh-huh.
has nothing to do with the presidency. He is not an elected official. Then to
He
be
said, go tell
derogatorily
your papa. Go,
referring
I
to
don't.
him, go tell
Wow.
your papa. Even if
Okay.
wait, man of prestige, Ekene can. I want to hear Ekene's view. Even
Okay.
as neighbors, you share the same fence, and somebody comes out from the other compound and say, "Go and tell your father." You know how we react to such things, don't you?
Well, I think the reason why he said that was that Sheikh Tinubu came out to say that his father is the best president. So he's now trying to remind him to go and tell his father that the country is not what he promised us.
But the
Anti
father is
people
not deaf.
politics and all.
If the father is not deaf, why can't he address the father directly?
He's trying to respond to because Sheikh Tinubu has been praising his father now, so he's responding to Sheikh Tinubu direct. So let him take the message to his father also. It's a form of criticism, criticizing the government. So if not that Sheikh Tinubu has come out to say that my father is the best president Nigeria has ever had, I don't think that Idris will respond to him in that manner. You
Don't
understand?
worry.
So,
We are all growing. Your son
so
will
but
come and tell you one day that Bomboy in the other compound says you come and tell your father. Then I will see how you react.
if my boy does that to me, then I'll ask him who is the person. I'll just go meet the person. Why did you say that to my son? If he has a reason, I will.
Can you give me a minute? Baba, I'm surprised about you, as refined as you are. I mean, you act like you are living in the 30s. Come on now, Baba.
Wait. Let's put it in the proper perspective. Where you are right now, are you saying you don't understand what is going on in that environment
It's time to change
about
that
free
environment.
speech?
It's time to change that AK environment.
You
When are
said?
we going to get out from there?
Say
Come on,
again. I
Baba.
can't.
You can lead that change.
Look.
You understand how the
Free speech is not
modern world work.
absolute. Free speech is not absolute. In it, you can do hate speech. You can do. You can malign people. You can defame people.
So let me
Is
ask you, Baba. I mean,
Yeah.
go tell your Papa how you classify it. Is that a hate speech? Is that a
Well,
malign speech? Let me see your own classification.
I think it's defaming. That's what I think.
Defaming.
Yeah.
Wow, Baba, come on now, get out from there now. Get out from that. Get out
No.
from that mundane.
Look,
Get out from that mundane, idea.
wait now. Look, there's a way you can tell you can tell me, send me a message. Look, we are Africans first and foremost. You don't point to me and look me in the eye and say, "Go and tell your father." I mean, we know the nuance in language,
It's
the kind
about
of
time we
verbiage
start
you use.
ratifying all that culture. Some of them our culture are very mundane. It's not helping us. That's why we are. That's why we are not progressing.
Okay,
You
oh.
know.
I hear you. Carry on, carry on. So sorry, carry on, please.
Baba, this is your narrative. You don't work this night, too. Honestly speaking, because a lot of Nigerians feel that
No. Look,
if what
Shebi, you
I
sing Nigeria
am,
Jaga Jaga before. Look, I always mime the song. The thing is, I don't like dragging children into things. Abuse Tunumbu directly. Leave the man that is not elected. Everybody, even here. I mean, what is it that rational man has
na
not
two
said
track
here
not
about
release for
Tinubu?
Tinubu, na two
It's
track,
allowed. It's allowed.
na
But to
two
now
track.
say bounce on the child and ask him to go tell his father, what is it? Abuse
Maybe,
your
maybe,
president.
maybe, maybe
Flog
Sheikh
your
Tinubu
president.
wouldn't have done it.
Spit on his
Wouldn't
face.
have
No
jumped
wahala.
into. Maybe Sheikh Tinubu wouldn't have jumped into politics now by going to the north to praise his father to be the best president. So, he's not only Idris that responded to him at that time. Many Nigerians responded to him, but it's just that Idris made his own to be a song, so it went viral. So that's the only difference there. So many people responded to him. There was even a one that I saw on the airspace. You see that respond, you don't even like it, Baba. A very young guy, the way he responding to Shade was tell your father this, and I will not mention that here.
It's all
But
jealousy. Look at the girl, Raye, who say, hey, he's a terrible president, crying because the sugar daddy has left her and no money again. She was crying. Now the sugar daddy is back in her life. She's buying 2 million shoes, 1 million wig, and showing it shamelessly.
Baba.
4 weeks ago, she was crying.
Baba.
Baba.
Not true now. I mean, with the
But,
sugar
but,
daddy say
but,
they dey do again.
but
Money
Baba,
dry, they cry.
Baba,
Now
don't you
sugar
think?
daddy is
Hold
back.
on, Baba, don't you
No,
think that guy
I
has done
believe
something?
that that lady can
Forget about
cash
the
out from
messenger.
the she
Now
can cash out she can
all
cash out
the
from the party.
NYC they all getting their money 70 million. Don't you
No,
think she
they
has
were
done something?
displayed. I said it here that day. She came with her rhetorics. I said no. End of March is when they slated it that they will pay them. That is already in the works.
Of course.
You understand? And they
Of
did pay
course.
them. It's not because the girl protested. It was already in the stream. Already in the stream. The thing is, everybody is just cashing cruise nowadays. You get my point. So,
And
but
anybody dey
when
do.
we come to look, there was a time I was on this platform when I first had rational mind. I was taken aback. We quarreled a couple of times, but I come to the realization that well, this cashing cruise, that's the fad in the society as we are now. So I let him alone. I let him be. So I don't walk up my blood pressure anymore. So it's inching to that time where will be immune to this kind of talk and things like that. Small is getting there because it's all a joke. Sorry
well,
about that, Kenya. Carry on,
Baba is
please.
not a joke. It might be a joke to a lot of you people in abroad, but people like us that are in the country, it's not a joke to us. It's just that
I'm hearing the music on the background. Is it just
And that's
my
the
ear?
Idris music they
Like
play.
nah.
Huh.
no be you,
Nah.
na lie.
Please, Larry. Okay, now have you finished your submission? Larry, you're
I'm
up
sorry,
next.
that was me, okay?
No, I've not finished. I've not finished. I've not finished. I wanted to talk about Alindume a little bit, even though when he wanted to give some that his interview yesterday was a blast. As
I know you
in,
enjoy it.
I enjoyed it, man. It's a blast. As in, I never had it so good on channels television. Just the way I had it with Alindume. Even though Obeni wanted to tag him with some sort of criminalities and all that. But that doesn't change the fact that the guy did excellently well. And he's speaking for Nigerians. And he's an APC also. I thank God that
Ekene,
criticism is not coming from an
Ekene,
opposition party. Yeah.
Ekene.
Yeah, Obani.
I did not tag him. Oh. That's his history. Oh. Except you don't know. I don't know when you started following Nigerian politics anyway. But that's his history. You can just Google. Google is too close to everybody these days now. Just search on Google. I
Well,
haven't got.
all of them have their own bad side, even the current president. So let them be. So whenever they wake up from their slumber and decide to tell Nigerian the truth, I think it is welcome. So at this point in time, I think Alin Dume, and I don't think this is the first time he did it during Buhari time, and he even did it at the beginning of this regime, and
During
he's still
Jonathan's
doing
time
it
too.
again, even during Jorat. So Alin Dume, the little I know him, is an outspoken person, and if you want me to grade him, I think he's one of the sound mind from that northern state, and he doesn't.
Mhm.
Whenever he see things that are not aligning with his ideology, he speak it out. He never danced to the tune of any government, whether he's in that government or not. I never see him do that. So I think not like other senators that will not even say anything. They go by with what is going on. Whatever the president says is what they believe. So, but this man has an independent idea and his own belief, and he's saying it the way it
Ekene,
is.
why didn't he say nay the day of the River State vote? We didn't hear him
Well,
because he was
you
settled.
cannot say, but he said it today. He even condemned it also. He
I
said it
didn't hear him
specifically
say
today. That he's not,
nay. Do you hear me, Ekene? He didn't say nay. No,
can you
that
hear
day.
him? How can you hear him when they have worked everything? Can you cannot hear him? You understand?
Oh,
So, but the point is this: he made his point clear today that that thing that Tinubu did in River State, he's not in support of it. You understand? So you even say that Wike one leg in APC, one leg in PDP, and Buala is a maga dog. That man they speak grammar. They bring he
wait.
don't bring statistics.
You know Galadima, right? The old
Yeah,
man. He has
yeah.
been lambasting Tinubu, but 3 days or 4 days ago, he softened ground. Why? Did you hear that story? He narrated himself. He said the daughters,
His
they
daughter.
took his phone, scroll it,
Good
and
job.
found Tinubu's number there.
That one don't get
Because
standing now. That one I get standing. Just get that one don't get standing. Forget Galabuba. Forget
wait, the
Galadima.
same thing Undume is doing when he needs something from the presidency. The one he did couple of months back, you forgot. He went to Jumat service, got close to the president, made sure he shook his hand while bending down, stooping so low. And the president said, I don't see you often. And he made his excuses and said, come and see me. He's gone now. Maybe that thing they promised him is being delayed. So he's come out knowing full well that people like you will lash on to whatever he says to remind the presidency that you've not settled me.
No,
So
no,
you people
Baba.
are
Even
giving them
even
traction.
even in his interview, Baba, in his interview, he made it clear after that first interview that they suspended him from the Senate. I think his daughter had a wedding, and the Tinubu was it was Tinubu that went to his daughter's wedding and even said, "I came because of you." After that, but that doesn't stop him from even coming out again to criticize the president again. So
Baba,
he recognized the
Baba,
fact that after that, the
Ekene,
president also came to his daughter's wedding, shook hand with
Ekene,
him. Yeah.
Ekene,
So,
what is
can you please round up so that Larry can make his 7 minutes monologue because you've been going on over seven
what
minutes now. So, can you land so
what
I
is
can allow
paining
Larry and Baba to do their
You
monologue
know,
after?
Give him
I
small
don't know a
time.
lot of
We didn't
interviews.
allow him to rest.
what is paining Ndume goes beyond Tinubu issues. You see, one, this is a government that is worked for, that for his status, he's been embarrassed that he did not have access to see Tinubu, where all this, what is this guy? This barrister from his state that did not, the
Voila.
new Boala, for crying loud, for him to be seen even before he becomes a spokesperson. He couldn't. This guy came then when Akpabio wanted to become Senate president. Tinubu actually made this guy made Ndume to be the manager, the coordinator, which really worked, and for criticizing, they remove him from his position, and he tendered apology. There's nothing he did not do, and at the end of the day, even though the APC chairman ordered that his position should be restored back to his position. But he now realized that it was just a film trick. Up till now, he was ordinary king senator without any positions. So all this, it is a bottled anger. So you can continue. So it is if you are any whoever that is in the position of Udume, may not be able to
I don't.
manage this.
Well, I don't think as a senator, four-time senator, almost 16 years now, Ndume will not be happy with his own position. And he even said it. You understand? The Daniel Buala contested. He couldn't got anything. The Onanuga that is criticizing him also, he's a houseboy. He's a houseboy, chief houseboy in Bola Ahmed Tinubu cabinet. So, and the both of them has contested. It's not easy to contest an election and win an election. So, and he has been able to do it 4 times. So, what else did he want? So, I think he stand a better position than all these guys you are mentioning. So, and the people like Daniel Buala that he called a maga dog today he doesn't deserve any position in Bola Tinubu's cabinet. It's just that Tinubu takes whatever he sees that can support him in any way. So if Daniel Buala, who have criticized almost all the elders in the Nigerian government, just as Ndume narrated him, he criticized Jonathan, criticized Obasanjo, criticized almost, even criticized the current president. Do you know what he wrote about? He said, if you give Tinubu 30 years, he's not going to change anything. That was when he was supporting Atiku Abubakar. So he said that the human brain is functional until once you join APC, your brain stops to function. That's what the Daniel Bola statement when he was criticizing Tinubu to talk other things. But at least this keyword, which means that even you as an APC member, your brain is not functioning. That is Daniel Bola assessment of APC. And it's on record. He said it that even if you give Tinubu 30 years, that is not going to change anything. And it's as if what he said is happening because down the line, we have not seen anything that is going to change in this government. I don't want to say a lot of things, but things has deteriorated. Even though if you want to say that things has gotten, I don't know what has changed that you people are
And I thought you said
celebrating.
you are already doing your road now.
No, forget Sowolu. Sowolu is just it's my
Thank you so
Sowolu.
much, Ekene. Have you finished? Sorry, I didn't want
Just
to.
1 minute. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Oben is Sholo Babajide Soul that I'm praising in his own way. So it's not Tinubu. Tinubu is the president. So presidentially, nationally, he has not impacted the life of Nigerians, and I am very very eager
So
to see that
all
change.
those federal projects in Lagos, you can't see them. Those ones that remind
There is no
you.
federal project in Lagos that I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is what Babajide Sol is doing in my local government, Ojo. So whatever, and that is what I'm seeing.
So all those
You
coastal
understand?
roads that they've
So
run 40 kilometers, you can't see it. The independent bridge, they
40
just
kilometers.
you can't see it. Yeah.
What we are seeing is that
Mm.
hunger is increasing, electricity is deteriorating. What we
Mm.
are using in Nigeria today is power bank.
Those ones
For
are
me,
just
for the first
mentioned.
time,
Don't they
for
exist?
the for the first time in my life, I've bought 2 power bank to be charging my phone all the time. So once I charge it with generator, I will use it to be charging my phone. So for the
Those
first time in my life.
those ones that
So
use power
and
bank in the Western
he
world,
promised us
can you
electricity that once you go there, if you didn't perform, we'll vote you out. See,
of course.
Oboni, let's not go there. But the most important thing is that Idris
Try
should
to
be
vote him
allowed.
out in 2027. After all, you didn't vote for him in 2023.
Definitely, I will try my best again. I'll try my best again. I'll
Try
do
your
that.
best.
Definitely,
Let's see. Let's see.
definitely, I'm going to do that.
God
Thank
will
you
help
so
you.
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so much, Ekene. Larry, thank you for being so patient with us. Could you please unmute and give
No,
us
I
your
think it's Baba's turn.
No,
Oh,
Larry, go ahead. Go ahead.
oh, I'm
I'm
sorry
just
so much,
enjoying myself
Baba.
listening
Ah,
to everybody. Go ahead,
oh,
Larry, please.
oh, Baba, I'm sorry. I thought you were the
No,
first
no, no, no,
one.
no, no. Let
I'm so
Larry go.
sorry, sir.
After Larry, they stack and get ready and come
Okay,
into.
no problem. Larry,
Yeah.
with Baba's permission, can you please give us your open monologue, 7 minutes, sir? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Adama, and thank you, Baba, and good evening, everybody on the platform, and great listeners. Good evening, everybody, and probably good evening
MOP, that's who is calling on to listen carefully.
from wherever you are actually, hearing from. Yeah, let me start with what I started with, Man of Prestige, which is actually the appointments. You see, the problem I have is that people tend to say things from where it suits them. And the easiest thing to do is to just pick something and argue on it based on the perspective that you think suits your narrative. And that was why, and for me, being a scientist, I believe more in facts, right? Fact and figure. Put it side by side. And if you put it side by side and you being objective about it, then you can actually have a judgment on it. But what I see mostly in Nigerian space, it's people not being objective, people really saying things that suit their narrative. And that was why I was picking each of those agencies. You see people talk about NNPC, talk about EFCC, Yoruba man is EFCC. So if you tell me about EFCC, I will ask you about ICPC. Do we have a Yoruba man in ICPC? No. So of every agency, there is always an agency similar to that, which you can always use to balance your judgments. But most times we tend to close our eyes to those ones because it won't suit our narrative. And now let's come to those people. You see, every president, let's know this and know peace. Every president, there are those places that you think are juicy. Those are the spaces that can either make or mar any government. And any president that wants to succeed will definitely want to put people that he knows that has been probably he's tested them and they've delivered for him. He would definitely want to put them in those spaces. Let's start with CBN. When Tinubu got in as a president, there was issue with CBN. There was a lot of problem. He needed to bring Cardoso in. When Cardoso came, a lot of us criticized Cardoso. But today, everybody's applauding Cardoso because financially, Nigeria is actually on a good standing. Things that have not happened before, we're beginning to see it. Talk about today, the only agency that is really helping Nigeria to survive today is FIRS. FIRS, they've done it and they've done it again. Ordinarily, Tinubu would have left the Hausa guy that was in FIRS. He brought another very good chap, PhD accounting, first class candidate. He came in and turned the whole thing around. So we can say whatsoever. And people were talking about Ndume. Ndume is the number one hypocrite that I know. And I'm going to be hard on him. He's an hypocrite. And why did I say he's an hypocrite? I was listening to that thing he did with channels. They asked him, they said, okay, 2 of your constituents are in NNPC. You heard what he said? You know what he said? He said, oh, those ones are based on competence. And I said, see these hypocrites. So when we want, and I think a lot of Nigerians get, I don't know, probably we are not deep thinkers. When you talk about appointments, any appointment that does not go through National Assembly, you shouldn't take that as key appointments that the president has to follow any federal character. And all those appointments that you're talking about went through National Assembly. If they feel that those people were not competent, why did they pass them? So people can say whatsoever they want to say. Oh, this one is Yoruba. This one is this. Yes, I don't even care. I don't care. Because at every point, you talk about, oh, this Kwara.
Larry, can I say something before you proceed, if you don't mind?
Yeah, you can, sir.
Because you made a comment about the National Assembly,
Yes, sir.
that does not hold water. Okay, you're a little bit economical with the truth in that regard. Anybody, I'm not arguing with you whether you're Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo or whatever. But when it comes to National Assembly, it's a stampede to the president. Anybody Tinubu want to be confirmed. I mean, they're going to confirm me. So that logic doesn't jive right.
Okay. If we say no,
That I agree
let's
with
talk
you
about
too.
that. No, let's
What
talk
of
about that.
El-Rufai?
Let's talk about that. You talk about anybody they take to National Assembly, and I ask you one question. Then, if you tell me that Tinubu has a hold on every member of National Assembly, then why are they in National Assembly? The
Because
likes of
that's our biggest problem. The National
no. It
Assembly,
shouldn't be. It
they
shouldn't be.
they're not
It shouldn't be.
relevant.
No, it shouldn't be your problem. You know why? Because if you have people that have gone there to represent Labour Party, people that have gone there to represent PDP in National Assembly, and they are not active, then let's give Tinubu a superhero position. Because I hate it when people are hypocrites. If you are not, if you are in National Assembly, when you can criticize policies, and you don't stay in National Assembly to criticize policies, you rather go to Arise TV or channels to criticize policies. I call you an hypocrite.
But to be realistic, Lara, I didn't mean to interject. Come on, is the National Assembly, don't they do anything? The president said the president is like an emperor to them. I
The
mean, they're not
president, no, the
okay.
president is not an emperor to them. You know why I said that? Because if they have different views, and this is how you look at it, any view that does not go with their narrative, right? They criticize it deeply in National Assembly. Everybody in National, you hardly see those that are in National Assembly to represent the people. Indume that you're talking about, Indume has been in National Assembly for over 22 years. If you give birth to a child of 22 years, that child is grabbed to be a father now. And that space that Indume has been for that 22 years, it's been at the forefront of security issue for 22 years. And Indume as a person, what exactly has he achieved? I expect people that have been in National Assembly that has a lot of experience to put in their experience in drafting policies, in helping criticizing policies to the betterment of national, to make National Assembly more mature than better. But that's not what they do. They rather focus on things based on their own parochial narratives. So Indume, as far as I'm concerned, Indume is not a person I would take serious, because I would rather take people that that I see that are not that are not to themselves. This same Indume that you're talking about, Indume was part of those people that were petting Melekari by the back, because Indume was basically enjoying what Melekari was doing. Do you know Indume is one of those people that was championing Melekari. And if you look at NNPC today, Melekari has done a lot of damage. And Tinubu has brought Bayo and Keda in to fix the damage. So Indume is not somebody to me, yeah, he can, Nigeria is more of a mob mentality. If somebody says things that goes with their narrative, you see everybody saying hailing him. Even the if even the worst person today that everybody know that is the worst person, immediately that person says things that are close to their narrative, you tend everybody hailing that person to be an hero. So that's why me personally, I don't take a lot of people serious in Nigeria. Now we talk about the economy. You see, people are saying, I've seen people say, oh, the economy is getting worse, it's getting worse. And I ask myself, now let's be objective. Is the economy getting worse in Nigeria? At least one thing we can confirm today is that prices are going down in Nigeria. If you talk about fuel, it's going down. And Nigeria, like probably 1 year ago, it was a little bit worse because at that point, we didn't even know where we were going to. And I think we're getting to a point where we're getting to fix things. And it's so unfortunate that rather than focusing on how we fix things, people are more focused on politics. They're more focused on 2027. And we all see, people can see the game. Insecurity is rising. Why is it rising? We know why it's rising. If Tinubu today wakes up today, remove Ribadu, put one Yoruba person, go and do the job. If that guy does the job, I'm okay. There are not these, oh, it's not from my side, it's from my side. Why? Because we all believe, everybody that you see every day today talking about juicy position, they are not talking about that juicy position because of anything. They are talking about that juicy position because it's the best avenue for corruption and they support corruption. Not because juicy position, by virtue of anybody they put there, is going to do more, is going to do better. It's because they believe it's a juicy position because it's a best position for people to be corrupt and steal. And they see it more as an avenue, my turn, your turn, my avenue for someone close to my, probably my tribe to steal. Not because they are looking at it as a juicy position for somebody to go there and work and do the needful. So people can say whatsoever they want to say, but if they are not being objective, I find it very difficult to have conversations, in that kind of scenario. So that's what, for me personally, I want to say on that. And I think another thing people are talking about, this guy leaving, Mahmood. Mahmood he's done, he's going to retire, he's going to live there, and Tinubu is going to replace him with somebody. So rather than people, thinking about who Tinubu is going to replace him with, they should rather focus on criticizing that person when the time comes. If Tinubu replaces him with probably a south person, southeast person, southwest person, I don't even care. But until that time, criticize that person's credentials. Ask questions. Don't be in that loop of, that mob. Oh, no, this person, no, because this person, the names look like, because those are
But
not.
Larry, is it an accident of history that a Southwesterner has not handled the election organizing agency?
No,
That
no.
is surprising.
You see,
Nobody from the Southwest.
Baba, the major problem we have in Nigeria, right? It's this, you see, this stupid federal character of a thing. Until we realize that it's one of the problem of that Nigeria. Why do we till today have a lot of people that are not intelligent in public spaces? It's because of federal character. Because the best people, you go to school, you have a good grade. As a Yoruba person, I can't get into UI, I can't get into Ife because somebody tells me about federal character.
No,
And
that
for
is
me,
even nice. Wait, that is even
no, no,
nice.
Baba, I'm
Look,
just telling you.
wait. Let me give you an example that is even worse. You are a civil servant. You are in line to head the agency, and they brought another person because of federal character. You cannot hold that kind of position. I mean, then you find that person was even your junior in college. How do you handle that? And that's what pervade our civil service today.
Yes. So that's where I found things very, because for me, I'm expecting people to criticize individuals. Criticize them. If they are not doing the right thing, criticize them and give the good president a very good reason to replace them. Well, somebody just come, oh, his name looks like no, this name look like a Yoruba person. This name look like even, and we end up losing our best brains that can handle things. So
Just like the DEI here.
if they bring one mumu from somewhere, oh, because that name, yeah, that name is good, so it's good for that place. Rather than us criticizing people based on what they can deliver for that country. Nigeria is in a deep problem, and we need people to fix that problem, not all this psychophancy of is this is the from this is from that. Yes, I don't for me, a president, if you know you want to be successful and you know your if you talk about problem of Nigeria today, you talk about the economy. If you know you have the best brain somewhere to fix the economy, please take the best brain, fix that economy. Security is a problem. If you think the people you put there are not fixing it, if you see another guy from anywhere that can fix problem insecurity, the security issue in Nigeria, please put that person. If Tinubu sees anybody today that he sees that person can help fix that security problem in Nigeria, Tinubu should put that person and fix that problem. The North can continue with their 2027. Why they leave, they play politics with security. They think they can blackmail the government with security. Then they should continue. Until you have a country, that's when you have somewhere to govern. So as far as I'm concerned, it's we can keep playing politics with that country, but we'll still have some people that will speak truth to power and people that are objective, not myopic, people that are more closer to saying things based on their own parochial narratives. Baba, thank you.
Yeah, this is the star. The star.
Sir,
Yeah, go ahead, please. Take the floor.
okay, good evening, everybody. Good morning. Baba, Amazing Amazon, Dr. Adama, Larry, Ogbeni, Man Prestige. I greet everybody.
You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, let me go straight to the remarks of Ogbeni the other time. I still believe that just like I said in my last analysis, there is serious an issue uh, between Tinubu and Shetima. Probably there is a classified information at the disposal of Tinubu. He has not been lately. He has not been giving Shetima responsibility that he used to, and it is not coincidence for the three senators. Of course, Ndume is everyone knew that Ndume is you can criticize, but not other two senators. For the three senators, and including the sitting governor, the governor that is a political son of Shetima, also criticizing government as if it's were in opposition. Just like the way I explained that day, if you listen to his interview, uh, vis-a-vis the interview of a Plateau governor that is a PDP, you could see that Plateau governor even spoke more better as if he were in APC. Then coupled with the fact that the way he was antagonist of the policy of Tinubu on tax stuff. So it can never be a coincidence. Or that is my opinion, and I still want you to take it to the bank. By the time the revelations come, you will agree with me that yeah, that I've seen this. That is for that. Then as per the appointment of Tinubu, of course, he has at least the fact that are available. We could see that it is not as if the way the oppositions are painting it, but then I can also share the sentiment that Tinubu was a little bit equally bit on the side of the southwest, and of course there could be the argument that there are some critical positions that Tinubu, for him to succeed in his governance, he may want competence, those that can trust that yeah, they can deliver, like in the monetary policy, financial sectors. So, but between us and you, there are some positions that Tinubu really don't really need to create to appoint Yoruba into it, that he can equally get other competent people from other places. Like for example, now in the sports, of course, what point does Tinubu want to achieve in the area of sports that is making a Yoruba person to be in that place? It does not need it does not it,
The star,
it does not need.
which sport is that?
I mean, the minister in charge of sports.
Minister in charge of sports.
Yes,
Who is the minister of sports?
the it's a
I think he's
Yoruba.
from Cross River also.
I-
I can't
Who is
remember.
the minister of sports?
He's from
Is it
Cross
not
River. From Cross
is it
River.
from
Baba is
Cross
right.
River?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even you ask yourself, who is the DG
What of a
of
Sunday
sports
Daddy?
commission?
Okay,
Sunday Dare
He,
is
he
just
served
an
under
essay now.
Buhari.
okay, but
Sunday Dare served under Buhari as sports minister.
okay, I never knew. But in any case, uh, for me, instead of to douse this unnecessary distractions, because many of these people, they are only looking for one way or the other uh to hang, because of the and of course the conspiracies that were doing, what Atiku and the gang did today. I know that it cannot take them anywhere, because one, it is going to be a repetition of 2023 elections, because Obi is going to be on his own. Atiku is going to stand on his own. So by the time they cancel themselves out, and of course the last joker is still with Tinubu, because as it is, since they are ganging up now, if Tinubu did not even have a mind of appointing a Yoruba person. I think we have to think twice now. And of course, the available records shows that Yoruba has never been appointed as a INEC chairman. So, and of course, just like what Wike said, heaven will not fall. So, if they wake up to tomorrow and
The star. Are you saying the president should take somebody from Southwest to head INEC?
if you not he can
Please.
appoint
Don't cause wahala in this country.
what is it?
Baba,
What of
Baba,
Don't cause wahala in
Baba,
Nigeria now.
what
Baba,
of
go and write it
but
down. Oh. Go and
Buhari
write
did
it
it
down.
now.
Tinubu will pick somebody from Southwest. Go and write it down. That's the
Buhari did
No,
it.
I don't
Buhari
think so. I don't
Baba,
think
me,
because
so.
I'm telling you, he will do it.
I mean,
because the way they are no,
no,
Baba,
no, 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 no,
Baba,
no, 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 no.
I've told you, both president and past president, even military head of states, none of them has ever appointed anyone from their region. But Buhari broke that jeans. He appointed Northerner. It has never happened.
Buhari was too much
Jonah.
anyway. Buhari was
So
too
if
much.
but now if you are now releasing insecurity, releasing all this to sabotage his government for him not to be able to make his second term, you are like you are conspiring against him. Of course, for a man that is still on the standard of the that is in power, that he can appoint, that can choose. Come on, and the Baba, I've told you, if you remember, sir, when you once said, because of the volatile, because of the situation of rivers, it's not King Tinubu. We be careful. We not go against. We not go against Fubara. If you remember, sir, like I told you, I want here that for what Tinubu, the strong position he took in the position of in Kano, that Kano is the most volatile in the in the entire northern region, and we are talking of the royal stool. Look at the way they treated Emir Sanusi. So I told you that for Tinubu to take a strong position in that place, that the River State will be a shy play. What now happened? So Baba, go and write it down. If they are going, if they are going this way, in this conspiracy against him, he will give them the joker. He will close his eyes and appoint a king Southwest as a king, as INEC chairman. Heaven will not fall. So because now look at the case of insecurity, that it has been curtailed to almost 80%. Look at it now. In the past 1 month now, the way they have been releasing from Plateau, from this, from that, and the way the Bonu governor, the senators, the way they are, for them just like the way the repetition of Jonathan era, they are now bringing it back. And for goodness sake, look at even to Buhari. Buhari cannot be trusted. Imagine he relocated from Katsina to Kaduna. It shows that there is a politics behind that, and he hardly settled down in Kaduna and all these people have been coming to him to pay homage to him. And we all knew what the role he played in the 2023 elections. When he won, he wanted his fellow Fulani to take over from him, which was Ahmed Lawal. When that one failed, then he supported tacit support to Atiku. So now it is not a coincidence for Atiku for him to move to Kaduna and for Atiku and his gang to be doing this. So what is going to happen? Okay, if you study the body language of Tinubu, you will see that Tinubu has made up his mind on whatever anything that he want to do. So because while he's making every effort, of course, one thing that you cannot take away from Tinubu is all these policies that people are even criticizing of. To take a decisions, let us even assume that a decision may not be totally work as expected, but there's nothing wrong in taking decisions. What is wrong, what is bad is not taking decision at all. But what you cannot take away from is up to today, there's no scandal in all this strategic position that he put his people in. In CBN, there is no scandal that we witnessed during the Emefiele era. Same thing in the finance. So now, instead of instead of the oppositions or many of these people, even in his own government, in his own party, instead of them to rally around his support, you are now using propaganda and insecurity to create issues for him. So if I were in these positions, I would want to do the same thing. I will appoint him because Jonathan made that mistake by appointing a northerner, the person that he did not even know. That's a Jega. So either we like it or not, we could see that when at the last minute, when Jonathan realized and he wanted to, you will see that he postponed the election. Okay, I think for 1 or 2 times, and he try as much as possible to change the mind of to leave King replace Jega, but it was too late for him. So let me yield.
Okay, Mister. Thank you so much. I think I don't have much to say other than just emphasize that I think we are allowing our governors to get away with murder. Because if we are running a presidential system, I think we should run it like it's being run. Government start from the local level. Take, for instance, everybody talk about road construction, road repair, and everything, but they forget that some of the artery roads even are local government responsibility. In some streets, there are roads that are for local government, there are roads that are for state government, and there are, of course, federal roads. And the federal roads are even not that many. They are what we call trunk A roads, interstate roads, and things like that. But when we are going to talk, everybody will say, Tunumbu, 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 Tunumbu. And I wonder, that's what, I mean, can they learn at all how government works rather than putting everything at the footstep of the president? Because the way we are going, the governors are just doing as they please. 21 of them as we speak, have not paid minimum wage. 21 states, only 16 are wage compliant. And I wonder what NLC is doing. Joe Ajero, what are you doing? Go to those states and rescue the workers. They are helpless. You have the machinery to do so. Don't jump into Labour Party's politics. Your primary constituents are the workers. Your secondary constituents are the workers. So go rescue them, because that is at the heart of why Abin power still persists. And when you tell the people that, look, this is what is happening, they don't just want to go there. It's Tinubu's fault. I wonder what Tinubu can do to a state governor who is also very powerful in their own states. They collect money, they take it back, and do whatever they please with it. They have immunity, just as Tinubu has immunity. So nobody can touch them until they left office. So I wonder why we are not talking about our state. I'm happy Ekene come this evening at least talk about his state governor, the state of resident governor. He talked about it, whether in good light or in bad light. It doesn't matter. I really like that, because that is where our protests should come from. That is where our agitation should focus on. If the governors get it right, and it trickles down to the local government chairman, they get it right, fine, everything will be okay. We wouldn't even look at the presidency anymore. I mean, there are some state local government that are doing even more than some state governments. In some states, yes, local government chairmen are doing marvelously well than some state governors, because their fake allocation every month has tripled in some cases. And for so far, the 22 going 23 months of this government, they've never 1 month staffed the states of their federal allocations. During Jonathan's time, there are months they didn't share things. Buhari's time, there are months they didn't share fake allocation. But so far, so good. 22 to 23 months into this government, they get their money steady. Yafu yafu, like we say in street parlance in Nigeria. So they are awash with money. That's why some of them even have presidential ambition, because they are saving the money rather to contest for presidency, or for them to run for their second term. So any state that is suffering, because a lot of people don't know anything, they speak from the position of naivete. Because, for instance, electricity has been devolved to the states. Every state government can do electricity and charge as much as they want. Even the TCN, Transmission Company of Nigeria, they've divided it into two. Recently, just this week, because the federal government is divesting from that area. Because I don't even know why Tinubu got himself involved in this electricity thing, because Buhari has done him a favor and, of course, devolved it back to the states. Ditto for transport, railway. Any state can do their own railway. They can do their own railway. And that's why I question because there is this old railway axis from Enugu to Port Harcourt, which they use for coal exports in those days. Those tracks are still there. The Enugu government, Mumbai, is doing very well. The governor is doing very, very well. People are lauding him, the kind of projects he's doing. But I want him to look at that railway issue too, because he can use it to help his people. If he can revive that rail line that goes from the old coal mines in Enugu straight to the Port Harcourt port, I mean, that will help their importers and exporters. It will aid in the revival of the Port Harcourt port. So these are the things that are there. It's a no-brainer. It's staring every governor in the face. Things they can do. Things they can do. Look at even the Ota Abeokuta road that Abiodun left for so long, the governor of Ogun State. He took somebody that we call a madman. What's that guy's name now? I'm a baboon guy. He was the one who made so much noise about that road before Governor Dakwa Abiodun woke up to it. Well, does it take a man like that to wake you up to your responsibility? These are a network of roads, but people who don't know will attribute it to the incompetence of a president that it's not his business to do. So a lot of things actually people just put at the doorstep of the president. It is very, very wrong. We should get it right. Whether you like the president or you dislike him or you outrightly hate him, just tolerate him and put the problem of the country where it truly, truly situates. Let's hold our governors responsible. Let's make them responsible. Let's hold our governors. Let's put their feet to fire so that they can do the needful. If a state is doing a rail transport system, having public BTR buses and things like that, I mean, what stops you from doing the same thing? What stops you from doing the same thing in your state? Don't you have style? Don't you have taste? Don't you have conscience? Because these are serious issues here. Because when they were everything Tunumbu, it's so tiring and disgusting. And there is because most of them use it to catch crews, or most of them are just disagreeable because their preferred candidate did not win the election. So therefore, the country should just stand still, or the country should burn, or the country should go asunder. That's not going to happen because you wish it. It's not going to happen. So calm down, open your eyes, and see correctly, and situate problems where they truly belong. Hold your governors responsible. Thank you. Yeah, Remy can come in now, please.
Okay,
Remy, Mike,
yeah, I'm here. Good morning.
good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So it has been an interesting analysis from everyone, and I think I think it's high time that as a president of a country, you must take the bold move. If some people are ganging up against you, it clearly shows that who you help today can be your greatest enemy tomorrow. So Buhari, with all the help that he got from Tinubu, at the end of the day, is playing him back in a hard way. Nobody wants you to be there. There was a lot of things against you, and now you are there. You also do whatever it takes to make you stay there, because that is the last hope to me for Yoruba people, or probably certain part of the country, to really do devolution of power and state and resource control. If you cannot do it, nobody can do it. Because when they get there, it's still this party with them, just siphoning the money of the country. And unfortunately for Nigeria, the standard is so low. Even people there's so many educated illiterates in Nigeria. You would think, oh, they can read between the lines. But when they analyze, when they talk, you'll be surprised that sometimes they don't even know nothing. I've never seen some of our higher institutions coming out with new innovations or new creative mind that this is the way you should do something. So if we really want to follow the example of the country that are prosperous, you will see that it's a long-term plan. A country will never develop in 1 year or 2 years. At least you will give that country 20 solid years of planning. 20 with good leadership and good followership. Because there is a difference between good policy and then the people themselves follow the policy to the latter, not the people jeopardizing it. And the problem we have, so I think if Tinubu at the end of the day is going to appoint any Inec chairman from the Southwest, everyone will not fall. At least Buhari was there. Mahmood was from the Northwest. Buhari also was from the Northwest. And when you even look at it, to me, I see this thing as cheating. Look at 2019 election. Is it not between Buhari and Atiku? Why should you leave the power? Not even up to it's not up to 2 years now, and you want to come back again. Everybody say that is politics. No, this is Nigeria. Let's say the truth to ourselves. If you are saying okay, between the South, anybody can come out fine, but you just want to come back quickly. What is there that you want to go and roll? Is because you still want to maintain that when you get there, give all the position to your people, and all your people are the one in the government, parastatals and the rest. I think it's high time. If I were Tinubu, I know what they're doing. He has intelligent report on them.
Remy,
Yes, sir.
if you notice that the people that are telling him that he must not put a Southwest person as a Inec chairman, it's the same people that are calling for military coup.
Yes,
You
of
understand?
course. If I were
They
him,
want the reason why they are saying that is because they want someone that will go there and sabotage him. You
yes, I
understand
know.
now? Like the way they really hate that guy, man. Like their number
Remy,
one wish, first of all, is when they talk, if you listen to them, it's just for him to fail.
fail
Like
or
they
die,
want him
self.
to fail. Some of them will even wish him to pass away. Some of them wish him to, they want downfall of the man. So when they are telling you that juicy strategic position, that why is he putting a Southwest person? Basically, what they are saying is why is he putting someone you trust? That's what their problem is. It's not really the Southwest factor. It's more of they wanted to put somebody that was like Emefiele sabotage Buhari. You understand? They wanted to put somebody that can possibly sabotage or they can meet. His enemy are all over. It's not only just the regular people like man of prestige. His enemies are even in a political aspect, like people from particularly that southeast place. They really hate that man.
no,
You think it's only rational mind that have that hatred like that? Most of them
I
they
think,
feel the same way rational mind feel now. That
yeah,
feeling,
I
that
think to
deep
me,
hatred,
I think to me, what makes them to dislike him is because just like normal, if they put 10 people there and everything you are being successful, there is tendency for human beings, especially the black men, to dislike you or hate you. It's like, is it only you? But that is how you are. That is how, because you work hard for it. People will not realize that you put in that work. And when you are successful, they hate you or dislike you. And if they find themselves in that position, they will never move a needle. So I think,
what a lot of these people are doing now, they are waiting for him to appoint somebody they can all go and meet in the back and convince that person to sabotage him. You
no,
understand? So
it
Tinubu is
won't
being
do
very
that.
smart. People are just accusing him of appointing Southwest. It's not really that he's appointing people he trusts very well. You understand? But unfortunately, maybe I should not say rather fortunate.
Mike, when
It
they
just happens to
break
be
down
people he know that he trusts the most just happen to be from Southwest.
when they break down the appointment, it is the Northwest that have the number of people, about 34,
Remy,
followed by
Remy,
yes.
Remy.
Right.
You see, what Mike said is true. Let me give you an example. Do you know that part of why Tinubu quickly removed Mele Kyari was Mele Kyari is being used to sabotage his government?
Mhm.
Why is it that now Tinubu is now saying Naira for crude is a policy, is a government policy
And he sabotaged it.
that
Why?
is
For God's
more
sake.
of being indefinite? When Mele Kyari was just basically doing everything to sabotage that thing. And that was supposed to be our ticket to getting things better.
You guys know that there are positions in the governmental architect where it's like you can call it the center of gravity, where if those areas collapse,
Let me give
everything
you,
else collapse.
Mike, let me
So
give you another
those
example.
areas when Tinubu put like someone like he is close to, he knows very well, he trusts, like that happen to be from Southwest. Reason why those people always complain about why is he putting Southwest person there is because they know that place is where they can sabotage him. You understand?
Yes.
So that's why they always complain. They will call it juicy position.
Yes.
What makes it juicy? Like you guys were saying earlier, you said the the army is juicy, but the Air Force is not juicy, or the
No, that's man of prestige.
because they know, yeah, exactly. They would rather have him put someone that
Eh,
can sabotage him in the army, because
you
if you want
can
to sabotage
imagine.
security, it's not really
That's
the Air
what
Eh,
they
Force, it's the
say.
army.
NSA is not juicy. Can
Exactly.
you imagine?
No,
Do
no,
you
no.
know that?
Benny, when you look at the cabinet composition, you see that all any ministry that have to do with defense, it gave it to the northwest and the northeast. Look at the minister of defense.
I've
Is it not
said
from
it
the north?
now.
So
Even
why are
police
they? I don't
affairs.
understand Nigerians at all,
No,
and
see,
there's no
Remy,
reason. Yes, sir.
Remy, it's all politics, and it's the same game. It's just that people don't think to look at the
They
game.
don't. They don't.
During Jonathan's period, who do they use to destabilize Jonathan's government?
Mhm.
Sambo Dasuki and others.
No, they used Shanusi. That was the
Yes,
So
beginning of the
CBN
problem
CBN.
of
governor.
Jonathan's government.
CBN.
CBN.
Where Sanusi was saying to
Sanusi
30 billion.
basically came out.
He said 25 billion was
He
stolen.
lied.
How can somebody steal $25 billion?
They used a
Sanusi
lot
was
of
really
people,
sabotaging Jonathan big time, man.
even most of those service chiefs back then, and
Yeah.
others.
So Shanusi that time, they used Shanusi that time. Shanusi basically came out to lie. And at the point when Jonathan wanted to remove him, Shanusi was even challenging Jonathan that Jonathan does not have the right to remove
Of
him.
course.
You know, that's one of the reasons why Jonathan lost that election, because that accusation of
That
corruption,
was the
like,
beginning. That was the beginning of the problem.
But the question I will ask is that why did Tinubu leave Mele Kyari for this long?
No, it is better for him to leave. If he had not left Mary Carey, it would have been worse.
What the reason
How?
why he has to
How?
So,
remove that guy is
number
that
one, Mele Carey still has, say, Mele Carey's tenure just ended, I think, 3 months ago, right?
he needs to go.
Tinubu left him. Number one, finish your tenure. But before you finish your tenure, there are one or two things that you must do. And part of it was actually that refinery. Because you've taken a lot of money for that. And you must deliver it. Now, Tinubu give him another job to do, which was this issue of ensuring that Dangote is able to survive. But at every point, when Tinubu's team work on that, Mele Kyari sabotage them.
Why did he leave him for that long? You are contradicting yourself.
No,
At
no, no. He
every
didn't leave
point you
him
are
for long.
working.
I just
Wait
told you.
now.
I
Wait,
told you
let me.
why he left him. Wait
I
now.
will tell you why he shouldn't have done that,
Wait,
and why I
wait.
felt that was very.
Removing Mele Kyari before the end of this tenure
Mm.
was not a right thing to do.
How? Why?
Why?
It's better for you to wait till the end of the
No, no,
tenure.
no, no, no,
I
no.
So
He
think
that
has
wait
Tinubu also
now.
have to understand the
Wait now. So
system.
you have to leave him to wait
no,
till
no,
the end
no,
of
no.
the tenure for
See,
him to
At
paralyze.
those
Let
at
me
those
land now. You
you
have to
just
leave
coming
him
now.
to
No,
wait.
I'm the one speaking. Okay, go ahead.
I know you are speaking. I'm just asking a question. I'm trying to drive home my point. I'll leave it. I'm saying that so you are leaving him for till the end of his tenure so that I can frustrate your policies, just like you have just said.
no, 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 no. I've
That's what
just
you have
told
just
you.
said now.
I've told you why he left him.
There is no
Taking Mele
basis.
Kyari, no. It's just like CBN now. There has to be things that you don't. There are some
NNPC
rules.
was already a limited liability company.
Even as a limited liability company, there is still a way to remove him. You can't
No,
just
you
wake
call
up
an
and say,
emergency meeting, it's a private company. The directors call an
no.
emergency meeting,
Go
tell the
and check.
chair, let him step
Did you
down.
check the PIA? Have you
It
read the
doesn't work that
PIA?
well.
Patoski, have you read the PIA?
So the PIA
Yeah.
has what
Try to
with a private company.
bro. You can always Google
No,
that
it
thing.
doesn't work. It doesn't work 100% like private company. It's just like NISA.
Yes. Try and
NISA.
to
Okay,
help
Benny.
yourself.
So why do you
Well,
think does the rule or this
So
that
this
thing
is
prevent
this is
him?
what I think, Patoski.
Mm.
And you know, I don't know politics that much anyway. I know politicians will be laughing at us sometimes, but this is what I think. I think Mayor Kyari is representing some interest that
Period.
Tinubu cannot come in few months or 1 year into his government to disrupt. If
Yes.
not,
That's the point.
he will have a lot of players to deal with
Yes.
around that
Yes.
side.
That is the truth.
So yeah, and I think that is the truth there. So he has to allow the guy to expire with his time and then ease him off from the system. That's what I think.
And
That's
I
the
think
point. I accept.
we
I,
must, it
I
must, it
accept
must have
that.
a very, it must have a very good reason to also remove in one way or the other. And not Mele Kyari is not following that naira for crude. There was a time to have even started to sabotage Dangote much more further, which is not good for the country because this is what they agreed upon. And
But
if
because
you're
that
not,
thing, sabotaging Dangote was giving Tinubu a bad name, we all thought that it was because of his cousin that was sabotaging Dangote.
Yes, that
yes,
mobile guy.
yes. So when you sit down today and you look at all those places that those northern oligarch or elite or whatever you can call them, that they always use against the majority of the other region of Nigeria, Tinubu puts in a lot of his own people there because he knows the game.
Yes, now
When you look
that's
at
why
yes,
Have
security
you asked
insecurity
yourself
is
why are they
surfacing.
shouting CBN? Why are they shouting CBN?
look at
Because
custom, look at immigration, look at
yes,
all of
now
them. Yeah, it changed them
they
because
were shouting CBN not because of anything, because they were not getting that free dollar that they used to get.
yes.
Because that it was the easiest thing that time in Abuja. People that are in Abuja, the easiest thing to do in Abuja is to be closer to Fele.
Of course, they were
And
they
They
were
were
even
You
just
know,
closer
they
to
complain
the
about
fighting
CBN and the army because
they were
they know
just
the
the
army.
secretly.
They want
easiest
military
thing.
coup to happen in the army.
If
So
you
that's
are
why they
close to
for the army.
Fele,
Yeah,
if you are close to Fele can make you a billionaire
in
in
a
hours.
day,
hmm yeah, that's what
in
they
a
are doing.
day,
So easy,
Abuja. You
so
just round
easy,
tripping they were doing now.
so
Collect
easy.
Just give
you
you
Just
like
saw
go
the
to
thing
just
right
go
$100
there.
to central
and go
area.
and sell it off.
Go to central area. It's a matter of hours, right? Go to
You
central area.
you don't even
Collect
need to
one
go to
million.
central
Go
area.
to zone
Those
from zone. Go to
those
zone
zone five
four.
guys,
Zone four.
those
From
Sheraton
central
guy
area to zone four, you
they
are a
will come to
billionaire.
your office to come and collect the thing.
Look at that thing. From central area to zone four, you are a billionaire.
I'm telling you,
So
and that
easy.
guy stopped all these things, but yet they will never
I
appreciate
think
him.
I think as we are today, if I were him and I want to retain myself there, I would do everything possible.
See,
At least, no,
Remy,
let me finish. Let me say this statement, and then you continue. At least Ambassador was there. He said, "Do or die politics, do or die election." Yeah, you have to do or die election. Nothing will
no,
fall
it
because
doesn't
you have
mean
to
to
show
do.
them. You
It
can
does.
do it in a more
You know what
nice
will
way.
happen to Tinubu? Wait
No,
and see Tinubu.
Can I interrupt you, guys, for a minute? Patoski, can I hand it over to you since you're here? I saw you came in. If that's okay with
Now
you,
I'm still in the office, so
you're
I
still in the
think
office.
I might not be able to.
Are you in the office?
Mike is here also now. You can find
Yeah,
out.
Mike. One of you should be able to handle it, please, if you don't mind.
But
Thank
don't
you.
worry, we'll be fine until when. So anytime
We
you want
can
to
just
call
put everybody in the background now.
you want to end it like that, maybe some people have
Hey,
not
now
spoken.
we'll just be in the background.
No, Patoski, this is the thing. I'll be in the background just to bring people in. So, but if you and Mike is here in the platform, that's okay. So, but I'll bring people in. I'll be in the background. So, but I saw you logged in as a moderator, so that's why I'm asking if you can bring people in. That's fine with me as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because there are some people in the comment section, once you put into background, they will not be able to participate or comment or whatever. Because
No. I'm not ending it. So you guys can go on. I'm just in the background. I just want to make sure Mike or Patoski is on the platform. I just don't leave like that. So.
so as I was saying, if he's going to appoint a new Inec chairman from Europe, from the southwest, heaven will not fall. Because something I've done. And when you look at all INEC chairmen before, none of them have ever come from the southwest of Nigeria. So if he's appointing someone, so I don't see any big deal in it. This is politics. If you think you can play your politics, just within 2 years, you will quickly want to come back, after, or maybe after 4 years, you want to come back again as president. Then, no. The southwest should also play their policies very well, right? Because this is our best shot. After this, we are not going to be president for the next we don't even know how many years. But when it comes back to the south again, it's not going to go to the southwest again. It's going to be between the southeast and south. So everybody should play their policies very well. So, and I say what is transpiring in Nigeria today is that I've seen that somehow maybe Tinubu probably like Ribadu more than Shetima. Maybe probably trust Ribadu more than Shetima. And maybe there's some, I don't know, maybe some gossip or grapevine that probably is going to hand over to him. But For Tinubu, that kind of man, you will never know who is going to hand over to. Maybe that is the politics that is playing out in the northeast also. I can't believe a governor of a state like that, Professor Zulum of Borno State, coming out to say that insecurity is real. What are you doing? It's all-time low before. So what happened? You are the chief security officer of that state. What are you coming out to say? When your man Buhari was there for 8 years, he couldn't achieve what this guy have achieved in 2 years. To let us see that a kind of calm in that region. And why is it most every time you want to put insecurity into Nigeria and you don't want the country to break? You want to lodge your own idea, whatever. If they bring out politics, you want to jettison it. So I think at the end of the day, if they want to continue to play their politics this way, of course, we also have to look at ourselves. It's not by force that, although I don't like saying this thing, but if that country cannot hold together again, which we can either go on regional where people just, if it's going to break, let it break. At least former Yugoslavia, it breaks into how many pieces? The whole USSR also break into so many places. And since that time, we have relative peace in that place. So I don't subscribe to the idea that although being big and being one is good, but if we cannot tolerate one another, the division is too huge. We can as well go our own way. I will rest it here so that another person can talk. Thank you.
We have a new person on the platform. I would like to hear.
She's not new. Princess Rosie is on old hand here. So if
Oh,
Mike will permit her to come in, please.
yes, that's why I
Princess
wanted
Rosie,
to.
welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, you carry on.
Princess, are you there? Could you please unmute? Welcome to the show.
Hello, greetings to everyone. I'm just in the background enjoying the conversation.
Oh, okay, Princess. You're welcome.
Hey,
Long time
Princess
we
Yeah,
had your
Rosie,
voice.
welcome.
yeah,
Oh,
thank you. I always
hey,
listen every
Happy
day.
New Year.
Happy New Year, man. I always listen every night, but I'm always in the background. But when I heard that you were gonna go off, Adama was saying she might take she might hand over to Mike or to uh Patoski. So I said so that I wouldn't lose the communication. That's why I came in. But I'm enjoying the conversation, please. I'm learning a lot.
Okay, Princess, you're welcome.
Thank you.
AI, are you there?
Is it my turn, Nana?
Yeah,
Please don't ask
don't
us what
ask
are we
what are we
discussing. AI,
discussing.
don't ask us what
Don't be
are we
don't
discussing.
be
I think it's
predictable.
my
Honestly,
turn.
I just came in. I've
I
not been
think it's my
listening.
turn, not Madam AI.
Okay. And Mike is a cool guy who allow the ladies.
No, so far is Madam
At
Zika.
least Mike, please speak so that I know what the topic is all about. After my
I knew that was going to be your question next.
oh, sorry now. Haba, I wasn't listening, honestly. Actually,
Okay,
I didn't
it's
even think.
about Inec. Mahmood is on his way out. Do you think Tinubu will bring a Southwesterner to replace him? That is one. Two.
Madam AI was in the inner room. That's why she's just coming out now.
Don't
No,
mind
I'm
her.
not in there.
Oh
The
my
other
God.
room. I
Even when she's
wasn't in
on
the
the
other room.
platform, she will tell you, please, what are we discussing?
Yeah, I was
So
not
that's
in the
why we
other
like
room.
picking on
Sha.
her like that. Welcome, Madam AI.
Okay. So which other topic?
Appointments.
Of who?
Lopsided appointment of the president and
Okay.
Ndume's vituperations.
Who is in Dume?
The
Borno,
senator from
from Borno State.
Borno State.
Alin Dume.
And what did he say?
He said the government, Tinubu government is Yorubanized and particularly Legonized, if I will put it that way, by implication. There is a Yoruba government that the Northerners have been cheated.
You see these things, when they say it's not good to say it with one person. When Babangida Buhari was there, in fact, that terrible thing started actually with Buhari and Jonathan. There are the people that will do that, not lopsidedness. I mean, Buhari did his own so annoyingly. But I was even surprised Tinubu is doing such a thing. But the thing is that I don't really think Tinubu has that kind of confidence with the North. Honestly, sincerely speaking, if I say it now, people will start attacking me. They didn't actually support him. They didn't actually support him. The thing is that they had a divided house. They were confused. The house was divided. What's his name? Wike was the other hand screaming on their head. That is South, and then that kind of anger, like looking at all the South. Who is the South? It was Peter Obi and Tinubu. As long as the North was concerned.
This is Madam Zita talking?
Yes.
Okay.
Who is this, please?
I just want to confirm it is you.
Who is speaking now?
Star.
The Star.
Oh, the Star. It's me, oh. It's me.
Just wanted to be sure.
I commit something. Say I commit every time.
No. I'm enjoying
Madam,
your
don't start again.
analysis.
Which of you commit? What will you commit?
They didn't actually support him. So they didn't actually support. But look, you see, he is the president. Whatever he wants to do to make it work, he should do it. I personally don't believe in picking people because of their tribe. I pick people because of their capacity. If he thinks he can get all the capable people only in Yoruba land, that's okay. When it is an Igbo man turn, Igbo man will put all Igbo there. If that is the way Nigeria wants to roll, that's fine. But my only advice to Tinubu, you said Mahmood is going.
Yeah, he's gonna end his tenure, I think, in October or November.
Then Tinubu will pick a Yoruba man.
Why?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, worst case scenario, extreme case, he picks a Yoruba man.
A Yoruba man will screw him. A Yoruba man will use him and shine. Mark my word. I know why I'm saying this because, Baba, I think I've said this here before. The kind of hate I saw from the Yorubans on the man was shocking. I don't even know where maybe that's why his cabinet he's not really doing very well, because he's flooding his cabinet with people who doesn't really like him. And I don't think they want him to shine. So, I don't know. If he wants to put a Yoruba man there, then we say we go hear plenty story come 2027. And they tell you, I hope it's not going to be like, what's this man you people say they
Do you know I agree with you, Zita?
You agree with me now?
He should look elsewhere.
No, Baba, you know what will happen?
Mm.
Tinubu will put a south person.
Maybe.
That's what I think too.
And you know what you hear? That person, they will tell you that person is a wicked man.
Yes, exactly.
That's what I just wanted to say.
So
Akpabio's man.
They'll tell you he's a wicked man, he's a Akpabio man, he's an Ibori person.
Yes, that's exactly what they will say.
That is the next narrative. Oh, he's wicked person.
But let me say this, Even if he puts an Igbo man there, he will get a result.
Yeah, that one dangerous. So.
Baba.
No, I don't believe so.
You get it.
Baba.
If he put, the only tribe, listen, the only tribe I am skeptical
is the North.
No. The only tribe Tinubu will put there, I will settle in my mind that come 2027, I'm going to hear a lot of stories, the Yoruba man. If he put any other person there, I knew he make a good calculation. But if he wants us to hear a lot of stories, let him put a Yoruba man. There is something about Tinubu that the Yorubans are not explaining to us. But with my research, I came to notice, because I actually was kind of worried by the reactions. Well, I wouldn't use the word worried. If I use the word
Madam
worried,
Sita, you are right too.
okay.
And don't worry, I'll tell you why. Maybe later.
Okay.
You can learn,
I won't use the word worried. Let me use because if you say worried, it's as if it concerns you. Let me use I don't know how much time I have. Let me be talking my nonsense
Continue,
anyway.
Madam Zita. You know,
Don't
say
talk.
we
Just talk.
your fan day here. We be your fan now.
Una be my fan?
You know, no. Just be say we dey drag you sometime now.
I was actually curious about Yoruba people's reaction. I have an elderly Yoruba man, very elderly Yoruba man, in our office in Scavenger, when I was in Scavenger. So when I went to visit, that was last year, I met, he's an elderly man that knows Yoruba history. There is something he told me. I won't say it here. It made a lot of sense to me. But I told him, even at that, he said, yes, too. Even on his own side, he will say, even at that. So Obasanjo was a Yoruba man. Yeah, Yorubans did what they did. That was okay. But this guy was governor of Lagos State. He has been a street boy in Yoruba land. Tinubu is a street guy in Yoruba land. I won't say a street guy in Nigeria, but let me say a street guy in Yoruba land. He's a ghetto man. And he came out to contest for governor. What the Yorubans did wasn't, I don't know the confidence he has keeping Yoruba people around him. I don't know, but they say he has a magic wand. Let's see. Maybe that's why his cabinet is not moving, because he's littered with Yoruba people who actually don't like him, don't want him to excel, and he keeps keeping them around him. He is the president, he knows the best. The few non-Yorubans he put in his cabinet are doing marvelously well. Wike, Umahi, they're doing great. I don't know why he's doing that. Is it that he's not seeing what happened, or he feels he has an antidote to it? I don't know. But Yoruba people, your character in 2023 sent a very terrible signal. Let me say this. Naturally, I did a study about the Hausans, the Yorubans, and the Igbos, the three major tribes in Nigeria. The only tribe among these two that are flippant are the Yorubans. You people are like Obono. You can't hold you people firm. That's you people's antecedent. Some people might see it as smartness. Some people might see it as your culture. Some people might see it as cowardice. Like you don't want to confront somebody like boldface. You go behind and do whatever you want to do and keep quiet. But I never knew you people can do it to your own. Honestly, sincerely speaking, when they did it to Obasanjo, I said, well, Obasanjo, his story is not correct. Obasanjo has never held any position in Yoruba land anyway.
But Madam Zita,
Let me finish before I lose my thought.
Okay.
All of you keep your questions because I know you
Ọ̀rọ̀
people are
gbọ́.
going to ask me questions. I'm talking about the Yorubans today. Obasanjo was not a street boy in Yoruba land.
Ọ̀rọ̀
He never,
gbọ́.
he wasn't really like he wasn't a chief, he wasn't a Oba, he wasn't a governor or neither a senator or anything. He was a military man, one-time head of state, far in the federal. Yoruba people did what they did to him. It was justifiable, although it was not justifiable. It was justifiable. But what you people did to Tinubu, what the man told me in Scavenger, to me was not still justifiable. But I don't know what confidence he has keeping Yorubas around him. That's why his cabinet is dwindling. Because for all I know and what I saw in 2023, I don't really think any Yoruba man in his cabinet will want Tinubu to shine. But if he believes so, that's fine. If he's more comfortable with. I even think if Tinubu has put Northerners in his cabinet and Easterners and Southerners and stay a little away from Europe, I think everybody will keep the ground running. You know, a prophet is not known in his time. I think Yorubans are looking down on him. For some reasons, I don't know. If we put a Hausa man there, Hausa man would have done a better job. The same thing with an Igbo man. Of course, he has an Igbo man. He has a reverse man. They're doing a better job. Because they respect him. They don't know him in depth. So they respect him as their president. They want to shine too. They want him to shine. But the Yorubas, Anyway, I leave it for you people. Ask me questions.
You see,
Is there any other topic?
I don't think Tinubu picked those Yoruba he picked because they are Yoruba. I think he picked them because he trusts them. That's why people accuse him of picking Lagos. They will say it's Lagos. Even the Yorubas in the other state are complaining. They say it's only picking Lagos Yoruba. It's because he knew them. So he's trying to pick people he know, he trusts, he can predict. But a lot of them, even Wiki and Umai, he knew them. That's why I put them in that position. He trusts them to do those things. That's why I put them there. It's not because he didn't just pick a random Southeasterner or random South person.
You they make me laugh. Oh.
Madam
Okay.
Zita.
Can I?
You see
Okay,
this is where you
Larry.
say now. It's
There are many
actually
Yorubas he will never
laughable.
pick.
Mike, Madam Zita, one thing you don't know about Yoruba is this. Yoruba people give people freedom of choice. It's not a tribe that everybody put their eggs in one basket. No, it's not like that. And what the reason why they voted against him in Lagos is because they thought he's the one that brought Buhari to Nigeria. And Buhari did not do something fantastic. They have that one in their hands.
I don't think so.
And the second one is this. Yoruba people will call it eternal. If you are successful, there's
That's not
tendency
the
for
reason why they voted against him.
no,
The reason
I'm
the
saying
reason
my
they
opinion.
voted
You can say
against
yours
him.
when
The
you can
reason
say
they
yours when
voted.
I finish. Let me finish and then you say yours. Okay. So the second one is some part of Yoruba. If you look at others of Nigerian and Yoruba politics, there is always that tendency for one or two of them to go against you and go and work against you from other region. So that is what happened. So and because of all those things that happened during Buhari regime, the youth, which are predominant more in Lagos, and other political factors. So that is the reason. All the other Yoruba people you are talking about in cabinet, some of them they might be living in Lagos, but they might come from Osun, Ogun, or Ekiti. But they
You
might be
don't
living
finish.
in work.
When you finish, I talk.
Okay, so okay, you can go ahead.
So, Madam Sita, I still want
Okay, let
to.
me tell you one thing.
Sita.
You spoke like somebody who has not been following the political
Zita, why
dynamics.
not wait to add Ogbeni's
Okay, sorry.
this in
Okay, add
pushback
your own
to
question.
add?
And even me, I will come after Ogbeni, Madam Zita, so that you have a lot to deal with.
Okay. So, my own is actually question. So, it's just to speak more to that space, particularly to support probably part of what Remy has just said. But I will emphasize more on what I call hostility within, or the crisis within when it comes to Yoruba nation. I think Malazika still need to understand the Yoruba space very well. You see what Remy referred to as Itanu, that infested a lot among the Yorubas. The Yorubas has never for once been united. And it didn't just start today, not even in this last election. It has been there from the pre-colonial days. You see them fighting each other. You see
Yeah, from the
different.
time of Ududuwa even.
Yes, it has been there. You will see them kings that will perform the best of their kings. They will send them on exile. They will gang against the best of their kings. That's the best of the best. The moment they could see somebody probably achieving in the land, you see people started gagging against it. And that is why if you go back to the veteran when it comes to philosophical music in the Yoruba land, and I'm not talking of the Kwanwan and the Sonny and those one are babies. So I'm talking about Ogunde and all those ladi, those ones that have gone past. If you listen to most of their music borders on this particular issue of the hostility within an internal crisis and all this eternal thing. They will always preach against it because it first started the law within Yoruba land. Now come down to Tinubu, that thing again reared its ugly head. One of the first things you will notice is this. You see, within that Yoruba, let me give you an example of Ekiti, for instance. In Ekiti, for instance, the way people godify Awolowo, we don't godify Awolowo or glorify Awolowo the way some other part of Nigeria. I think Ondo Ekiti, let me put those two as is the interland. Why? Because we had our own problems against even Awolowo himself. Okay. And that led to Omoboro crisis and Ajashin crisis, which caused a lot of division within that region. Just to tell you the kind of, so when people pick Awolowo and they talk so much good thing about Awolowo, if you go to Ado Ekiti, don't see anybody talk so much about Awolowo like that.
Even in our war, the story
Yes.
of Olagbegi.
All those parts, yes, the Olagbegis. If you pick Tinubu, for instance, there is divided opinion already on Tinubu, and it didn't just start today. Let me trace it a bit back to what happened when the AD metamorphosed to ACN. You know, when AD came in 1999, he got the entirety of Southwest. Obasanjo came in 2003 and then pushed them out except Lagos. Tinubu tried to reclaim it back from 2007 to 2011. Now, that caused a lot of division. Why? Because most of the people Tinubu brought in to impose, particularly under our Aziz, people like Fayemi, he was the one who brought Fayemi and all those Shegun, he kicked them out. He was the one who brought Mimiko and all those guys came to support them. They never, generally from our side, we believe that he imposed it on us. And because of that, they have this a kind of issue against Tinubu himself. They believe that Tinubu is domineering. And the Ekitis are stubborn people that don't want anybody that can dominate them. They don't like it at all. The Ondos are also like that. That is one side of the story why you can see a lot of resentment against Tinubu in Ekiti Ondo axis. Now, fast forward it to the Osun, Ogun, Lagos axis. Now, there is these tendencies which everybody believe that Oguns were the one ruling the Yorubas. When you pick the Dia, the Obasanjo, the MKO, all these big names you keep mentioning in the Yoruba, even Awolowo and all of them, these guys were Ogun guys. So there is this other part of Yorubas who believe that they are not the only one in that space.
Just say the Jebus and the Egbas.
The Jebus and the Egbas. So unfortunately for them this time around, Tinubu happened to not coming from any of these SARSs. He's not coming from Ijebu, he's not coming from the Egbas. Again, he had problem with the Lagosians because he's not originally from Lagos. Okay, he's from Osun State. So some Lagosians, like Baba now, those ones who are the real Lagosians, the Aworis and others that owns Lagos, believe that why will he become and use it as slot? It's not Monile. The Oguns people
Why are you
believe
saying real
that
for
those
our
are the real
worries?
Lagosians now. There are
Who told you that one? Carry on first, no wahala.
At least you guys are the aborigine now.
those are the boys that the mic now, all those are the Lagosians. They will tell you that
Aborigine call Australia ni.
Lagosian. So plus or minus, what I'm saying is this: people outside see Yoruba as one united nation. But within, when you get within, that is when you understand that it's not a one nation that is that united. Unfortunately, again, elitism now come in to worsen this situation. People are more educated, people are enlightened, everybody take their position. For instance, in my family, let me give you an instance now. My dad is an obedient, die-hard obedient, die-hard obedient. He will tell you. That same my dad was Akintola supporter. Die-hard Akintola. If you mention anything anti-Akintola in his front now, you have become his enemy. All right. While my mom, God bless her soul, Awolowo fashion, anything Awolowo. And then Tinubu get person when they were contesting. You can be same family. So when you're talking to my dad, don't just dare talk about something good about Tinubu. But when you get there, just be praising Obi. My dad will say, you are very good. You see that Obi man, praise him. When you get to my mom, don't go and praise Obi. You go and pray, So that kind of thing, that's so elitism now came in to the extent that they believe they're enlightened, they believe they can take their own opinion and form their own, take their own position and everything. And that is what people now say and are disappointed in Yoruba nation to be expecting them to be like the way the Southeasterners supported Obi and all those things. It will never happen in Yoruba land. That's the problem. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Madam Zita.
I'm here.
So one thing is this, right? Tinubu, I think Tinubu has a problem. And the problem he has is he dwells more on paying back loyalty. And for me, that's a problem. Tinubu is this person that believes that if you are loyal, even if you go and come back, it will still take you back. And most of all those people, all these Yoruba people that you've seen with Tinubu today, one way or the other, they've done one or two things. But because they know Tinubu is this person that will always still take them back, once they fuck up, they'll still go back and Tinubu will still take them back, which I think is one of the problems that Tinubu has today. So that's why in most cases, when you see them, you feel they don't really carry Tinubu on their head like the likes of Wike that wants Tinubu to succeed, that is doing everything, doing things to ensure that Tinubu succeeds. That loyalty, like there are some people in Tinubu's government today that if not for loyalty, they are not supposed to be there. And Tinubu is not even supposed to give them the portfolio that they have. An example is Dele Alake. Tinubu just believed that he's a loyal person, gave him solid mineral, when in actual sense, Dele Alake is not supposed to be there. And that happened to some of all the close guys, like his brother in marine economy. He's not supposed to be there. He's not performing. There's nothing he's doing there. So that's the problem that I think he has. And a lot of all those
That's
people
no
know.
problem.
A lot of all those people know
That's
him.
not supposed to be a problem.
Yeah, no. They know it as more of a weakness. It's supposed to
Mm-mm,
be
mm-mm.
from the point of no, Mama, sit and wait. It's supposed, in natural sense, supposed to be from the point of strength. But politicians know it as a weakness.
No, it's not. No politician.
And
Any politician that see that as a weakness is not a politician.
Madam Zita say, they know Tinubu that Tinubu is this person that no matter what you do, if Tinubu believes in you, still, even when everybody is telling him that you are not the right person, Tinubu will still support you. And they know Tinubu as this person that even when they've done something wrong, once they crawl back to him, he will still forgive them. And there are several people that an average person, right? Like when you see they tell you, oh, Tinubu will forgive this person. That even when everybody is against that person, that why will Tinubu forgive? Don't be surprised. Tinubu will still forgive that person. And Tinubu will still bring that person closer to him. And that's why you see most of them, they will do whatever they want to do. They will go back, crawl back to him, beg him, and he will still bring them back, even when everybody is against them. That's what I think. For me, okay, if he sees it as a point of strength, I think it's a weakness that people are now exploiting and using it, and obviously they use it against him.
Okay. Let me say this. Wonderful submission from all of you. Number one, Obeni said they say two things: hate for big man in position. I want to ask you guys, where in Yoruba, where did Awolowo win when he contested for president? Huh? Una no go talk again. Where is Baba?
Yes, what's the question?
I say, where is the place Awolowo won?
When he contested in this thing, he won all Southwest.
Okay, thank you. And those same Southwestern people, I remember, they even call Awolowo Ole. You go they drive for street in the Yoruba land in those. I read it. I saw it in a documentary. They go they shout, "Ole, ole, thief." Why am I saying this? It simply means that Yorubans did not actually like him.
No,
That's not very correct. That's not
no,
very
that
correct.
clip you saw, I think, was Ibadan. In those
It
days,
doesn't matter. Ibadan is
it's the
not an Igbo
handwork of
land.
the IPP, Ibadan
And I
People's
said
Party,
Ibadan is not an
Akinloye,
Igbo
and all
land.
the rest.
Ibadan is not an Igbo land. Okay? Ibadan is not an Igbo land. And again,
Ibadan Sakintola's
hold
land.
on, let me
Tola is
finish.
from there.
I have never seen, even this P2B, he has not been driving in Igbo land that will be screaming at him, ole, ole, thief, thief. So what am I saying in essence? It doesn't really mean that Yorubans are fan of Awolowo like that, but they voted for him.
You
He
know,
was a big. Let me
this
finish
topic,
now.
no,
Una
let me
don't throw
just chip
questions
in this,
finish.
please. This topic you brought, I mean, to do justice to it, I'm not going to dispute what you said, but it has it goes way back. It's so deep, and
I
I can't do
agree.
justice to it even in 30 minutes.
Okay, I
So I know
agree
what you are
with you.
saying.
Madam Zita, you
I
know
know
his
what you're
rival
saying.
was Akintola.
I
His rival.
agree with you
So of
people.
course, so you expect Akintola's followers to now be not.
Hello. The only thing you people ended up telling me, you just justified what I said. You guys like Tinibu. Shikina. So what did I say wrong?
No, you don't get it
Giving me,
right.
hold on.
You, okay,
Giving me,
you asked a question. Let's
hold
just give
on,
you
hold
a
on,
kind of short feedback. First,
hold on.
you have to acknowledge. I told you the truth that Yoruba people have that self belief in themselves in taking their choices. You can't
And they
foster it
took
in them.
joint,
And here, because
they
of
took
that, it's not a. So you have to take that into consideration. It's very important.
what do you call it? They
I
have
said they
free
have
hand, wait, they have the
like a
free
self
hand to
belief.
decide.
I am picking. Nobody can force anybody on me.
No,
Yeah, but they force
Remy,
themselves on Awolowo,
Zita is
right?
not wrong.
I'm
Zita
not
is
They
saying
not
force
it's true,
wrong.
themselves
but
on
where is
Awolowo. They came
Look,
together and forced themselves on
Remy,
Awolowo.
let me tell you, in
Una
recent
dey deceive
history,
small
Remy,
pikin. I
Zita,
beg
wait.
make I hear word. That
Zita,
you
wait.
people are trying to give me.
Zita,
Wait,
wait.
let me finish now before I lose my thought. That you guys are giving beautiful excuses why you hate Tinubu does not actually give the overrule the fact that a very interesting and ridiculous hate was shown on him. Period. You
You
can
see,
tell me
Zita,
your
oh
reasons,
God.
101 million reasons why that happened. I don't care. The important thing is that it happened.
See, the
Period.
problem here is, Remy, I want to address. It is not an issue we should kick against, actually, because people are not blind. Other tribes are not blind. They see. And when we see, let's say, but let me just tell you, now narrate recent history so that we don't go way too back because these things go way back. The Abiola issue. At the height of Abiola's problem after he won the election, who are the people that went against Abiola? Who are the people that visited Abasha in the dead of the night? Who are the Obas that agreed with IBB?
Baba, you can give a name allegedly. You can give a name.
No, I don't, because some of
Oh,
these
Let
people
me
Abba,
scroll.
don't give name, I
are
beg.
respected in our
No, no, no.
society in Yoruba
Because a lot
land.
of people know you, so don't give name, I beg.
Yeah, so they are known. I mean, an Oba who is dead now can say, who says, this man is talking sense. That's an infamous quote.
Baba, don't forget that the Abiola also betrayed Awolowo in the past, where some Yorubas already had issue with him for that.
So
Yeah,
I'm right about that. Is it not the same that
The
Zita
leaders
is
already
saying?
had issue with him for
no,
that.
this
It's
is
the same
exactly
thing
what
that he's
Zita is
saying now.
saying.
Go
This is
play out.
exactly what Zita is saying. You get my
The thing is,
point?
Baba, I think what Zidane needs to understand is the Southwest, unlike North or Southeast, they don't have a Yoruba agenda in Nigeria. There's really not a Yoruba agenda in Nigeria where they say our ethnic group, this is our agenda in this country, where this is what we want. You understand? So they are just there to play politics and just exist, and
No,
everybody.
is it not this?
You
Is it
understand?
not we the Yorubas? A Yoruba man in a lorry will look me in the eye and tell me he is Fulani. Meanwhile, his name is Olushola. He will tell me he's Fulani, but his name is Alaji Olushola. So in Fulfulde, where is Olushola in Fulfulde language? So these are the
Even
kind of things
So,
Zita is
Baba,
even
talking about.
look at where we are coming from before Nigeria was even created. We're just independent kingdoms. Like even the Egba and the Oyo, you understand, before the British came and created one Nigeria, they really were separate. Like they don't have nothing to do. The two kingdoms already broke apart. They don't want nothing to do with each other. You understand? So we're all independent kingdoms like that. But we saw ourselves as, of course, people from Odua, descent and things like that. We share that cultural everything. But we're independent kingdoms. So Nigeria is what now kind of when we start looking at other regions, like, oh, these people now we start seeing ourselves as this Yoruba. But then within Nigeria, we've never
Yeah.
had a unified agenda or anything. So that's why it's so easy for us to play that. You know, we can't just be like the
Sorry,
Southeast where they
Baba.
have
Good
Biafra
morning.
agenda or something like that.
Let me ask you people this question. Sorry, was there anything that happened? 'Cause I'm just joining now. Sorry, and I like this topic that we are discussing. Was there any video that Yorubas are calling Tinubu Ole?
I
No,
didn't see that.
she said
No, she was talking
Awolowo,
about
not
Awolowo.
Tinubu. Awolowo.
Oh, okay.
Baba, one thing
What
I want to
actually? No, wait. What actually led to this discussion?
it is Madam Zita that
Zita brought it
accused
up. I
accused
can't remember the
Because
Rufai.
Okay, let me
the
tell you
context.
why I started it. They were complaining that Tinubu is Yorubanizing Aso Rock. Okay? And I came up with the reason that I don't know why he's doing that. Maybe he has a magic wand because you people showed him maximum hatred in 2023 election. Now you can take it from there.
Before you take it, Simba, before you take it along, first we must acknowledge the Yoruba as a tribe. How do they operate from time immemorial? Like Mike said, the Jebus are different from the Egbas. And if you look at Yoruba history, we fought a bitter war among ourselves because of so many reasons. So when you now look, and I told you the truth, an average Yoruba, even within a family, you will see that rivalry there. If the first child or the last child is the one being prospered, you can also see the senior one try to bring him down anyhow. This is part of this is a kind of thing, it's a negative thing for the Yoruba people to
You
stop.
people are
That is their
ridiculous.
life.
You people are actually ridiculous in your excuses. When Zeke was in MPP, where was his son? All these ridiculous excuses you people are.
These are
You
these
think
are
we
not
are blind?
ridiculous
Madam Vita, don't mind them. They are doing what is wrong, and they are still trying to justify it. It's Yoruba this thing, Yoruba this thing.
Which kind of rubbish are
What
this
kind of
now?
rubbish are they even talking about this morning?
You not only listen, you people did not only hate
we
him.
are saying the same thing.
Let me
We
finish,
accept
please. Let me finish. Whose phone is doing that dressing up with you? Put yourself on
That's
mute now.
Patoski. That's Patoski.
Ha, now wow. Okay. You guys did not only show him hate, you campaigned against him with hate. You didn't stop there. You voiced out things that was not right about him, you threw it to the public and gave it to his opponent. It didn't end there. You people were not still satisfied. He went into that election with that bitterness. He lost 2 states, actually his own state, because I understand he comes from Osun and he's a Lagos boy. He lost those, his hometown and his resident. You guys celebrated it. So what kind of story are you people coming here to tell me Yoruba is this, you people are this? Hold on, let me finish, because I want the whole of Yoruba land. Yoruba, you don't tell people who to vote. You people don't. By the way, who brought that don't tell people who to vote? Is it not that same Tinubu that changed Yoruba ideology when it comes to politics? That made, is it not that same Tinubu that made Yoruba a region, the West, a region, somebody who wants to contest for presidency in Nigeria, we want to align with to get a vote?
Okay.
That's a man.
So, Master Sita, people that are in the opposition party that happen to be Yoruba, what do you want them to do? To campaign in their own party?
We are trying to tell you, Madam Zita, but you are not
the PDP Yorubas, are they supposed to be campaigning for?
Yoruba people.
Hold on.
Okay.
Calm down.
Let us, you know what?
Listen, let me tell you. You no.
All the labor Yorubas, they're supposed to be campaigning against their own.
Hold on now. You people should not be throwing this kind of a thing at me.
Listen, we are not trying. We are trying to let you say.
Let me finish now. When I talk, I talk.
How many times
are you going to show me? Let me finish. As I said before, you people are just trying to create excuses to justify what you people did in 2023. But as I said, you shouldn't be throwing that.
No, answer my question now. What do you want the PDP and Labour Party Yorubas? What do you want them to do?
Statement. Come down. I heard your question. I will answer your question.
Madam Zita, continue.
You shouldn't be throwing that kind
them.
of a thing on me, because I see clearly. In 2015, Ambode and Abaje, whatever you people call him, there are 2 Yoruba guys. They contested in Lagos. One is PDP, one is APC. It was a heated campaign. Ambode won. The kind of things you people said about Tinubu was not said about Ambode. Neither was you said about Jimmy Abaje. It was a campaign. Abuses, everything, it was okay. So don't come and tell me, am I expecting PDP Yorubans to campaign? Don't throw such nonsensical.
What exactly is the point you just made now?
Because listen.
Are you saying the PDP Yorubas in Lagos in campaign?
Let me say this. Sorry, Larry. Sorry, Madam Zita.
It was
sorry, Madam Zita. There is
let
something.
Me finish, so
how many times are you going to
let me let her land.
Okay, continue.
He asked me a question. I was answering. He threw another one at me. He said, am I saying that the PDP in Lagos, I don't even know why he asked that question anyway, but he asked anyway, and didn't campaign. That campaign was one of the hottest gubernatorial campaign I have seen in Nigeria. That Jimmy Agbaje versus Ambode. The Igbos in Lagos went for Jimmy. The Yoruba, some of them went for Jimmy. It was war. But it wasn't a war of hate. Please listen to me carefully. I didn't say Yorubans should have campaigned for Tinubu. PDP in Yoruba should have campaigned, or SDP or LP. After all, you people have 3 or 4 another presidential candidate. That's not what I was saying. I am saying the hate. Please, can you understand the word the hate? Yorubans melted on the man. If anybody turn blind eye to it, I am not turning a blind eye to it. I saw it live, and my legs wobbled. You can come here and make very nice excuses, run around it, come around it, run, I don't care. I saw clear. So please stop throwing all those Yorubas has their own mind. They vote for who they voted for. So anyone you bring, I counter it. You are still
Okay,
bringing.
now let me speak now. First thing, you must acknowledge one thing about this tribe. This tribe are people that believe in themselves, in picking, in choosing their choice.
Guy is
Whoever
still
they want
saying
to
the
vote,
same thing.
whoever they want to vote for,
You think
Let
Igbo
whoever.
don't
me
make
stop
their
all
Let
choice?
this
me
rubbish that you are
let
talking
me
about
let me
now. Stop
finish.
this
You think
rubbish
Igbo don't believe
now.
in their
Let
Stop,
me
choice?
talk
stop this
now.
rubbish.
Let us talk.
Ah,
You will talk when it's your time. You will talk.
So
I know
then
what
which
I'm
other
trying
tribe
to.
doesn't believe in who they want to vote for? Are you the
I know what I'm
Which
trying to
other
say.
tribe?
I know what I'm trying to say.
Remy,
Let
Remy,
me. Can I
This
finish?
guy
Can I
is
finish?
very
When I
funny.
finish,
Remy, you've said
when
this
I
point.
finish, then you can come after
You've
me.
said this point, except you want to say another point.
Whatever. Look at
You're
look
not.
at.
You did. The first thing is that you didn't understand what I'm saying.
I understand you. You
No, you
said
You are
about
didn't.
not
hatred.
countering what she said, man.
It's
No,
not
Just
you
about
say
did. You
hatred
didn't. You
alone.
didn't understand me.
You
If you
said what
understand
about
me,
it? The
hold on.
Yoruba people hate him so much.
he's
If
It's
you
not
talking
about
about the people that
hatred.
express
if
hatred,
you
not
hold on.
necessarily
It's not
opposition.
about hatred alone.
If
It's
you
not about hatred
no,
alone.
you did not
Oh God!
understand
You
me.
know what? Okay. You know what? You don't want me to talk, and you have been
No,
talking,
you
saying
did
you want
not
to conclude.
understand me. Let me clarify.
I
But
okay.
I know that you are still going to repeat yourself. But let me clarify as much as I can. I did not say that people should not have a mind of who they are going to vote. After all, in Yoruba land, obviously, the man made it possible for Yorubas to liberate. They have several parties. Most of them, their presidential candidates are Yoruba. He is not the only man, a Yoruba man, that has a party. He is the presidential candidate. So that being said, that means you people have your own mind. Every tribe do of who they want to vote for. That's not what I'm talking about. I repeat myself again. Hate. I
Okay.
repeat again.
I do
Hate.
not believe. I do
But
not
if
Madam,
you
believe
don't want
in.
to believe it,
Can
I
that's
I
do
okay.
not
come
Talk
in?
believe
to
in
me.
Can
Remy,
I
tribe.
just come in
Baba,
for 2 minutes, please?
Baba, let me say something, and it's
Okay.
just one thing.
You
I think
don't
she's
mind.
right. She's
Okay.
talking about like Victor Banjo kind of hate. You go and
Eh,
join another tribe to
Madam
kill your
Zita,
own tribe.
Madam, let me just say something. Madam Zita, you are right.
She's right 100%, man.
And do you know why? This is not all about APC and PDP. The one that is close to all of us, Yoruba Nation. Everything about Yoruba Nation was anti-Tinubu. Towards the beginning of that election, all the hate campaign coming from social media, from everywhere, they even went to London, do all sort of balablu they were doing, was Tinubu.
Like Mayegun, for example. Yeah.
Prior to that time, when the issue of Fulani herdsmen, rather than them focusing on those things, it was Tinubu. Every problem in Yoruba land, and it's Madam Zita is right.
So Larry, before you go, why do you think everything that happened that time it was Tinubu? Is there any reason why they always do think that way? Not all generation of Yoruba people do like that. You can say
No, I'm
some.
not saying
Let,
Some
general.
let,
do.
let me give you
So
a
why do you always do
twisting
that way? Am I
example,
the
I
right
Remy.
I'm not
told you
person?
I
saying
don't care.
Can I just
The
have the
important thing is that
attention?
Remy,
you
Can
what
people
I
she's
hate
saying
me.
is
can
you
I
have
speak?
Period.
those kind of elements among us. There's this, they always there. Like their hatred is for no reason. It's not really like
Thank you, Mike.
particular.
That's what I'm trying to say. And
Like for
Can
maybe
example,
you want to
why would
also
someone like
confirm it.
Victor Banjo, we trying to help Ojukwu to conquer Yoruba land? Does that make sense? What kind of, you know what I'm saying? We have those characters. Even Afonja did it. Like what was his? Why would you go and help Fulani to attack your own tribe? Like those, no reason. Like we have those kind of characters. Even the ones that are feeling deep hatred towards Tinubu, there's really no reason. It's not really their opposition party. Some of them,
Mike,
most
you
of
are
them are not even
forgetting
party. I'm
that
not even
you
member of
that man that
You
just
people
Simba,
died.
are not
Simba.
but
seeing.
Some,
let
some
me
of
That
these
give
man
you a
didn't
Yorubas are not
vote
even
puzzling.
before.
member of
That's you are
PDP
being
or
bad
APC.
Yoruba.
Wait,
You
wait.
guys
Let me
did
give
it
you a
with scripture.
puzzling
That's okay.
example. When the 1999 election, the Yorubas did not vote OBJ.
Baba, don't bring that one.
No, wait,
That one
wait.
is
Listen
different.
to me
That one is
carefully.
different matter.
Listen to me. They did not vote OBJ.
Mm.
But something happened. The North noticed when he was to go for a second term. the Atiku camp, they kicked and said he can only go for one term. One, that's what he promised the military when they brought him, or that is what the military promised them. Two, you want to do second term when your people did not even vote for you. How can you do second term? You didn't even win in your ward. And you know the shocking thing, the twist, the Yorubas turn around and say, yes, we didn't vote for him. Quite all right. But then you can't remove him. He has the right to contest. And Yoruba went on the attack, on the offensive. That contrast is still
Why you
puzzling. That's
people
what
are
I call
trying
Baba,
to
very
that
debate
thing
puzzling.
it?
confused
What
because
I
there
don't
was
know
no
why you
other
what
be-
guys
no
are
other
you
Yoruba
want to
person on
confusing
the
use
my
platform.
one
That's
to
why.
words.
kill the
But it's
argument or
okay.
what?
Anyway, let me say this so that we can change the topic. Actually, you guys coming to this platform to try to minimize it still
No,
proves.
Zita, let me
Hold on, let me
apologize on their
finish
behalf.
now.
They don't know what they are doing. Please don't
You
don't don't,
guys
don't mind
trying
Please
them.
don't
to
apologize on
I
the
agree
behalf.
with Madam
If
Zita too at the
wait
end.
Madam
now,
Chitek
wait.
does not understand the
Make
Yoruba,
una calm down.
I
Let me
beg
say
you,
my
which
She understand,
understanding? Which
man.
understanding are
She's
you
right,
talking
man.
about?
Trust
Forget
me.
about that
Okay,
rubbish, Joe.
let me finish my statement. I will still say it because I get my mouth.
it's a little bit uncomfortable hearing from her
Wait,
like that. And we want to
wait,
put you into the right perspective. You are
wait.
not giving us the opportunity to say,
That you
oh,
people
it's not
are
fair.
even
It's
coming
supposed to be
here.
a balanced conversation, not you trying
That
to
you
overload your
that you
thoughts on
people
everyone.
even come here
That way.
to still struggle to minimize it still shows the extreme hatred. That you people still come here and something that was so clear and so obvious, the whole world saw, that we are still discussing, that you guys, Yorubans, still come to this platform and struggling since for over 1 hour now or two, trying to minimize it, still shows the extreme hatred. So I end it here. Can we change the topic, please?
We are not changing it, too. Because me, I'm not spoken about it.
You know, Madam Zita, no reason why even a lot of Yorubas are so yes, but to know very well. It's because the way obedient is ethnic group. Those obedient really helped in way. Because if not, more of these Yoruba they would be out there doing this or 13. Like some of them, obedient really helped Tinubu to push them to. They are just defending their ethnic group, not really like they're defending.
Mike,
So
Yorubans went
that
mad.
Afonja problem we always have it in Yoruba.
Mike, listen to
Afonja
me.
content.
Yorubans went mad in
Madam,
2023. Quote me.
Madam,
They
Madam
went
Zita,
haywire.
Madam
You
Zita.
guys are not factoring it
No,
what
Remy,
transpired before
let
that
us not
23
deceive.
election.
Let us not deceive ourselves. Everything about Tinubu and people antagonizing Tinubu in Yoruba land, most of them is from the point of envy. What
Thank
Tinubu
you.
has
Thank you.
achieved.
no. Larry, don't say that.
No, wait.
If you
Can't
go,
hear
let,
you
let me
Let,
anymore.
give you an
let
example.
me finish.
It's not
Okay, we
about
can hear you
Tinubu.
now. Let him speak. Let Larry speak,
Let
please.
me
No,
finish now.
Larry, you will talk. Though it's not only about Tinubu. Zita gave example, and Baba is here. If Baba will tell us the truth, this thing has been there right from
It's
when
an
Nigeria.
Afonja curse now, an
It's
Afonja
not even
curse.
only an
And we
Afonso,
all
even
accept that
even
one, but
I
she
call it
does not
e-
Afonja
understand
curse.
it.
even during the pre-independence, post-independence, the hatred, one of the reasons why Awolowo suffer is because of Yorubas. It's because of, even when he came in 1979 again, he suffered because of Yorubas. It's Yoruba. 1999, we all knew what Afenifere, who formed Egbe Omoduduwa. It was a factional this thing now against Afenifere. And you can see how they even betray Bolaige to give
And
Falai
did they not betray Tinubu and vote and pick Obi ahead of him too?
that wait now. So we have this problem among us, and we, in
It's
as
Afonja
much as
curse.
we have not realized, we are saying Yoruba is sophisticated and we have a mind of our own.
Nobody is
It's
talking
working
that way.
against us. It's not helping us. We should stop
Simba,
it.
Simba, we are not talking that way. We acknowledge that we are treacherous. We acknowledge that one. And that's what we are trying to put to Madam AI that she does not want to understand. And apart from that one, because we live in modernity, because of that modernity and liberalism,
What do you mean by modernity? What kind of modernity is that?
hold on. And because of that liberalism, people will say, okay, I have my own choice. You can't force them.
So in
And
other tribes, they don't have
that
that.
politics has been like that for a long time.
So do you think they
And
don't have
also
that in other tribes?
which has been
I don't
pressure
even
to
know
what
what
I'm
he's
talking
talking
about.
about.
Remy, let me be honest with you. Yoruba are only modern.
Uh,
They are dealing with other people. But when they are dealing with themselves, they are not modern.
when you guys are done, please let me
They are not
talk.
modern at all. They have
Can I chip in something? I've not spoken since. Let me just chip in something before. Can you guys hear me?
Remove your speaker.
No, I'm using earpiece. I don't want the crack.
We can hear
No,
you. Go ahead.
But
it's
you can hear me
echoing.
now. Now you see,
Yes, we can. Go
this
ahead.
thing that Madam Zita is saying is the truth. But it is present in every tribe. The only difference between Yoruba's own and other people's own is that Yoruba think other people have it, but we don't have it, which is the same denial that Remi is having now. Yoruba people believe that we are okay even when we have it, but the rest are not okay. That you hate other people, that there's competition, that people, it is in the north, it is in the southeast, it is everywhere, even in a family. They might not mention it, too, but when somebody is doing well, they wish, I wish I am the one. But so it is present everywhere. But the difference is that the Yoruba people, they deny it in themselves and they confess it in other people, which is what is happening right here now. Thank you.
Patoski.
Hmm.
I don't know how to explain this thing to you guys. It's not what you just said. It is not. It's not. All the excuses you people are giving here, I call it excuses. It's not what I'm talking about. In a tribe where a lot of people are contesting for election, just like Awujade said in 2015, he said, in my cabinet, I have APC, I have PDP, I have Labour, I have all manner of parties. You cannot come and tell me to endorse somebody. Because if I endorse somebody, I'm putting them into pressure. That is not what I'm talking about. He said the people have their mind to vote who they want to vote. And Jonathan walked away. That's fair. That's not what happened in 2023. No. You people should stop minimizing this thing. That's not what happened. It's not a question of, look, he's not a nice man. We don't want to vote for him. That is not what happened. He's a rich man. In Yoruba land, we don't usually, no tribe likes rich people. They always fight them. That's not what happened. Yorubans did not vote. After all, they used to not voting. I don't know. It's only Obasanjo now. That's a so-called Yoruba man that came out. You people did not vote. The rest that came out, you people, what's El-Rufai? You people voted for him. Awolowo, you people voted. So I don't even know which Yorubans are not voting. Yorubans, you people are talking about. That's by the way. So that is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, I hope somebody will understand me. What I'm saying is that you guys went mad. That's madness. Because the Igbos, I am very sure they never liked P2B. We, the Igbos, don't even vote our own. Trust me. You know that. But when we saw that others were gathering around P2B, they kept quiet. Whatever vote he get in Igbo, there was no challenge in Igbo land. Some people were just chipping in words here and there. It wasn't like crazy. He came and run around the whole of Igbo land and collect all the vote and walk away. Even when listen to me, there has never been an Igbo man that picked a ticket to contest for presidency in one of the big political parties in Nigeria. I can assure you, if an Igbo man, in as much as you people say every time Igbo people don't vote their own, blah, blah, blah. But I can assure you
that if an Igbo man happen to pick a ticket, win primaries in the major political parties, like APC and PDP, people will not do to him what the Yorubas do to Tinubu. But if you people want to minimize it, that's okay. It still proves me right.
Time will tell. I think you are just talking without looking at what happened before that
What
election.
happened now?
That election that took place in 2023 was an election for 3 major tribes in Nigeria. You might be right that we are treacherous, but you also have to look at what happened before the election. Why are Yorubas angry with Tinubu? Why are some Yorubas dislike Tinubu?
Excuse
There are
me.
so many reasons for that.
That's why I keep telling you that
just come
you
here
did
and
not
start
understand
fighting
what I am
unnecessarily.
saying.
It's the
why
same thing
I
you are
will keep
saying.
telling
You say we
you.
went
It's
mad.
not the
Why
same
they
thing.
went mad?
He
That's what.
said, irrespective of any reason, if they
Wait,
should
wait.
have a candidate in a big
All the
party,
systems
whether
must
the
go
man
for
is
you.
good or whether he has offended them
So
before,
if you are
all of
talking
them
that
will
way,
support him. That's what
why
he's saying.
Atiku lost some states
Listen,
in
let
the
me tell
northwest?
you.
Why did Atiku lose some
Excuse
states to
me.
Tinubu
Excuse
in the
me.
northwest?
Excuse me.
Why is the North Central voted for Obi? Why not they not vote for
Wait,
But Remy, we are
wait,
talking about sociocultural leader group
wait,
like
wait.
Remy, we are talking
He's
about
not understanding what I'm saying.
Afenifere, Yoruba sociocultural leader
No, he's not
supporting somebody else. That is
understanding.
your any argument against what she's saying now.
You are not making any
Can you see
counter
your
argument.
Anese supporting a northern or southwesterner over the other?
Listen, let me
I
tell you.
understood her,
So
but
that's
she
what
No,
is
she's
you
saying
trying to
don't.
say
now.
You
okay.
don't.
You can't argue that now.
No.
You,
If you understand me, you shouldn't argue it. You
A-
don't. That's why you're
Afenifere, a
arguing.
Yoruba sociocultural group, not
Listen,
against their own son as running. What did they exist?
nobody stopped them from voting who they want to vote. They did anyway. I'm
But
not
they
saying
went out campaigning against their own son. That's wrong.
even if they have to campaign against him, that's still okay. Because they have to campaign to win vote to their own side. That's still okay. I am saying that Yorubans went off in the essence that they went mad.
I don't get the base of your argument, to be frank.
When you
Because
guys,
you are
me, I
just
want
here
to
and
talk,
there.
but I
Oh,
don't
yeah,
want
talk.
to
Get the base of
interject
your argument.
anybody.
Yorubas are man, and still the guy won for state.
So
So
when you guys are
we
done,
all
let me know.
accept as Yoruba that we are treacherous. But we
He's
also
not
have
saying
to.
all of us. He's just saying among us we have
I
that
said, yes, it's
element
true.
of,
We accept that one.
and it's
We
true now.
accept. What is the big deal? I don't see any big deal in that. And I'm trying to put a lot of
It's a
respect.
big deal, though. That
Are you trying to
what have any
no,
very
are
deep.
you
It
trying
can't
to
happen
tell
anywhere else.
me?
Remy,
Look, listen. Are you
Remy,
trying
can
to
it happen
tell me
anywhere
that?
else? Can that
Listen,
happen anywhere else? Tell me.
in the northwest of Nigeria, Atiku
Mhm.
lost some states, and
Forget we know the how can
so
you be
please, I
equating
beg,
Northwest with
all
Atiku?
this thing,
I beg, stop
Yeah,
that. I
but
don't
you
even
guys,
know
can
why
I
you are
come in
arguing.
now?
Remy, did the one leader group campaign against Atiku
Can
for
I?
no, they didn't do that.
Tinubu or
Our
for
own
Obi?
is SSS, we accept, we agree. But
Eh, so
what the
nobody
point
else
No,
I'm
if
does
you
it.
making,
What
agree,
you are
why are
telling
you
me.
not
we accept it
trying
now.
to give reason for what? Which reason
No,
are you
the
not
reason
giving?
because it went on so many things on so many fronts, and I'm trying to push back from that angle.
There's no reason. There's no reason
But you
why
cannot
any
tell me
tribe
there's
should be
no
behaving
reason.
the way
That's why we are
Yorubas are
different.
behaving. There's no
Because we are
reason. You
all.
should not have
That's
any
why we
reason
are
for that.
different.
Which
Okay,
one
Remy
is
and
reason?
Simba,
No,
Remy
the
and Simba,
important
Stop
can
thing
I
is
the
that
come
lie.
in
at
now?
least you have accepted that he was hated. So can we end it?
I did not accept it was hatred. That was you that said it was hatred.
Can
But
I
I
come
accepted
now?
that Yorubas are treacherous. I did not say that
Larry,
it
you
was
can talk.
hatred. So
Can I come in now? Okay. So I started a conversation and I said it started from the point of envy. And I have my reasons. You need to start looking at when did the problem of Tinubu, when did it start? And it started from the point of people perceiving Tinubu to coming from behind to be a leader. And it started with this AWO group, AD. Because when they were in AD, Tinubu was not number 1 to 5 or 6. He was the youngest among them. And even at that,
Sorry, Larry, Tinubu is never an Afenifere. So
no,
try and start
wait.
that.
Now, AD, I'm not talking of Afenif, I'm talking of AD.
Because AD is Afenifere that
Wait
metamorphosized
now.
to AD.
Wait now. Not Let's leave Afenifere by the side. AD was a governor under AD. Let's leave it as AD. And while in AD,
But, sorry, Larry, for interjecting. Sorry, before you go, because if you don't put it in the right perspective,
wait now, I will get to
during that period,
Afenifere
wait
now.
now, I want to let them know this. Even before Tinubu got the ticket, it was only in Lagos State that had a primary because he was not part of Afenifere. Other states, they just choose somebody. They made him to contest against what is the name of this man that died now?
Wahab.
No,
No,
no, Wahab.
John Williams.
Funshaw Williams.
Funshaw Williams. Yeah. It was because he was not part of them. That was why they made him to contest primary. So they let us put that one for so, and that was what actually made him to even survive because he did not agree with the agreement that they had with Obasanjo in 2003, and that was why he's still surviving today. So just go ahead.
Okay. I was supposed to get to what you said, but since you've already gotten there, it's no problem. So even after that happened, when all of them left, Tinubu, this same Tinubu, was actually the one that helped a lot of them to resurrect their political career again. And that was when they started having problem with him. Now, he now got to the point of who is the leader of the Yorubas. A lot of them still wanted to keep that leadership. They say they are the leaders. While in natural sense, they do not have the capacity to be leaders. And that's why a lot of them sworn to always antagonize him, to always go against him, even till some of them died. Coming to 2023, the same people, Sunday Igboho started very well. The same people, immediately they saw that Sunday Igboho was doing something, that a lot of people were hailing. They brought Sunday Igboho closer to them. They go behind and brought the issue of Yoruba Nation. And the whole thing about Yoruba Nation was not for anything because they saw Tinubu as a leader and they did everything. Because if you look at the trajectory of the Yoruba Nation, from Baba Akintoye to Adebanjo, and some of them that were trying to use that as a way to claim back leadership. So when people say Yoruba people are treacherous, yeah, some people can say that because it's their thing. That narrative, there is a lot of narrative they've put in our head. They tell you they are the Awoists, they believe so much in Awo, they do this, they do that, they do that. And there are people that are going against some of those things. And they see those people that are going against some of those things as pro-Tinubu. That's why at every point, and it's not today, they will still, in 2027, some of them will still come back and do the same thing. They do a lot of damaging campaign, a lot of things. They will still do it again. But like I said, Tinubu is this person that believes so much in loyalty. He believes that if you go, you come back, he will still forgive you. He doesn't really care. All he just wants is he knows what he wants to get and he goes for it. So if we are saying, oh, it's PDP, it's APC, no, it's not PDP or APC. This is something that we as Yoruba will know that it's a problem. And it all boils down on envy. And if you pick some of them, like Obasanjo, everybody, me personally, I know Obasanjo's problem. And it's still based on nobody should be able to rise beyond the bar that I've laid down. And that's just Obasanjo's thing. It's not that Obasanjo hates Tinubu, but Obasanjo is just this person that does not want anybody to go beyond his own bar. So that's just what I want to say.
So
Okay.
Larry, sorry, Simba.
Sorry,
So
no,
Larry,
before you go on,
sorry,
sorry.
sorry, Simba.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not talking. Patoski, ask if there's anybody you can remove for Prince Adi. Prince Adi want to come in.
So Larry, are you trying to
Okay,
say
let
that?
me quit for Prince Daddy to come in.
Baba,
So
we need your opinion here now. Why are you not
No,
talking?
no,
Baba,
you're not giving me chance to talk, and it's going to
maybe
be a
Patoski
long
can just
narrative for me.
no,
Don't go, Baba. Don't go.
don't go first. So Larry, are you trying to say these people is not born out of hatred, but it's born out of envy? That I wish I am
What
in that position.
what is the
Is
difference
that what
between
you're
it?
trying to put across?
For me, it's not really hatred. It's more of envy than hatred.
Can you really delineate between the two?
Because if it's wait now, if it's hatred, like Babade Banjo, for instance, before Babade Banjo died, every year he gets Tinubu pays him every year. If they hate him, they won't even get anything from him. But they can't withstand the reality that is the political leader of Southwest. And that's why a lot of them, the fact that they can't even take it as a reality, they always want to do everything to sabotage him so as for him not to retain that
Larry,
position.
Larry, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Do you know how Bolaige lost that ticket that Falaye got? Are you aware that Bolaige and Falaye had the primary that time?
Yes. Yes.
Can you answer why he lost that primaries?
No, he's still. I don't really know the intricacy of why he lost.
Let me tell you, is this yeye thing that we are doing that push Bolaige out of that AD? That was what made him to go and join Obasanjo and met his Waterloo. Because these so-called people, Adebanjo and Co. You know that was the day I asked you that. Do you know about what they call the Jebu for?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Olaniun Ajayi,
Yeah.
Opa Nosanya,
And this
Abraham
Abraham
Adesanya,
Adesanya.
and this same Adebanjo, they are
Mm-hmm.
rebels. They are the one. You understand? Let me tell you. If you hear about Egbe Omodudua, it
Mm-hmm.
was Obasanjo and some of these crook that they used to, because they wanted to use that one to break the monopoly of Afenifere. When Afenifere has been in existence since 60s, but it was not actually, they don't use it because of the so-called action group. So when action group was proscribed, the Afenifere, because it was not really a registered association like that, and it was not a political association, was still in existence when around when them Babangida were to start transition again. That was when they actually started Afenifere full blown, and it was started in Bola Ige's house. And immediately they started that. In fact, some people even they have grudges against it, that why should it even be in Bola Ige house? Or Bola Ige, by his own wisdom alone, was one that actually, because he's supposed to be the leader, but he was one that actually said no. That because when he saw what was happening, he actually stepped down for Abraham Adesanya to become the leader of Afenifere. What made Afenifere popular was the agitation for June 12th, and that
Mm-hmm.
was what they used to form AD. But that hatred, that those people that are still within that AD, that made when they were now wanted to contest for presidential election, most of even the so-called Southwest, because there was the way they conducted that election that time, there was a huge gap between the governorship election and the presidential election. The fact it was months. I don't know why they made that schedule to be like that. Most of the governors of AD did not even voted for. Only two of them, Akonde and Lam Additional. Those are the only two that voted for Bola in that election. That was why he lost that election. 106 to like 10 or something like that. That was the vote that Bola got now. And that was what made him say, it's like I'm not part of these people again. And that was why he went and joined Obasanjo's government. So we have been doing this for long. We knew what Abiola, Obasanjo did to Awolowo in 1979. So it is a bad habit that we're supposed to, and that is why we are the weakest among the three major tribes in Nigeria. And if you continue this way, we are not going to gain anything from that nation. So
So
we shouldn't be given any reason where we are
Simba, it
sophisticated, we are
seems that
this, we are that.
Simba, it seems that you didn't get me right before. All of these things you have said, I've already accepted and acknowledged it. I'm the one that talk about Yoruba treacherous activity, which you have already analyzed and mentioned here today. It has been part of ourselves, which is a very bad negative attitude from us. How can we rectify it? We have two problems. The first one is this treacherous activity. The other one is being liberalism. Now we are more culture, we are more liberal, so we can accept everything. That is the
Be
brain
that
of Yoruba
liberal
culture.
crap. They only liberal towards other people. They are not liberal towards themselves.
Yeah, you're right. That is what you're right. If
A Yoruba person, someone from
is
another group can insult him, he will keep quiet. But if a fellow Yoruba insults him, he will come on knife
yeah,
and
he will fight with
chop
you.
his head.
When it is
Exactly.
other
So
tribe, you say,
Mike, let me ask you this. There was a day I don't even know, one northern Ribadu or whatever came here, and it was lambasting Yoruba. All of them on this platform that day, they were just laughing. And in fact, you are making sense. Hey, what you are saying is even right. You can see that I was so
Simba, let me
furious.
even bust your bubble. Before you guys to this show, before you guys even came, like this show about 3-4 years ago, when the first week I came in before you guys even came. The reason why I came was cause that was during the IPOB, those guys, those IPOB and I'm the kind of follower, they go on every platform to terrorize everybody that ever speak against or just terrorize other Nigerians. So they will come here and be terrorizing one man show because one man is talking about it. And then they'll be insulting the Yoruba tribe. So that was why I first came in to challenge those guys. And then when I came in, because they were doing it, all the Yorubas there, they didn't know how to fight back, like Babajali Group, all of them. So I came in to challenge those guys. Do you know that at the end of the day, the Yorubas turned on me? Like, even one man got the same hyper people in the comments section saying, ban Mike. And one man said, kick me out. I was like, is
so
this the people I came to fight for?
Mike,
Even
Monkeli,
Olatu was one of
Monkeli,
them. They turned against me. I'm
Mike,
like, I came
Monkey.
to
Mike,
defend these people.
No,
I want
Mike,
to hear
that
Baba
is
I came to
opinion.
that is
defend them and
Baba
they
ìwọ
all
ló
turned
opinion,
jẹ́
so
against
kí
Baba
me.
can go and rest,
ìwọ ló
please.
jẹ́ kí one man platform go grow dáadáa nìyẹn o because that trajectory tana will be competing with Mayegun ìwọ ló
uh,
ìwọ ló fà.
But one man is doing
All of
business.
them, Babajale
see,
Koko, they turned against me. They say, they will
You and
hear
Simba,
this guy, it's all like
you
Morris will
are
come and call me.
you
He will
and
say,
Simba,
Yorubas are
you
this,
get two
Yorubas are
mouths.
that.
You and Simba, you get two mouths. Now two face to be.
No, me,
Now,
tell me example I ever had two face. Now one
okay,
face I
now
get.
you suddenly it's Yoruba now because it's Tinubu, right? If
What
it
do you
is
mean?
I'm coming. If it is Yoruba now because it's Tinubu, but if it's Obasanjo now, Obasanjo is not Yoruba. You see, this
When
is
did I
just a
say
matter of
Yoruba
choice.
is Tinubu? What are you talking
When
about?
do we say Ambassador? Don't take us to
I don't
that
need,
route.
I know you're
Ola,
trying to do
please.
strong man argument.
I've been
Ola,
listening.
before you start talking, please
Can
just
you
hold
observe
on.
something? Sorry,
Ola,
can I ask you guys something? Simba Joe, just keep quiet down. Surely, if you remember when Zita started talking, he first of all said, you people don't support Tinubu. Then he now started abusing Yoruba. You people are not treacherous people. Assuming he didn't start with you people don't support Tinubu, if he just came and say, you people are treacherous, I'm sure everybody will be fighting. Baba will be the first person that will say, I am a bona fide Yoruba son. You cannot. But Baba said that is true because of Tinubu sentiment. So I just
See,
thought, it's
see,
very
see,
funny.
Patoski. One thing about some of us is that we just choose sides. Now, the same thing they were doing to Obasanjo, now the same thing they are doing to Tinubu. It's just a matter of choice
what
for
did we
everybody.
do to for the fact that we criticize his administration? Does
No,
that mean
no, no,
that
no. Forget about my entry. Let's just stop the talk.
Ola, we are not talking about regular people siding with one
Eh,
political
no, don't
party.
let us
Hold
side.
on. This through. We are not talking about individual Yoruba person choosing not to support a Yoruba candidate. We are talking about like a socio-cultural group, like Afenifere, where your job is to represent your ethnic group, like Awanese, like Arewa, for you to decide to turn against your own region, your son that's running, to be supporting a son of another region. We have those that kind of characters. What we are talking
It
about.
has always been a blood.
Give me another example. Would be like Victor Banjo that decide to side with the people that carry a war against his own region to even
Biafra,
lead.
Ademulegun,
Yeah, we
Ademulegun.
have. I mean, those kind of behavior is so common with Yoruba people. I don't know why. Like,
Many Yoruba fought in Biafra war. And when I say they fought, they were on the Biafra fighting against Yoruba. If I fighting against Nigeria, but when they talk of that history now, they don't mention all those people like
no, why would you be
Ademulegun,
fighting
like
against your own? Why
Victor.
you be going to war against your own? Like literally, I
Exactly.
don't even mind them fighting the Nigerian government army to defend whatever. They do whatever you want to do. Join Biafra, join whatever. I don't care. But Victor Banjo was going to invade Southwest. Like he's leading to go and conquer his own region. Like, that kind of character. Nobody else can do that. No other person in the ethnic group can fight that.
You know this thing I've said over
A
time. You
Northerner will not
understand?
do it. Southeasterner will not go and lead
You,
bunch of Yoruba to go and invade the
you see
South.
where I suddenly said now we know that Yoruba because it's Tinubu. You know, when we talk of Obasanjo, who are the people to first of all talk to Obasanjo? Did he do anything? He stayed there. Whereas you will
He
see the
didn't do
blood.
anything now.
You
Are we supposed to
see what
lie
I'm saying?
because hold on,
No,
we are
the
not
point
talking
is
about
this.
defense. Hold on,
Have you
this thing is
wait
not even
now?
about you. Hold on,
Mr.
hold on. I
Have
Ola,
think you
you
are doing
ever
normal
listened to a
argument here.
northerner? Wait. This is
Mr. Ola,
exactly what we're saying.
wait.
No,
Eh,
Larry,
people
wait.
that go
We're
against
talking. No,
Obasanjo, let me tell you this one.
I just came to visit you.
Wait,
You've been talking
wait.
since. Let me
Hold on,
just
first
say
of all,
People
this.
that
this
go
conversation is
against
not about you.
Obasanjo
We are just talking
are
about
people
people's behavior.
that know him, are
It's
like,
not really about Tinubu or whatever.
Mike, let me just say something. Let me say something. If you ask people, look at the majority of people that go against Obasanjo today are majorly people from Ogun State.
Okay.
Yes. And we have
And the
our
enemy of
reasons.
man shall be those of his household. I'm
Yes.
listening to you.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And we have
Larry,
our
First
reasons.
of all, it makes sense to go against
So
Obasanjo.
how are they
Obasanjo
people
was
from
not.
Ogun?
This guy was
How are
selling
they
the
people from
Southwest.
Ogun
He was
State?
selling us to
Mike,
the. He
let
was
someone
selling
speak
us.
now. I'll be
Let's
listening to
hear.
you guys underground.
How are
What
they
I'm
Don't
people
come here
from
and say
Ogun State?
Obasanjo is this and that.
What do you say?
How are they people from Ogun
Wait to
State?
say this.
Patoski, majority
How?
You
of
are all
people,
guilty of what you are accusing other Yoruba
Others
of.
of
That is
Like
what I'm
what?
saying.
wait now,
Okay,
let me talk. Let me talk.
let me speak now.
Obasanjo
I'm
that
listening.
killed Miss Fumirayo Kuti. Are you
Let
kidding me?
me talk.
Guy, will you let
Is
me
that a
speak?
proper Yoruba man?
Will you let me speak? Or you just be running
Yeah,
your
but trying
show
to
in
make
your
some sense
nonsense?
now. How can you say we should be supporting that kind of Yoruba man?
How
Miss
dare you are
Fumilayo
making that
Ransome
don't make
Kuti.
sense? What stupidity are you making that you are saying you are making
Obasanjo
sense?
that torture fella.
My
I mean,
opinion
come
is
on
my
now.
opinion. My opinion is my opinion. That's yours.
I
Don't tell
respect
me
it
that
now,
it makes
but
sense.
don't say
Listen and listen good. Listen and listen good. Listen and listen good.
Obasanjo is not the kind of human being anyone should respect, man. Come on now.
Obasanjo that
Because he
didn't
gave you
support
increase your salary
UK.
now, you want to worship
don't
him. Come on
don't
now.
always try and win any argument because I've seen some kind of content that one man read today that said, okay, I wish you were there and you listen. Because see, the way you do is if you mention Igbo, you go
But
on
Ola, the only reason you support Obasanjo
if
is
you
because he
mention
increased your
Northerners,
salary.
you
That's
start
why. It's
defending.
not because
That's the way you
Obasanjo is
are.
a decent human being.
You defend Igbo, you attack Igbo
Don't try to
for the
do
same
divine
thing
content. We're not
you
talking
are
about
defending
Igbo
the
people.
Northerners for.
Let's talk about
That
what we are
is
talking
you.
about.
That is you. When anything favors you, you
okay,
defend.
Ola,
When
we
anything favors you,
agree,
you
we all
attack.
do it. So we have to
No,
change. Kalas.
no.
The guy come here to come and introduce Obasanjo to our conversation.
Let me
No,
come
that is
on.
what
Let me
Ola
come
does
on.
now.
Because
During the topic, he
Obasanjo
will
gave you
come
money
and
to buy car. Now Obasanjo is God.
Exactly. Did you hear what we are saying now? The question is this. The question is this. None of these politicians, none of them is a saint. Because you have your
Obasanjo
funeral.
is a terrible human being, man. So don't bring it to him.
Did I say it's not a terrible human being? Did I say
Mr.
So
that?
why are
Ola,
you saying
When
Night,
we
my
battle against
brother.
we went against
Mike,
him because of his evil now? It's not because he's
Mike, Mike,
no,
Mike,
no.
wait. Mr. Ola, I have told you the key people in Yoruba land that are against Obasanjo are from Ogun State, and we have our reasons.
Oh, which people? You have not mentioned them. Oh.
I said the people from Ogun State.
Which people in Ogun State? That's what I'm asking you.
Everybody
Which
in Ogun State.
people? That's not definitive. You can't say that. Which people in Ogun
I
State?
have
Like,
no. I don't need to say particular.
I was in
Like
Ogun State.
I don't even know. I don't
99,
even know why
98.
Patoski, you are
people.
not from Ogun
Most
State.
of these
Patoski, you
things
are
they
from
are in
Edo.
public
Leave
space,
that
and
one.
they
Leave
be
that
afraid
one.
to mention
Patoski,
names.
you are not from Ogun State. You are from
I'm
Edo.
not from Ogun State, but you can't. There's
Uh-huh.
nothing about
So
Ogun State that you want to
when I
tell
say,
me
see, I don't.
that
You
I
may
don't
be a
know.
resident of Ogun State.
Leave that one. Say,
No, no, Patoski, no.
Larry,
No. If
Larry,
there
Omo,
could be
not
BT
even
that is here
matter.
now, yeah, we can have that
No,
conversation,
Larry,
and
this is
BT
the
will
point.
understand what I'm
since
saying.
you know you are from, oh yeah, mention it now. And see you
This
are
is the
not
point.
after it. Which people?
Which people?
Larry,
No, you won't even know.
Which
Mr. Ola, you
people?
can
Mention them.
because the
no,
fact that you are
no,
saying you are from Ogun State
Larry, this is my
negates
point.
everything I
You
want to say.
understand?
You don't
When
have a point now.
from Awolowo, Abiola, Obasanjo, and Tinubu, even Falaye and Bola Ige, they are all our own. But the question is this: when it comes to election, no matter what, you understand, Obasanjo is a Yoruba man. Whenever he was into that thing, we had business to support him as one of our own. All of a sudden, we started there. Oh, he didn't give government to
Like, when have
Awolowo.
we ever support Obasanjo as one of our own?
Okay, good night. You can continue.
At what point have you ever told, requested
Okay.
for your support? The
As
first time to contest no here now. So have you ever requested for your support before?
And even at that time, we
okay,
had choice between two Yoruba, so it's not even a good example.
Patoski, what I'm even saying here is this: everything that Obasanjo did, look at those people that speak against what Obasanjo did here. They are Yorubas. Suddenly, you are the one that
Obasanjo
was
that
saying,
uh,
no, we don't
rebellion
support
against
ourselves.
Awolowo.
You
uh,
understand? That's what I say. See,
okay,
let us
when
be
you are
consistent
done,
in whatever we are saying.
Mr.
No,
Ola,
Larry, I'm not even saying of you. When we say Obasanjo did this, Obasanjo did that, they will say, no, what did he do? The road that went to sleep, he didn't do that. All of
The
a
only
sudden
thing he did
now,
was increase your
eh,
salary. That's it, man. Just make you make money. And
no,
that's it. You can't
that's
tell me
when I
to fix
talk.
the road. Obasanjo didn't
This one
even
I
fix the
talk.
road to his village.
This one I
He
talk.
didn't build the country now.
Are you telling me? Are you telling me what Obasanjo did, or you just want to talk
He
from your
didn't
own
do
experience?
anything. If you want to talk about the lucky thing, maybe
Now,
later on
Larry,
that
you
he's
see exactly what
not
we
the
are
one that
saying.
invented technology.
You see what
Sorry,
we are saying.
you guys. I was one that kept Baba here. Baba wanted to go,
Baba
and
has
I
left now. You let Baba leave, and you are saying Baba is
Because we
Ola.
are always want to move the conversation to Obasanjo topic.
Ola, you are the one that let Baba go, Jere.
Baba
No,
left
you
before I joined.
agide Ekiti tó kàn máa lò
Baba
káàkiri.
left before I joined him. Baba left before I joined. Don't tell me what is not. Baba left before I joined. Baba was saying here that okay, he wanted to talk. He had no chance to talk. You were talking. Say Baba, you will talk. Immediately you didn't allow Baba to talk. Baba dropped. So what are you talking about? Even even that time someone was even saying someone should bring Prince Daddy. Before I could move Prince Daddy in, before I could join myself, Prince Daddy too left. And you are saying Nami. Baba left before I even joined, before I even showed on the screen. So the thing is this: let us, if you want to be consistent, be consistent. It doesn't matter. Only on money, on shady bebere. Kind of like see the lumi.
That
You
one,
here?
Wàá me.
ọmọ ni ọdún máa jalè ká
Ola,
máa support ẹ̀
wait.
burúkú ká
If
máa
somebody drew our
Wàá
attention
me.
to something that we are doing wrong, and we say, okay, we agree, then why are you not bringing that? Say all of us that is doing it. We all agree that that is what we are doing, but it's not good. So what is your point now?
he just came to
You
defend Obasanjo, that's all.
as you are even saying, Mike is still committing the same thing. Mike is
Is
still
we are not
committing
We
the
talking
same
do
about
it,
thing.
okay, fine.
Mike. He's not saying he's not. Nobody is exonerating himself. What we are saying that we should all agree that this is a problem. We should address it. That's it. So I don't even know your point.
Nobody.
I was saying okay, some people
Nobody
are doing it, some
except
So
people are
I
not
want
doing
you
it.
to show example. I want you to show
nobody except
example. Don't
me.
just talk it. You
uh,
live by showing
Nobody except
example.
me.
Don't just talk.
Mr. Ola, Mr.
Yeah,
Ola,
I'm listening, Jerry Larry.
you were talking about Basanjo, and
Yeah.
me, I have told you, right? And what you are supposed to do is to ask me why is it that people from Ogun State are always against Obasanjo?
He killed Fumilayo Kuti now, that's why.
There is nobody in Ogun State that's ever tried to kind of like get to that point that Obasanjo has not one way or the other played in bringing that person down.
He
And I
brought
can
Awolowo down now.
and I can give you names.
He is such a wicked man, to be
There's
frank.
nobody, and this is what I'm telling you, and this is what people that are from Ogun State will tell you.
I'm from Ogun State too. You are right.
Okay,
There's
Larry,
nobody.
Even
Larry,
Shoyinka till today will not talk to
Larry,
There's
Obasanjo.
nobody.
The only Yoruba man that would come and fight for Obasanjo is Ola.
I mean,
That's only because
No, I
Obasanjo. He
understand.
tell us because Obasanjo
If
increased his salary.
no,
He
no,
made
no. I
money under
understand.
Obasanjo. That's it.
If people that are not from Ogun State are fighting for Obasanjo, I understand.
Larry, permit me to respond to you. You see,
Yes.
the problem is this: we have to know our limitation as human beings, and we compete among ourselves. Awolowo, the most idolized Yoruba politician today, brought Akintola down. He did a lot against Akintola that the history book, the written documentation justify that.
But that's two
Akintola,
politicians now
You
going
can
against
talk
each other.
about
That's
is
understandable.
that not what we're
That's
saying?
rival politicians.
wait,
So,
So
so
that's what they're supposed
Obasanjo
to
Nicola,
did the
do.
same thing, and we are saying no.
Nicola, let
Hold
me
on.
let you understand.
Obasanjo is not going against his
Nicola,
rival politician.
let me let
Obasanjo is
you
just going
understand
against
something.
people.
There
Period.
is difference between all of us being Yoruba
Mhm,
and you see, we can all be Yorubas,
mhm.
but we cannot be from the same place at the same time. An average Egba
What's
person.
the meaning of that?
Wait, let me talk.
Let everybody be justifying double standard now. I'm
Let
listening.
me talk.
Are
No,
you guys will actually think
no, wait now. Let me pick it one by one.
you are doing things. I'm listening. I'm enjoying
Let me
double
pick it one
standards.
by one. Let me start from
Okay.
where Obasanjo is from. Before I move to Egba, let me start from Owu. Why is an average Owu person against Obasanjo?
See, even if you are the most successful among your people
Wait
today,
now.
you will see hatred unnecessary.
No, it's not a threat.
Obasanjo that insult
It
bunch
is
of
not a
kings.
threat. It is
Say,
this guy
Ejide,
that hates
Ejoku.
us. One thing is, see, you see, this conversation, I will have appreciate if I have BT on this call. Obasanjo hates us. And anybody that hates you from Owu, that Obasanjo came from. No, I'm not even going to Egba. Obasanjo and Akiolugbade. We knew what Obasanjo did. Owu Baptist used to be one popular single church. This guy himself divided Christianity in Owu Kingdom for his own selfish interests. Now let's move to Egba. Before I move to Egba, let's move to Bagura in Sasem Abeokuta. Why is it that people from Bagura do not love Obasanjo? Obasanjo played a key role in bringing Abiola down. Let's leave there. Let's move to Ijebu. Why is it that people in Ijebu do not love Obasanjo? Obasanjo played a key role in bringing Awolowo down.
How?
Wait,
How?
Satoshi, wait, let me finish. I don't want to
Let
lose
them be
my
talking
train of
like
thought.
this documented fact now.
I don't want to lose my train of thoughts. Let me finish, then we can talk. Let me move to Egbalake. Why is it that people from Egbalake do not love Obasanjo? What happened to the Fela family in Egbalake today is well documented. And the role that Obasanjo played is well documented. Is Obasanjo so bad that Wole Soyinka will be against Obasanjo? Wole Soyinka is against Obasanjo today because they all know him. And we know him. The only person that was helping Obasanjo that time was Auntie Stella. Auntie Stella. She was always the one that was going from places to places.
Okay, Larry, why do they hate Tinubu? Let's go. Okay, why do they hate Tinubu? So we do explain
You
that.
tell us now.
Why?
Tell us. Yeah.
I know now.
I have
Larry
told
is
you,
why they hate about. Okay, why do they hate
I
Yeah, I
have
Tinubu?
told
explained that
you,
one before. No,
We,
liar,
we,
I explained
I
that
have
one before.
told you they do not hate Tinubu. The only problem Tinubu has comes from the point of envy and the point of
Huh?
leadership.
Huh?
it's
Yes.
just me or te. That's it. You know.
It's not, they do
Yoruba do
not
not
hate,
hate Tinubu.
they do not hate him.
Those people that try to brought Tinubu down mostly, even
No.
during the
Now
2000 last
they
election,
do actually, they
were
do.
even mainly
But
Yoruba.
But
Ola, you have to first of all, there's some dislike where someone can justify. Like he just give you why people don't like Obasanjo. They tell you what he did.
so
Now,
what I'm telling you,
hold on. Because someone is Yoruba doesn't mean you have to like that person. If that person is a reason to dislike someone, then we can justify why we dislike that person. But we are talking about when you just don't like someone, you can't even justify the reason. We are talking about Afeni Ferry, why they will campaign against they are social cultural group of Yoruba, and they will campaign against Tinubu. And can you tell us why? Give us a justifying reason why they would do that. A justified reason why they would do that.
Okay. Why it's Yoruba? Why is that Yoruba hated the Akintola? So that they forgot his achievement, they have to mask it. Why is it that Yoruba hate
No,
Akintola?
tell us about the
No, I'm even asking you now because now
Tinubu one. Tell us.
I'm picking some specific examples now. Why
Eh,
is it that
because
Yoruba
because
hated
eh, because
Akintola?
I will tell you because Akitola went against our law. That's it.
You understand? And just because how did he go against Awolowo? Awolowo went to contest in the federal. He lost and he came back. He said Akintola should vacate. And both of you were lawyers. Now tell me, Simba,
You have
is it
answered your
you and
question
I?
now. Why are you stretching the question again?
No. I'm just asking. No, he has asked, but I'm just giving the scene to that place now.
Yeah,
You
I keep
and
us
I,
vacate now because the Yoruba people want to.
Abba, Mike, you have to look at it from your own perspective first of all. You as qualified as someone, you contested in an election, you won, and someone said he wanted to go to the federal, and he lost there badly, and he came back and he said you should
His
back him.
people want him back now. His people want him back because
No. They did election. There's a difference between you go and resign and let me take. They elected. So the thing is this, guys, we Yoruba, we have this kind of thing. We accept, until we accept. I even like this fact that we are even discussing it. If we accept that we are not coordinated, that we envy and we are so jealous of one another, which is not necessarily bad if it's healthy
uh,
competition. If it's healthy, if it is not the one just to pull down, but the type of one we are doing is pulling down. Some
no,
people, some among Yoruba now, they are praying that Tinubu should fall down and pie as it is so. Just the level of their hatred. They cannot
uh,
even explain why they hate Tinubu other than pay on 10% lowo kiniko. The money you never even thought of even bringing. This guy went and brought those people that will make that revenue. All of a sudden, you hated him for doing that. Where was the money when they were borrowing money to pay salary in Lagos?
Simba.
But the guy turned
I was
general
going to
all of
say
a sudden.
something earlier. I just remember. Ola, Simba. If Yoruba land wasn't located in our geographical location where they are blessed with big land, sea, all these advantages, we'll be the poorest tribe in Nigeria with this behavior. I'm telling you, like literally, like. We the location we are where we are located in that country are so blessed with everything. Like, is it land? Is it the mega city, the waterway, everything? I mean, literally, we are blessed with we are more blessed than almost any other single ethnic group in our country. You understand? Maybe the only people that are probably close to well, I would say we are. And trust me, if it was the Southeastern that owned our space, trust me, man. They would have been so focused on their people. They would have used that opportunity to develop their people, help their people. And you see how they are helping their people now, even with what they don't have. They will go out, they will do apprenticeship, help every child bring child from their village, train the next one. See how they are helping each other. The Southwest, like they would rather go and help somebody else's person. Before even in that Lagos now, remember now, the Yorubas, they will employ people from other tribes before they will employ their fellow Yoruba. You go and apply like the Ote. That kind of behavior, man, I just don't know. Like literally, I don't know. And then I don't know, man. That's self hatred. God bless you, everything, but you just have this bad mentality. The Yoruba man go and apply in his company now. You are rather hire one person that just came from Ghana or somewhere else. Before you employ another one, they will just be talking money out there. They don't want you to make money. They rather hire a stranger. In Yoruba land there, where a stranger will come and they be maybe fighting a Yoruba person, they will side with that stranger. Ah, Omo, I mean, we can say it's a good behavior. It's good. I'm not saying it should be unfair with stranger, but this thing that you have for yourself, it's just, it's not good at all.
So, Bistola, because you were the one that brought the issue of Obasanjo in, that was why I decided to like give you that. Obasanjo ate us. And I'm telling you this now.
When I go agree, make I talk why I come here.
Larry, in addition, look at the last 2023 election.
Madam Zita talk.
Obasanjo also pitched in his tent against Yoruba interests again. So we are right not to like him.
So for me, if you ask me, it's more of a generational thing.
No, Larry,
And
Madam Zita won't speak. I don't know if one of the folk can give him chance.
no,
Allah day here.
Madam Zita will talk. So
Yeah.
Allah.
anytime you bring Obasanjo, you understand, and you feel like, oh, probably the way we do to Obasanjo, I don't know. Any day, anytime, I will personally be against Obasanjo. And he knows it. All he does is to bully. And Obasanjo will continue bullying and we'll keep telling him. And we will keep telling him to his face. He
No,
will only,
Larry.
the only thing,
Larry, in fairness to you, you may dislike whatsoever you dislike, but the way you dislike matters. Now, you can achieve something and you still don't like that person and you still recognize, right? Like, you can't place me in a Buhari here to tomorrow. I know like Buhari, I could tell you. But what he did, there's no way I will take it away from him. No matter what. I won't use what he did, what he achieved. I won't use that one as an excuse against him. But I will rather use his tendency to fulanize Nigeria that people don't want to accept, though. You understand? So I will use that one. But I won't say he didn't build third Nigeria bridge. No, I will never say that. But I will let you know too that he destroyed the economy of Nigeria.
Mr. Ola,
And now
Allah.
the one
Mr. Ola,
Allah day here.
this. Let me
I
give you
did
another instance so
You
that you
day.
know how.
Let's change the topic now. Make I talk with you. I come
Yeah,
here.
Madam Sister, please let me just give him this last one. I'll give you this one so that you know how Obasanjo hates people from Ogun State. And at every point when he has opportunity, he always wants to break them down. An example is Adenuga, Mike Adenuga. Mike Adenuga is supposed to be today, if not for God that kept Mike Adenuga. Obasanjo did everything to break him. And that's another shining light from Ogun State. If not for Ghana.
What did Mike Adenuga do that time?
What did Mike Adenuga do? What did Mike Adenuga do?
Mm-hmm.
If not for Ghana that took Mike Adenuga, embraced him, and gave him that environment.
I said, what did he do?
What did he do that Dangote did not do?
Because I don't know. I want to know. What did he do?
No, because what did he do? Has Mike Adenuga ever been in government? What exactly did Mike Adenuga do?
Because I'm not. I
want
know
to
it was
change this Nigerian.
Because
No,
you
we
are
are not
saying
going
what
to
did he
Trump
do? I think
again. No,
probably my
later. We
Adenuga
are
stole
not going
money
to
from
Trump.
somewhere or did
Mark
what did Mike
Adenuga,
Adenuga do?
let me tell you what he did.
Oladedi, eh?
Macadamia took side with Atiku against Obasanjo. To grab challenge.
Mark Adenuga took
You
side
just,
with Atiku.
I am
What's
asking
the
Larry now. Let Larry explain.
Mike Adenuga did not take side with Atiku.
okay? Okay, so what
Those
did
are
he do?
things that those are things that Obasanjo cooked himself. Mike Adenuga did not take side with Atiku. Mike
So it was just
Adenuga was
after
not
him.
there when Obasanjo
No,
was signing
Obasanjo
agreement.
just woke up and was just after him, right?
Wait now. Mike Adenuga was not there when Obasanjo was signing whatever he signed with Atiku and the likes of them. For Adenuga to even get that license, we knew what Obasanjo did. So if
What the,
anybody's, you can press Obasanjo from outside.
well,
If you are from Ekiti,
you
Ondo,
see, sometimes when you dabble into the area that some of us understand very well, we just want to hear your opinion and we want to validate.
okay?
How did Adenuga get the license? What happened? How did Adenuga get the license?
How did he get the license?
Yeah, how did he get the
Do you know
license?
when Adenuga has been fighting for that license before he got it?
So how did he get it that became a problem?
How did he get it? Why did he get it? So that's what the
Do
simple
you
question.
think if Adenuga had got it when he wanted to get it,
No, you have no answer though. So why is Obasanjo a problem to him not getting it?
is a problem to him not getting it when he
How?
wanted to get it?
How?
How?
Well,
To
Some of
make
us were in that
assassin a
industry. Some of
problem.
us knew what was
To make
happening.
assassin a
How?
problem.
Simple
Larry,
question.
let me help you.
no,
During
I
that
don't.
time,
I don't want
Okay,
to
you
go.
need
I want
help.
Metantita to come in because they
You
will
need
keep
help.
pushing me and
No,
pushing me and pushing
let
me.
him ask.
How did he get
Don't
it?
go. Tell us how. Don't
Larry, let
go.
me help
They don't want you
you. No,
to run away. Don't run away.
Larry,
Don't
don't
run
run away.
away.
No. I'm not
During
running
that
away
time,
now.
Don't run
Tell
away.
us
during that,
how.
Larry, why did you want to chicken out? Don't let them
Me
bully you
picking out.
now.
don't let them bully. That's what
Me
Patosi like
bully me.
to bully people.
No, you running and let's
People
know.
like Patoski cannot bully me
Bullet.
now because Patoski. Because I'm
Patosi
telling
is a
Patoski
soft
things
bully.
that
Oh, soft bully. Ni
Patoski
Patosi.
first
We
said
have
that
to
he's from
question
Ogun
that.
State. When he's not from Ogun State, imagine
I'm proud
Patoski
to be
telling
an
me of
Edo
this
person,
platform
but
that is from Ogun
that's
State.
it's not a big deal. I'm proud to be an Edo person, but
I think
I've said that.
during that time when they are shortlisting the telecommunication companies for our mobile something,
Mm-hmm.
Obasanjo deliberately ignore Globacom.
You're running. You're
Igishiro
running.
Oton
You're
deliberately
running.
because
You're running. What's
listen,
the evidence?
Globacom is the only indigenous farm that also submit
Mm-hmm.
their bid.
Mm-hmm. So does that
And
make him automatically
he is
qualified?
ready, listen, he is ready to commit $243 million. That is licensing fee. They asked them to provide that time. But they use that Nigerian Ojoro, and Obasanjo does not want that man to have it. Why did they not grant him that license after when Yaradua came in? What is the difference? If he had allowed him to
No,
compete and allow,
how can you say was Yaradua that it was not Yaradua that granted him license?
who
It was not
granted
Yaradua. It was
who
not Yaradua. Globacom was already running through Obasanjo's time. How can you say it was Yaradua that granted him
no,
license?
go and check it very well. I will check it and come.
Granted, Globacom very.
Is it not after Obasanjo?
Global
It's
Cup
not the
started
same
in
thing with MTN now.
August 2020, 2003. August
Uh-huh.
2003.
That's during Obasanjo now. Even
It was
Sokuso will tell
during
you.
his
Obasanjo
second tenure.
Chukwuembele cost 203 now.
Obasanjo left 2007. Àbí Sokuso wo ló sọ yìí?
Okay, I'll go and
So
dig and
Obasanjo
come.
irọ́
second
tẹ́tẹ́ pa
tenure.
náà
It
nìyẹn.
was during his second tenure.
Patoski,
Obasanjo,
Irọ́ tẹ́tẹ́ pa nìyẹn.
ẹ máa ṣáà máa wò wọ́n níran o. Ẹ máa
Ní
wò wọ́n
case,
níran.
o kàn
See,
sọ
I
pé
some
ó
of
dẹ̀ sọ
you,
confidently bíi pé
some of you don't even have information of
okay,
what you
I
are
think
talking
what I
about.
want
So
to
I
say
will
is
give
that
you because me, I like
what I
giving
want to
people
say is that
facts.
irọ́ ló pa yẹn,
before
irọ́ last
Nisu
bàbà.
wo ni my
Mo dẹ̀ ti lo mi ò ní fún irọ́ ló pa.
okay,
It
so
was
is it
2000 ṣe
soft bully ni bobo yìí sì kò ní jẹ́ ká
Can
sọ̀rọ̀.
I
o
speak
ti
Guy,
now?
parọ́
guy,
níbẹ̀ yẹn láti jẹ́ kó mọ̀ pé o ti parọ́.
we know what happened to Globalcom. Not
I
only we
want to
know,
ask Ola
I had
question.
a secondary school mate that used to be one of the top gun. My landlord
So
was even working with
see,
Adenuga directly. So all these story people were
wait,
talking and he
Mr.
just
Ola,
go.
let me just tell you something. I just put because
Apart,
me, I like giving people facts. Part of the problem of Obasanjo, and because you are saying somebody said Obasanjo and Atiku, the problem of Obasanjo and Adenuga was not even Atiku at all, was Babangida. Because Obasanjo wanted
Because
Adenuga to set Babangida up. And that was why a lot of people were saying, oh, it's Babangida. At a point, people were saying it was Babangida that owned Global.
Globacom.
Globacom. Yeah,
Globacom
yeah.
belonged to Babangida. It's not Atiku. Adenuga does not have anything to do with Atiku. It was a Babangida. Because
Okay,
Obasanjo felt that Adenuga was the key to getting Babangida down. And that was why you used EFCC before Adenuga was able to escape through Benin Republic.
okay, what happened to PTDF money?
So is
What
Adenuga.
happened? I
See,
was linked for
for you
Adenuga and
guys,
Atiku.
that's the problem. You leave one place, you move to another place. So
No,
is
we are not
Adenuga,
moving. I'm just
Have
asking you
PTDF money or what?
because you just
PTDF,
spoke about.
major thing about anything you talk about PTDF, you talk about Buhari, not even
Wait
Adenuga.
now, not PTF, PTDF.
See,
Oh, the
PTDF.
point in any argument they
What are you
condemn.
saying? Maybe you said that I gave you that. I gave you the main
Let me
reason.
give,
I
let me
saw
tell you
Atiku
why.
decided
Let me
to
tell you why.
remove
Hold on
PTDF.
now. PTDF money was a fund that was under the VP office. PTDF money was part of the money that was temporarily used to secure that license.
Abba, Abba,
Go and read it now.
Abba.
After
Where did
all,
you?
there's talking.
Bapos, these are things that you cook up. PTDF money was never used to secure license for Globacom.
You don't have any
Patosi is
argument.
parallel.
Okay,
Patosi is lying too.
You cook
You
the
see now?
irọ́ ni
PTDF
ìwọ tó
money.
parọ́ pé 2003
The
2001 nìkan ló
only
kù irọ́
thing,
ńlá bá
the
fà
only
rẹ̀mí
thing
ò tiẹ̀ gbúdọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀
was
bímọ àṣírọ́ ló
Obasanjo
má pa
felt
látọjọ́ ẹ̀
Talo Soro 2003. The
rẹ̀mí
only
sọ pé
thing,
2000
the
ìyá
only
àdúrà ló
thing,
fún
the only
Macadenuga
thing
license.
Obasanjo, because that time, and you know why Obasanjo did that for because as at 2007, he felt Babangida wanted to contest. And he felt that Babangida had the war shares, had the money and everything. And he felt Adenuga was the one keeping a lot of Babangida's money. And that was why he went against Adenuga with everything. The
Anyway,
license, everything. So that I just want to knock this issue off because I like to
let
give
me give you
facts.
the argument.
This issue of
Did
that
you read
you
did
guys
you
are
read
bringing
this
up.
man did you read this man autobiography his biography?
Whose
The
biography?
Sikiru Adétọ̀nà biography.
Sikiru Adetono biography. And Sikiru Adetono told you that it's because of Atiku.
Did you read it? That kind is
Patoski, this
did you read it? So you
Sikiru
didn't read it. So
Adetono will never tell
let's
you
not continue.
anything about
Èmi
Adenuga.
á sọ nǹkan tí fact lèmi sọ fún
The
yẹn tó
only
tó
thing
kárí
Sikiru
yẹn sílẹ̀
did
gbà yẹn.
was when Sikiru went to Obasanjo and begged Obasanjo to just let the guy be. Sikiru
So
will
what was
never
the
tell you.
argument?
Kabiyesi will
What was
never tell you that Obasanjo is because of Atiku. That's why Obasanjo is
did
after.
you read the did you read the biography?
No, Baba is
Ola,
still
you still
Baba
there,
is still
there?
alive, self to counter anything. So
Ola,
don't
I'm
bring
telling
them.
you that's what you wrote
make
there.
I
So
talk
Peter,
now. Kaba.
so
I
our
don't talk
Africa,
for one
how
hour.
the
Ola,
No, Madam Sister, I'm not the moderator. Oh, it's Patoski. Oh. Me, I'm a
now you
visitor.
and one talk to. Una don't find another America.
You say what?
Una don't find another US.
Meaning what? Another
US
US?
is finished now.
Yes, now because the world need to find another US now.
Very soon because US is
No,
finished.
Madam Sister, I don't know how to explain to you Americans that you've taken action that suggests that you are overrating yourself against the global community. You see, one thing is this. What when I listened to Singapore today in the parliament, they were suggesting that even though if America is fighting against others, we should not be fighting against ourselves. We suggest that let Americans be doing whatever they want to do. Yeah, you can isolate them. Europe, come together.
Okay.
Now today I even know the right way to call Asia. So they don't call it Asia, they call Asia. So let Asia let them get
Okay,
together
let me tell you
and
what the problem is. Why I use the
okay.
word have you people find another America? Because I've been listening to all the argument from one country to the other. Those who are calling US to continue the trade deal, those who are fighting them back. But there is one thing that is outstanding. In all their language, none of them wants to lose their market like US did. And that's a very big problem. America lost almost 90 million businesses for the whole world to come in and dump in them. But if you listen to these global leaders arguing, even China is making a deal. He wants to make a deal with India. He wants to make a deal with this person. He wants to make a deal with people. Those people, their complaint is, are you coming to bring your product into my country to sell for $1? Yes, it's good for my consumers. Your cheap product is good for my consumers. But what about my own market? Who's gonna buy? That is what I said here from day one. But people are seeing it as American ego, American hegemony, American this. They let down something to be what they are. But most of you that are blinded by hate don't want to see that. Can you imagine the number of factories and companies in China? How much does China buy? They keep
How
producing.
much does China buy? 1.4 billion population. Yeah.
That is the question. With 1.4 billion population, how
How
much
much
do
did
they
they
buy?
buy? Are you kidding?
They keep manufacturing and sending out. Who wants to be that market? That is the question. Now, the China market is one corner. European market is one corner. Indian market is one corner. Canadian market is one corner. Australian market is one corner. Sure, you called West Asia, like Malaysia, Vietnam, Japan, South Korea. Their market is one corner. Who's gonna buy? That is the question.
Madam Zita, if I may modify that your argument, you see the problem with Trump is this. I
No,
think he want to
wait.
find a
No,
way.
please. Hold on.
I'm coming.
Please, hold on.
No, now
Hold on.
you
Hold on. Please. Anytime I want to discuss a global argument, don't make it somebody. If you make
I'm
it,
coming. Maybe someone
please,
started it.
if hold on, any other person would have started it. Please, don't make it Trump. Because this thing,
You are though.
hold on, let me finish. I want us to have a very nice conversation so that people in this platform will understand us and the people listening will understand. Now, if you go back for the past 45 years when this thing started, at a point, they understood that they made a mistake. Nancy Pelosi spoke about it. Go back. She spoke about it in those days very angrily. Chuck Schumer spoke about it. Barack Obama spoke about it. George Bush Jr. spoke about it. Now, what is the difference? That somebody has a ball to do what everybody has been saying that went wrong. And you now want to make it that person's show. No, now.
Madam, sure you will let me
You
talk.
don't, hold on. You don't disturb global economy that way. No.
Shebi, you will let me talk now.
Oh, yeah, talk.
See, let me tell you something. If we have some people that are trying to manipulate the situation, some of us, we are not totally financially or economically illiterate. We understand what is happening. Now, just because China is having some kind of unfair advantage in the World Trade Organization, I don't know why should that escalate to other countries. Now, look at it this way. We are only focusing on
Can I answer
manufacturing.
that question before you continue?
Okay.
You said you understand the global market and you understand the financial institute. Let me tell you why.
Don't let me put
Hold
my
on.
position fully
Okay,
now.
you said, why should that escalate to other nations?
Let me put my
It's a question. And let me
Okay.
answer why it was escalated to other nations. China does what they call unfair practices in the sense that if you put tariff on them, they will go to a country where you don't have much tariff and put their goods there. They will ship it from there to your country, thereby coming into your country with a lower tariff. That was why it escalated to other countries. Okay, continue.
Okay. Now, so what we fail to understand today is what we are talking now is basically manufacturing, mostly. But one key point people are ignoring is the service industry. In the global service industry today, America dominates. Well, is it financial? Is it information technology? Is it professional services, entertainment, healthcare? Just mention anything around services. Dominated by America. Yeah, China, I know, even if they don't care, UK, everybody, they fence your product out. That has been their practices for a very long time. And some other presidents before, they managed to deal with the situation in a better way. Not something that is
No, they
creating
never
global
did
crisis.
anything. No, they
They
never
did.
did anything. No, they
They
didn't.
did.
No, they didn't.
Wait
They
now.
didn't. They
Wait.
didn't.
They
I will
did.
answer that
Okay.
your question
Now
when
the
you
question
let
is
me
this.
talk.
The question is this now. Is it America? No, is it Canada that is outsourcing the cost center, remote support to India, to Bangladesh, to other part of the country? Is it China? Americans. Just because someone gave a brilliant example today that okay, the cost of producing one Adidas boot in the factory, the cost entirely that they will sell in China is just $10. But it gets to America and you will see the retail price of $150, $200, $300. How is that supposed to be the problem of China? How is that supposed to be the problem?
Allah,
Now,
it's not
ask
supposed to
yourself one
be.
question. Ask yourself one question. Okay, look at the S24 Ultra I'm using. It's going to cost me 1,800.
We are saying
The same
what
phone.
everybody knew. Look, wait. Let me.
So the thing is,
Hold on.
is the greed of
Somebody
Americans,
did.
not the.
Hold on. Somebody did
Okay.
something. I started by telling you this thing started 45 years ago. Somebody did something. They did it that their stock will grow. They gave them reasons. Go and listen to what happened when these things you are calling started being shipped away. The citizens were meant to demonstrate, but they calmed them down and told them that when they do it like that, they will be fine. But are they fine? The answer is no. So the question of you saying they ship their services, goods and their services outside is what is the problem? That's exactly what is the problem. No country does that. No country will let that happen. But they did it anyway. And now the question I'm asking for those who is abusing them, accusing them, doing all manner of things to them. One question, every country is coming together. They are coming together. India is discussing with China. China is discussing with Europe. Canada is joining Europe. Well, France is talking to this person. Malaysia is Singapore is talking. Vietnam is talking to. And I asked a simple question. Among all these countries, who wants to be America? And the
Nobody
answer
wants to be
is no.
America now. Why
Yes,
should someone be America? They have to
that
be
is what I'm
themselves.
saying. The answer is no. So if none of them, India has 1 point something billion humans. China has 1 point something billion humans. America only has, according to them, 300 and something million. And if none of them want to be America, then you people still don't have anything in the table. You don't have the cards. That's what I'm saying.
Madam Zita,
Because
you know what to say.
Madam Zita and
No,
Prince Daddy. Yeah, I
Larry,
have a
Larry,
question for you guys.
just give me 3 seconds. You will continue. I'm not talking too much.
Hmm.
So the unfair advantage too is the recent Trump increased tariff on the products coming from Nigeria. All those are local food. It's because of China. Now we're done. Larry, please continue. Let me take that excuse.
So this Trump thing, and Prince Daddy, thank God that you are there. There is this allegation that Trump is deliberately doing all those things as more of insider trading
Exactly.
than anything.
Exactly.
Because as at
That's what he's
Wednesday
doing.
now, they said the investors, I think they said they gained, is it $7 billion or how much they say they gained within
you
how
people,
many?
you see, this is what
Wait now,
actually.
Madam Zita, wait,
Okay,
let
you
me
said
finish.
something. I wanted to answer you on that.
Mm-hmm.
That is actually what I would like to discuss with somebody who is versatile in economics.
Yes. Let's
Listen
discuss.
to me. It is simple common sense. I don't even know who you people listen to. Do you do stock? The
Yeah, I
answer
do.
is yes.
I do
Thank you.
extensively.
When do you buy? Is it when it is high or when it is low?
You buy
The
low.
answer is when it is low.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is stock always high? The answer is no. Is it a market that goes up and down, up and down, up and down? You watch it when it is low, you buy. Simple common sense. So
Okay.
why is it an insider
So
trading?
you know why
Hold
is an
on,
insider?
hold
You
on,
know
let
why
me
is an
finish.
insider trading?
Let me finish now.
Okay, finish your own.
The
I can counter
trade,
you on that.
the stock going low did not go low inside. It went low for everybody to see. So how was it insider trading? Who stops you from buying? Trouble because man.
When you are done, let me know.
I'm done.
Okay. So why people are accusing him of insider trading is the fact that he knows that he's going to pause some of all those things. He decides to bring it out. Everything gone down, deep down, right? And more like immediately they achieve what they want to achieve, he said he paused it. And
Okay.
immediately he said he paused it, everything came back to normal.
Have you
Now,
been to
after
stock
some time,
exchange before?
what do you say?
Have you been to stock exchange before?
I'm deep
I
in.
just asked you a question.
I've
Because
not
in the
just been.
market,
I've not just been to the stock
hold on,
exchange
in the
before. I
market,
am deep into the stock exchange.
okay, thank you. If you are deep, you wouldn't make these comments you are making.
No. I
Because
would.
hold on, let me say
I
that
would.
you are saying what
Let
mainstream
me.
media. Hold on, you are saying what mainstream media.
You want to talk. You
Hold
don't
on.
want somebody to
You
talk.
are just saying what mainstream media said in the
Not
United
what
States.
mainstream
Hold
media
on, they can
said.
say anything. But if you are
Okay,
deep,
when you are done,
hold
just
on.
tell me you are done, and I
I'm
will come.
done. Anything you bring out, I will chip into it. When you say you are deep into trade and you've been to stock market, everybody sit down with your ear set, watching the market. It goes deep down. You see it as a good buy. You wire them. You know nobody go tell you to buy. If you are deep into stock exchange, stock market. You sit down, put your earphone, they look the screen, they watch them. The moment the thing drop, because it's like a roller coaster. The moment the train drop, you look up, you see now better buy, you wire ram instant, you know the waste time. So I don't know what you mean that it went deep, and the moment they buy it, he could. I don't know, but continue.
Okay,
When
when
you
you're
talk
done.
another one, I will come in.
Okay, now let me tell you something. All those ones you're saying, right? Those are not the main thing. All those normal retail trading are not the main thing. The basic thing is what the big boys do in the market. And for me to have said he was playing games was this issue of you put it out, you pause it, you come again, you put it out, you pause it. No, that's not how it's supposed to be. If he knows he doesn't want to do it, then don't do it. If he knows.
I've never seen them.
Let me chime in. So
Wait,
So now
Larry,
Prince Daddy,
stock
wait. Let
market
me
is
let
state.
me let me let me
Are
let
we
me
changing
let me
it to American topic again and let Prince Daddy run and Madam AI and the three of you guys? You won't let us hear word
Which
anymore.
kind problem be
Yeah, we
this?
already
I
leave
don't
you
know.
guys American to your demise. Do whatever you want. We don't care.
I
Put
think that is
1,000% tariff on us. It's an inside trading. You know that. Why are you trying to pretend about that?
what is
We
there.
know what
Excuse me. Let me ask you a question. For those who know stock, which one is not an inside trading? Which
So I
stock
don't
is
know.
not? Hold on. I'm asking a question. Because these people just say these things. You listen, you run with it. You don't sit down to ask yourself a question. Which
Not
stock?
that I wrong with it. He even said it that this is the time to buy.
Of
And
course.
immediately, listen.
Does he need to tell you that?
Cabinet member and
You they
those
drink
people that
cocaine, you don't know saying at the
you
time to
won't let
buy.
us talk. You just want to monopolize it.
No,
He
no,
said
no,
it,
no.
and
I'm
before
asking
other
Can
people
I
you.
will
ask a
jump on
question?
it because
Can I ask a question?
When stock
Can I
go
ask a
down,
question?
is it not time to
Sorry.
buy? Do you
not
need
when
Can I ask
stock
anybody
a
to
go
tell
question?
down.
you?
It is when you deliberately do things to ensure that stock goes
Of
down.
course, because
That
you
that's
was
what we
said,
are talking
there
about.
is
Can't
hold
you
difference
on,
write
between
hold
when
on,
something?
stock,
hold
Madam
on.
Zita. If you want us to
You
talk,
said
we'll
you are
talk.
deep into stock. You
Wait,
should
that
know
is what
that some
I'm
stocks
telling you.
sometimes they deliberately shut
Wait,
it down.
what exactly
okay,
drives you?
you said I should hold on, but then
Can
Remy
I
talking,
can
other
I
people
take
are
it?
talking.
Sorry, please, Daddy. I want to
What
ask you a
drives the
question.
stock exchange, right? The only thing we are buying in the stock exchange is just normal information. And everybody is
If
looking
that's
at,
what you are doing now, then you are not deep into stock
wait
exchange.
now, let me talk now. What is everybody looking at? Is it not normal info? What do you think everybody is looking at? Is there any
Information is
magic?
what stock exchange uses.
What is everybody looking at? What do you think
That's the
everybody is looking at? That's the major thing that drives
Yeah,
it.
but you're not buying the information now. That's not what you're buying. Information is not
See,
what
let
you're
me tell
buying.
you.
Wait, that
Information
is
that
we
you
are
give
not
it up.
saying
Let me
buying. That
tell
is
you
what drives.
something.
Do
If
you
you
But
are
that's what
deep,
you are saying now. You say we are buying
if you are
information.
Satoshi, simple
okay,
English is what drives, right? I
okay,
said what drives the stock exchange is information.
of course now, of
Now, I'm
course.
not saying information
But
is
let me
what you are
ask you
Listen,
buying.
something.
let me
Let me
tell
ask
Don't,
you
you.
a question.
don't,
Let me
no,
If
ask
you
you a
are
don't.
question.
deep
What I
Sorry.
didn't
into
say,
stock exchange, you
Satoshi,
can
what I
hear.
didn't
Listen,
say,
listen.
don't
Let
say
me,
I said it.
please.
I
Sorry.
said what drives the stock exchange is
If I didn't hear you
information.
well.
Thank you. So listen to me. If you are deep into stock exchange, you will hear before the market even go in. You will hear that a company has an issue. Then you will start verifying. Is the issue going to crash them? No, no, no. That thing will bring them down for the next 5 days or the next 6 days. But some people will panic. They will sell off. Really? For me, what happened? They will tell you this, that. You say, okay, are you sure? There are some stockbrokers that are expert in explaining this to you. If you are deep into stock exchange, then they will explain and tell you, Madam, look, if you buy it, or if you can get patience, in the next 6 months, you come back and thank me. Find me something outside of my agent money. Find me something. It's an insider trading. That's the stock exchange run. Then the moment the thing starts, bam, they mark the thing, bam, you just grab them as much as you can.
Madam Zita, that's
So
not
why are you
insider trading.
saying that it's an
Don't
insider
follow inside.
trading? He told
Madam
them to
Zita,
buy. This is the
Madam
right time
Zita,
to buy.
Madam
The
Zita.
man is just a
Market
showbiz.
analysis is not insider trading. Don't mix it up. What you've just said is just normal market analysis. And that's not insider trading. Anybody can analyze the market. Any financial
When
analyst.
the analysis is from the
Wait,
company
Madam
itself,
Zita.
it's not an insider trading.
No, that's not it.
Okay.
That's not it.
Okay,
Any
now, so
financial
you did it
analyst that is
for.
smart,
Let me continue with the. I'm not talking about the stock. Let me
yes.
continue with the trade
But
one.
Madam Zita, I want to ask you a question.
Ask
Are we witnessing the end of America?
how.
You understand? Yeah, with what is happening, and I'll give you the reason. But do you think we are witnessing the end of America
Okay,
and the
let me
beginning
tell you,
of another power?
So
America
Patoski is
is.
looking
Hold
like it,
on.
though,
Let
to
me
be
let
honest.
me answer his question. America is a country that doesn't need to die for another to rise. It's a country that another will have to rise for it to die. I hope I explained it well. Let me repeat it again. What am I saying in essence, not repeating, is that there is no replacement now. So they are not dying.
What a
It's not
replacement
their
in
end.
what? In what sense?
Everything now.
Like what? Like I mean, you say everything. I mean, what is it
When
now?
I mean everything now, trade holds the world, money holds the world, strength holds the world. So they have these three.
So are you saying? Give me an example of strength. Are you saying the dollar strength? The dollar?
The dollar strength
They
is
can
still
replace the
the.
dollar now. Everybody can agree that they no longer trading in dollar.
Hold on.
How did the dollar? Was it not an agreement that
Okay.
made the dollar the trading currency?
You
You're
see, I
saying
don't
them
make arguments. So they are
Saudi.
trading in which currency?
No, what I'm saying, who decided that we use dollar to trade? It was Saudi and the because Saudi was
That's
the
what I'm telling you. I'm
Saudi
not
and the
saying, hold
European
on. I'm not
power.
saying who handed them over the power. You didn't ask me who handed them over power. That's not what you asked me. You asked me, are we
No, no, I'm
seeing
talking
the
about the
debt?
dollar, the power of the dollar.
Listen, if you said Saudi handed over the power of the dollar,
The
right?
Saudi and the European Union.
No, handed over
They
the
agreed
power of
to
the.
be trading in
Okay, now,
dollar.
so let them
Everybody have no
collect. So
choice.
why are
But
they not collecting it?
do you know if we had
Hold on now.
okay.
Let's finish one before you got another one. They handed them over the power of the dollar. So why they're not collecting it?
You say why can't okay, let me
They should
explain something.
collect it now.
Back then, if we had another
Oh,
power
let's
like we
finish.
have today,
Let's finish
like
one.
China and the
Mike, can we finish one?
now you ask me a question now. You say who handed them over and
You
I'm
said it's
responding.
them. I said they should collect it. And until they
And if
collect
they
it,
collect it, forget it.
hold on
America is no
now.
longer that
Calm
this thing
down. Let's
because they
sit
really don't
on
have
one.
money like that. They just print.
Let's sit on one argument. They handed them over the power. They should collect it. As it is now, they have not collected it. I'm using your words so they still have the power. That is what.
And
Trade.
but instead they cannot collect it, and I'm telling you that they
No,
can.
I said they should collect it. And since they have not collected it, that means the power is still with them.
We
Okay?
are.
So that one is settled. The
It's
second
not.
one, I said trade. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
The trade is still with them. Who gave it to them? Name them. I don't know who gave it to them. But whosoever gave it to
I
them,
trade with them.
whosoever gave it to them has not collected it. So it's still with them. Power, which
It's
is
still
military
the
mind.
dollar
Hold
now.
on.
The
Military
trading
mind.
currency.
I mentioned three things that rules the
It's the same
world.
thing you mentioned. The trade is the dollar now.
No. The
The
trade is
dollar
not
is
the
what
dollar.
everybody uses to
No, the
trade.
trade is not the dollar, please. The trade is not the dollar. The trade
Was
is not the
America
dollar.
trading that nobody else
I
can?
said the trade is not the dollar. Dollar is official currency of the world. The trade is not the dollar. Forget that one. Okay, so the third
Okay,
one
what's
is
America selling that the whole world is consuming? The people
can we
that are
sit
consuming that things
finish
in
now?
China
Let's
and
finish
Japan
it
and all
one
this.
by one. This third thing I said is power. And I said they have the military might. I'm waiting for you to name.
Others, I
Hold
mean,
on
Russia
now.
have
Hold
military
on.
might
Hold
now.
on.
So
I'm waiting for you to tell me who gave it to them.
But as
Madam
it is
Sita,
now,
this age
the
you live in,
person
the
that gave
military
it to
is not
them
the.
has not collected it, so it's still with them. So as we are speaking now, everything is still with them.
Yeah, we
And I
agree
said,
now.
you asked me if we are seeing the end of them. I said no. The way the country is built, the way they build themselves, somebody got to rise above them. They don't need to die for somebody to rise.
Oh, of course, they don't need to die now, but I mean,
So that's what I said.
Okay.
So they are not dead, and somebody has not risen over
See,
Madam
them.
Zita,
Madam
when you
So
are
we are
Sita,
done,
not
I want
saying
to
they
Madam
are
ask
dead.
Prince
Sita,
Daddy something. No.
John Larry Joe. Madam Sita, it seems as if the fundamental behind using US as the dominant, because you call it the global forex. Let's just say dominant. It's not the only trading currency. See, it's like you are overrating the situation. It's just because like about 40% of the global trade invoices are in USD just because of the level of consumption. Now, these people are now saying now that okay, we want to restrict you from bringing what we consume from you. It simply means that those goods may not be going there. If those goods are not going
They
there,
don't even
the
have
goods will be
enough.
diverted to somewhere else.
They don't
If
have
the
enough.
goods if the goods are diverted to somewhere else, then the equation will change. So there will be no point of having about 40% of global
Well,
invoices in
that's
the
a
USD.
myopic view of just divert the goods elsewhere. It doesn't make any sense.
Just
It,
stop that. America is
oh,
not the first superpower in the world.
no, no, see,
Ask
no,
yourself.
let's not,
well,
no,
Ask
nobody can
yourself
emotional.
what
consume
the
like America.
Which one was the
Okay,
first?
let
Hold
me
on.
talk, guys.
Which
I've been
one
trying
was
to
the
talk. You guys wouldn't
first?
let me talk.
Hold
Prince
on.
Daddy,
Who is
let
the
them
first?
Prince Daddy, I
Can
have
I
a
tell
question
you
for you
that question?
before.
Can I tell you why I asked that question?
Who is the first?
Hello?
You
Can I
said they
tell
are
you why
not the
I asked that
first
question?
Have
superpower.
you ever heard of about Roman Empire before? No, you are just laughing. It's not funny. You
No,
just
can I ask
see.
Well,
No,
you?
I don't find it funny.
let's go to the Persian Empire. I think let's start from the
And
Persian
then
Empire.
during Roman
Can
Empire,
I
you
tell
were
you?
using,
Can I
what was
tell
their
you why?
currency that the whole world
Can I
was
tell you
using
why
in
I asked that
quotation?
We're using
question?
cowrie shells.
It's not,
Can I tell you why
no,
I
no,
answer
no,
that
no, 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 no.
question?
Let's just not laugh this thing off. You understand?
Let's go
Ola,
to the
You
Greek
see,
Empire.
Ola,
Let's start from there.
Ola,
Ola.
Ola,
Can I tell you why
Prince
I asked that
Daddy,
question?
please let me say something to Ola. Ola, you see, the problem of the world have is actually this thing you are saying. I'm not saying that United States cannot be overthrown. But when you demeaning somebody's power and powers, you won't be able to fight him. That's exactly what the world is doing. You are demeaning them. I don't.
Who is demeaning? We are demeaning America.
Yes, you people are the.
I
Do
know.
you think they cannot do this? They cannot do this. We will do this. Are they the
No,
first
no, no,
power?
no.
When you do
It's the
those
other way
things, you
around.
won't
Okay,
The
calm
question,
down.
let
It
me
is
let
Madam,
me
whether
let
Madam
me
you
Sita.
are
tap
the
in real
one that
quickly.
No,
is
no, no,
over.
no, no, no. Please, Daddy, wait. Please, Daddy,
God damn
this
it,
way.
guys.
You've not
No, now
answered
wait
me.
now. Make
What's
Prince
the
Daddy talk
problem?
now.
What's the problem that Trump is putting tariff on Nigeria products? You've not explained that because you told me that because China they take goods to another. Tell me the goods that China takes to Nigeria that he has to tax the local food that our people in America are eating. Just
Look, I
explain
just
that
told you now.
because you've
I
been Trump
just told you now.
defender, right? Tell
No,
me.
you don't understand it. I just explained it to you.
Explain what?
What?
Explain how
Why they
Pando,
said, hold
how
on now.
40 row and
Calm
Egusi
down.
are just more
Please
expensive.
calm
They are
down.
coming from China.
Can you calm down? They
I've calmed
brought
down.
China into World Trade Organization, and China became a manipulator. It doesn't necessarily mean that Chinese good will be manufactured in Nigeria. Why he's doing that is because China manipulates trade. If he doesn't put that tariff in Nigeria, if he leave it at 2%, China will pass through Nigeria to bring those products into the United States to avert that tariff. So that's why he did that. I've explained this before.
It's called rerouting.
I don't think it's as easy as you thought.
No,
Like
let
that.
me
Prince
tell you why
Daddy.
I
it's
think,
like
I
easy.
think, as
Hold
Madam
on,
Zita,
hold
what
on,
you should accept.
Remy, Madam
hold
Zita.
on, hold
You
on,
guys,
Remy.
please
It's
Let
wait.
not
us
a.
say
Let me
something.
just ask Prince Daddy
When
something. And
I
let Prince
finish, go
Daddy
and do
let
your
Prince Daddy
research.
talk, please.
See what China does.
Madam
China
Zita,
will
please
produce a product
let
in their
me ask
country.
Prince Daddy
That
something
product we
and
sell
let
for $3.
let Prince Daddy talk because Prince Daddy
Okay.
has been
Okay.
struggling to talk since. Prince Daddy, my question for you, particularly with all this trial and error that Trump is doing, because me, I, I think this is the first time I'm seeing an American president that is not really thinking things through
Thank you. I
before
love
going
that
into
word.
before
Thank
going
you.
into things.
This is the first time America is having a president that is unpredictable and is good for them.
Because prior to this time, I've always known, because for me, I was like, okay, fine, probably what he's trying to do is to bring them to the table to negotiate, then he can. But no, that's not it. And that's why a lot of people are thinking that it's deliberate. And that's why some people are even saying, oh, it's probably some kind of insider trading.
You guys know the price of a lot of things have gone sky high. Huh?
You just wait. Trump will come up with things, right? Oh, he wants to do this, he wants to do that. At the middle of it, he will chicken out. And this is exactly what
Well,
he's doing.
because what you're seeing there is it's leadership on display, just like I explained to Kolaka. Me, I
What
like
about leadership? You are paying
okay.
loyalty with your
You want to
country
talk?
with the
Go ahead and
leadership.
talk.
Go ahead. Sorry, I'm
Go
just
ahead. I
wanted
will
to.
also ask you
Go ahead.
a lot of questions. Please, Daddy,
Go
get
ahead, Prince
ready.
Daddy.
Well, see, just like I said, when Tinubu came to power and people started attacking Tinubu, he's not working enough, this and that. I said, look, I like a leader that that I can accept their mistakes, meaning that a leader, when they realize that they're doing wrong or they're going in the wrong direction, they change their course because they're not arrogant and they're not selfish. It's all about the people. So to the notion to think that Trump is so perfect, it knows the outcome of every event is just ridiculous. I don't know what things like that, but it has a solid track record. There's no doubt about that. Even just YouTube or Google it right now. 30 years he's been talking about what he's doing today, and the notion that the media, as they do normally, they manipulate stuff and they try to convince not convince people really, to lie to people and get people agitated. It's the reason why we see what is going on. But the plan itself, it's solid. There's no doubt about that. And in fact, all these so-called great analysts, these pundits and gurus, they are falling flat on their face. Because guess what they said? They said if Trump does what he's doing right now, everybody's going to run to China. Nobody's running to damn China. Nobody's running to China.
Uh,
It's actually the opposite. And the notion to people to make the assumption like the guru Peter Schiff that you know oh, all China has to do is just turn around and sell to the rest of the world. Is that as easy as it is? Of course, it doesn't make any sense. America is a
Prince
unique
Daddy.
unique market
Prince
because
Daddy, wait.
we have the consumer power, we
Let
have the market, and we have the currency. So
yes, we
it's a
know.
unique combination
Prince
that not all
Prince
Prince
countries.
Daddy,
Daddy. Prince Daddy,
Fiarabale,
wait. Let
Fiarabale,
me
Prince
tell you
Daddy.
something. You know the implication of all this is Trump is doing. At the end of the day, nobody's going to take Trump serious. And those countries, they are just going to see him as a joker. Because
No,
when
no. What countries are you talking
No, no,
about?
no,
All the
Larry,
wait,
countries
Larry,
already
they will
lined
take
up.
him serious. If you say
wait,
they
All
let
won't
the
me
take him
let
countries
me
serious,
are
they
already
wait,
will
lined
delay.
up.
wait
No, no,
now.
no.
Larry,
See,
no, Larry,
Wait.
people may misunderstand if they say they are
Let
not going to
me
take him
let me
serious.
let me tell you why I
No,
think they
no,
will
you
not
will
take him.
continue because what Trump is doing is creating instability. So any investor will take instability seriously. You understand? They think through
Instability. Any
instability
investment into which country?
Let me tell you
300% before they
something.
even think of
Into
stability
which country
100%.
or like into which
Let me
country?
tell you something. When you have one power and when you misuse that power, because what Trump is currently doing is misusing it.
Yeah.
no, it's not misusing it. That's your
No,
own
please, Daddy,
assumption.
wait,
And,
let me
and by the
talk
way,
now.
I'm
Let,
actually surprised, Larry, that you think that
no.
Trump
You
was
know why I'm
engaging in.
talking like
Hold
that?
on.
See,
I'm surprised you think Trump is engaging in the insider trading. That blows my
no,
mind.
because
Actually, coming
see,
from
wait
you.
now, wait. Let me land. Let me land. This is not the first time Trump is using this tariff thing, right? It started with, oh, he was going to put tariff on Canada, Mexico, and which other country? There were three that time.
China.
Canada and
No,
Mexico
not
now
even
around
China.
America.
These are our friends, our
Australia.
neighbors there. I know he said Canada. When he
Mexico.
started, the first one he did, Canada, Mexico, and one other country.
Well, it's Canada, Mexico, really. Maybe the
No, no,
EU,
no. There's
the
another
EU,
one.
Australia, Australia. Those are the
Not
three main
Australia.
ones.
Within the South African,
Yeah,
North
let's move
African.
on. Let's move on.
There's no any other country really,
No
unless
way.
Panama
Hey,
that we want
Papa
the canal.
Guatemala.
When he
No,
did that
Panama, we want
thing,
a canal. We want a canal
along
at
the
Panama.
after
Oh,
some
no,
time,
Okay,
Panama, yeah.
he
yeah.
said he
So
paused. Wait now, Prince Daddy, wait. He said he paused. The same thing that happened then, he started this one again. Oh, I'm going to announce tariff all over the world. There's bills everywhere. The market everywhere is shaking. Trump. He came in. He put it out. After how many days? He chickened out. Now he said he wants to face China. And this
no,
is
it
America
isn't
that
checking out. No, say okay.
wait,
Listen, no,
let me
Prince Daddy,
finish.
let him finish now, and then you
well,
come.
hey,
Wait, let me finish.
You are
There are
taking time,
some
so
things.
let's please round up. We also want to speak.
There are some things an African president can do that an American president shouldn't even try it. Tinubu can
Abi.
decide to do try and error because people that are depending on Tinubu, how many people are depending on Tinubu?
Even
But
West
an
Africa are
American
not even
president,
depending on it.
the world depends on the American president. An American
You see,
president is not expected to do all
okay,
this
no.
try and error
Actually,
game.
you got it inverted. It's actually the other way around because America has more leverage, more. They have more
Eh,
insulation than hold on than Nigeria does. So Nigeria can misbehave.
so
America
if
can actually afford to misbehave because they have more insulation than Nigeria or any other
that
country
is not
does.
what
So
I'm
Are
saying.
I
you
don't
A
I
sure
don't
you
word,
buy
have
that
an
a
analysis.
education?
word from an
I don't.
Prince
American
Daddy,
president
Prince
could
Daddy,
shake the
what
world.
Larry is saying is that abuse of the privileged position. People look
No,
up to
that's
America. You are
that
supposed to
no
be.
no nobody's abusing nothing.
Can
Okay,
I
See,
no nobody's
can I
abusing
refer to
nothing.
my
Listen,
question?
if you guys take your time, hold on, Petoski. If you guys take your time, actually, rather than being sensational and listen to this news outlet, take your time to analyze yourself, thinking through the things yourself. Okay, what I'm telling you is me experiencing. Nobody's reading from the textbook right now. We are living here in today's world, and we're seeing what is happening. I'm not paying attention to this media or what
So,
people are saying.
so
I'm trying
Prince
to
Daddy,
analyze things myself also. So take your
so
time.
Prince,
Forget about this notion about inside trading is garbage. When collectors send me that news, I just ignored it. I said this is
Okay,
trash.
Prince
No,
Daddy, let us even move away. Let's move away from inside trading and let's just talk about the impact
Can I
on.
readdress my question? Sorry.
Okay,
Thank you very much. You see, I asked the question and say, is this the end of America? When I mean the end of America, I don't mean that whether America would die, but is this the end of American leadership? If you analyze the geopolitics of the world, you see, America has been obsessed with Russia and they ignored China. And then before they realized it, China is already ahead and they've according to the Yoruba guy, Oti Lomo Won Lowo. And now America is 10 years behind. They've just woken up after 10 years. I mean that in figurative terms. That so China is gone. So the only way to me, what I'm saying is just panic reaction that these guys are gone, so let's bully them. You cannot bully China out of development. You cannot bully China out of leadership. And if China plays card correctly, there might be some realignment. I'm not saying that people will abandon America, but what used to be a strong alliances and everything, Trump is breaking them, and we are witnessing realignments. You understand? America is not as rich as it used to be.
uh-huh.
America, I mean, relative now, is not as rich as it used to be. It's the most indebted country in the world, and in the military sense of it, we can't say they are more powerful than China or Russia because we don't want that to be tested. You understand? But if you judge China, the way they've developed capacity in other area, in constructions, in other technology, even in copying technology, you will want to think that China has developed some capacity military wise that they are not showing off. You understand? And to me, America does not want to attempt war with China. The max they can do is this kind of trade war, and if they do that, they will not win. That's just the truth. So
Okay.
I think if you listen to Putin, I saw one of the recent Putin interview. Putin said that you cannot stop the sun from shining. That China development is almost as guaranteed as the sun shining because they took time and they put values. They have the value that foster development. All the values that foster productivity and development that America had that brought America to this point in their global peak. They've lost all of such values due to extreme liberalism. Now Trump is trying to correct those
Okay.
things,
So
but it's
we know
late
where you
now.
stand, Patoski. Yeah, I know you're a China man,
Okay,
so we know
okay.
where you
Before you
stand.
say
Oh, you say
something,
I'm a China man.
before you say
Well,
America,
something,
to
are
me,
you not?
America, we might just say goodbye, America, as it is today.
Are you not a
uh,
China man? But what you're saying,
Prince Daddy, take this question
Prince
along.
All
Daddy,
this
Prince
one
Daddy,
goodbye
you are
take
not
this
America. Now
looking
so
question
at.
Canada
along.
people they talk.
You say I'm a China man.
Why is it
Prince
all of you
Daddy,
from Canada
take
always
this question.
goodbye America,
Take this
goodbye
question
America?
along.
What happen?
Uh, Prince Daddy, the other time you said that America is well insulated. I want you to take the bond that America is owing different countries. Japan, $1.59 trillion. China, $1.50 trillion. EU, about $1 trillion. Take it along. If they try to put the rug out of your feet, what insulation do you have? Go ahead, sir.
No,
well,
religions
say,
cannot.
let me answer. Say,
You will respond, please. See, Remy, see, all those one are not even issue. If you threaten America, that they can go into war with you. So they have isolation, a lot of isolation. I will agree with him to some extent because American being a superpower and is holding the world reserve, the world reserve, and still a very critical in the global trading currency. Of course, they have it. We know.
okay.
Today, if those people want to pull the rug, you understand? One lay daru, because you to add dasogun.
Say,
So
the way Remy's question is a
So
valid
what you are
question.
saying, Yola, is that it will
Let
affect them and they will not turn it to water fight, right?
what
no,
asagidi ni now?
okay. Let me
So
answer.
what kind of okay,
Let
let
me
him go ahead.
respond.
Let him go ahead.
Say your question is a valid question, but also it has some level of naivete to that question. See,
Thank
um,
you, this president. Okay, go ahead.
see, yeah, America owes a lot of debt to these nations with their no, their bonds and treasury bonds and whatnot. But they themselves know they rather keep the value of this debt, intact than rather try to dilute the value of the bonds. If they did that, you know what is that going to happen? America will be forced to print trillions of dollars to pay up for this debt, and in so doing, of course, that will weaken the dollar. Okay, it will weaken the dollar on the global market. Okay, and they'll be flush with cash also. These countries. Now, what are they going to do with all this cash that they have? Okay, where are they going to put it? Okay, we heard about China buying gold and this and that. It's not as straightforward and as easy as you said it. Okay, they themselves know. Okay, they need a really solid what do you call it debt leverage in their country. They do. They have to park their money somewhere. And we all know that American Treasury bills are the most secured in the world. So they are careful also. They're not dealing with an African nation whereby they can just dump the bonds and do whatever they want to do. They can't do that. They themselves they have to tread carefully. You got to keep in mind. Oh, you think America is the only one? Okay, that's so indebted to these people. They also are indebted to America, one way or another. They are. So it's not always about money or cash. There are some other interesting values and you can say undocumented values that America has over this nation. China, well, China has got what 145% tariff on Chinese goods. Okay, well, China's got what $2 trillion in debt. How come they don't dump it overnight? And so what happens? And so what happens to the economy? Let me tell you, China is actually more in a much fragile situation than America is right now. See, the Chinese, as much as these other damn countries will want to like align with China and form this new partnership, they are freaking scared of China. So let me tell you, this is the analogy. China is like a new invention or product, okay, that the world is not ready for except America. It's America that can readily deal with China. Okay, these other countries, you want to talk about Singapore, Malaysia, Cambodia, all these countries, they can't deal with China. China will cannibalize these countries in just a second, and their GDP will go to nothing. They'll have high unemployment because China is going to dump all the damn goods in that country. They can't survive. America is the only unique market that can accept China's dominance and strength as an economy. So
Do
this
you know
notion,
the China geopolitics? I think you do not understand this country because
China,
I'm aware that you said you spent some stints, some maybe 1 or 2 years there. You do not understand this country at all. The way they deal with countries, they don't deal with countries on military armaments or trying to put their
no,
own.
don't divert the conversation. I never said militarily. I'm talking about
What
economically.
I'm trying to tell you,
Economically, see,
Remy,
what
no,
I'm
no,
trying
no.
to tell you is
Economically,
very
these
Remy,
countries don't have the
Prince
capacity
Daddy
to
is right. Oh.
entertain nor contain China. It's
On
a very
this one,
simple math. It's a very
Prince
simple math.
Daddy is right.
look.
Okay,
Let me
so
tell
you make it sound like all these
The
small
the
economies,
easiest
let me
thing,
tell you
China can just
something.
hold on. China can just turn around and sell to this country. What they can do that, and all this damn country will go to shit overnight. They cannot afford China. That's why I said China is a unique product that America is the
See,
only
see,
main
see, see,
consumer.
see,
Okay,
see
That's why
let
we
me
can.
tell
Prince Daddy.
you,
That's why we can run
let,
about $1 trillion deficit with China
Prince
let me
overall.
Daddy.
tell you, let
Prince
me tell you
Daddy.
what
I
America
think
can
you
do, and they
are
be doing
over
that. Remy,
exaggerating
wait.
America, to be frank. To be
Remy,
frank with
wait.
you,
See,
I will tell you what is
if
happening in the south of China. Do you know that most American companies that at the end of the day, because of China looking inward, they now move to Vietnam and Cambodia, and they're still manufacturing from you guys from Cambodia and Vietnam and shipping back to America. So that job
Remy,
that you guys have lost, it can never go back to
Remy,
America again.
Remy was doing that.
You are trying to say that China will overload those neighbors. They are not doing that. I'm trying to tell you that all those big multinational American companies, they already moved to Cambodia and Vietnam.
No, they're not.
And
It's China that's there. China is there. China has the largest. Hold on, China has the second largest, if not the largest, semi solar panel manufacturing plant in Thailand actually, and that's where they have the largest capacity
would
for
you blame
production.
them for investing in another country? That
See,
means they are
Remy,
smarter than
hold
you
on.
then.
See, it's not as fluid as you make it sound, and I'm trying to explain to you the things that are required for a country to be able to entertain China at any level. It's not that easy.
Prince Daddy, let me explain something
I
to
think
you.
you didn't get it very
Prince
well.
Daddy,
Okay, make another.
Remy, let me explain something to you that Prince Daddy is trying to say. You see, this country that are holding American debt, most of their investments are in America. If they dump those bonds and America, US dollar loses value, their investments in America also loses value. You get what I'm saying? China, for example, has very huge investments in America too. And if they dump those things, that means their own investment also loses value. Their foreign reserves that are held in dollars also loses value. So it's a symbiotic thing, and that was what Putin was trying to say today. That look, instead of America trying to bully China, we all know that their economy depends on each other. He said that. He said they are the two. He confirmed what President said. Putin said they are the two people that really knows how to deal with themselves and that their
Uh,
economy
uh,
really are
sorry for talking.
interrelated.
Hold on. Who said that? Putin today?
Putin, yeah,
Yeah. See, I
I
didn't even
saw
watch that. I
I
didn't even.
saw Putin
Independent.
interview. So Putin said,
I'm
look
glad he's
here,
saying. Sorry, I'm glad he's saying that. That's what I'm saying. That let people think for themselves, like I am. I'm not a genius, but you can
No,
think for yourself.
but Prince Daddy, you always said most Americans always said one-sided. You guys always thought that you are better off.
Oh
no,
no,
You
no,
are
no.
we don't.
If
here.
you
but
if you, if
You
you've heard,
know,
I always
let me
praise
tell you
China.
what
I
Putin
actually always
finally
praise
said.
China. I praise China so many
What
times. You guys
put
don't listen to that.
what Putin finally said is that America, instead of trying to bully China, should just accept the fact that economically China is currently ahead, and they should just continue to grow together That was what Putin was trying to
So,
say.
so
Look, so
sorry, sorry,
Hold on, but
Can
okay,
you
I
hold
totally
on there?
agree with that. But here's the thing, though. But here's the thing. Let me tell you. I think you know that. Listen, China's growth, okay, in the past decade or so, has become, especially in the area of trade deficit, has become so detrimental to America's economy. Where people like I said, okay, America is an advanced nation, it's a service economy. But guess what? The service industry, from the stock market all the way to McDonald's or Walmart, the service industry can't contain the entire American population. It's a big country. So, in other words, all we're trying to do right now, or what Trump is trying to do, is rebalance the trade deficit with China, because China growing its GDP, its trade deficit is hurting America. For America to create jobs and maintain its edge in some areas in this country, American businesses are becoming so lazy that they rather do offshoring and outsourcing to China and India, and in so doing, we're losing quality jobs in this country. So, in other
exactly.
words, we are shrinking. Our GDP is not really growing. It's all somewhat kind of inflated. We're not growing in GDP. And we got all these damn service jobs that we keep talking about. But in reality, a large percentage of American consumers and population are disenfranchised. And
So
that's
is
what
this
Trump
the
is
way?
trying to bring back to the middle.
Is this the way Trump is going about it? Is this the best way? Is this the right way?
What, are you the one to question it? Do you
No,
have
I'm
any other
asking you.
templates?
I am
Well,
asking you here. I'm asking.
well,
I think you live in America. I'm asking you.
Well,
Is that the right way
it's
to go about
actually,
it?
listen, let me tell you, it's
Prince Daddy,
actually a fantastic way. And the only problem is that the media has chosen to play games
Prince
with it
Daddy,
and overblow what is going on. Yes.
Prince Daddy. You see what Trump is trying to do? Is like trying to set America on another path for growth, and he knows that. And for that to happen, your political system will not allow that. For somebody to redirect the part of a country as big as as America, he needs to be in that office for 12 years.
Patoski, you're absolutely right. And that's why, unlike
He
China,
needs
that
to
has
be in
that
that office for
advantage.
12 years.
But no, China has that advantage over us, their
Yeah,
political system. And the reason why Trump is kind of orring or kind of quote unquote rushing right now is because he has 2 years. Because in the midterm, if they lose this
exactly. If he wins them
back to the point,
election,
if
yeah.
they lose it now, it's going to be stuck. And that's why it appears that he's rushing things right now, but it's not really rushing it. It has to be done before the next 2 years, and to see some kind of growth and for his plan or his policies to percolate the system to
No,
bring
but let
about
me
some growth
understand that
before the
midterm
election.
election. How does he run? What's that all about? Do
Well,
you
it's just another election for the Senate
and the
and the House.
Congress, yeah.
And the house,
Yeah. So
legislative
if
Yeah.
he
election.
loses right now, we have a slight edge. Imagine if he loses in the next 2 years, then things are going to become really difficult. But then China the CCP, of course, they have a grip on everything, and that's a solid advantage they have over America, and that's what she's counting on. She is counting to play a long game for at least 2 years and see
No,
what happens.
no,
Because
Prince
truly, if it does
Daddy,
happen, Trump will be
Prince
handicapped.
Daddy, Prince Daddy. Do you know why some of us think what Trump is doing is just for selfish reason? I will tell you this. Now look at it this way: China, industrial revolution, or let me say manufacturing capacity, actually collapsed the manufacturing in Europe. But today, Germany is able to compete, even though they surpass Germany as the second largest exporter of automobile. But see, how they rescue themselves from China? They just went on. I keep saying that thing there because of what I did a little bit on Industrial Revolution 4.0. When they started using AI and robotic to produce, so they use that to bring cost of production down. So some of those businesses that moved to China, some of them somehow they kept it back at home, and they're still competing. Are they still not the largest economy in Europe today? So the question is
You know
this:
why? Because
wait, wait,
The
wait, wait,
Germans
wait,
are
wait, wait,
smarter. They
wait,
are
no,
smarter than
wait, Prince
Americans.
Daddy, wait, Prince Daddy. Because Germany did not have the type of military strength or whatever America has, so they have to use a very creative way without creating problem for the global economy to resolve the issue. And America has more capacity than Germany. Why don't you do what Germany is doing times two? without creating tension. Because you and I know, we discussed this thing before. You and I know
Um,
that if America decide, wait, you and I know
but
that if
hold
America
on, but
decide to
hold
blow
on.
the
Before you
way,
go to that, but
wait,
yeah, we have, but Germany did not abandon totally its local European dominance in manufacturing. Germany did not
you
do
you
that.
you
Uh,
you are not, no.
America,
The
we
question is
America,
this.
we surrendered. We surrendered to China.
But
We
is
did.
that the fault? Is that the fault of China
Wait,
for
wait,
you
wait, wait,
guys
wait, wait,
doing
wait, wait,
that?
wait, Remy, wait, Remy. Oh, let's finish our the conversation. The thing is this: the Chinese, they use cost of production, you understand, to become competitive and beat European market. Germany, they lost, they didn't know what to do. They went on robotic industrial revolution. They went and make sure that, okay, even if you are bringing your product back, you and I will discuss about inventory sometimes ago. If you are bringing your product from China, you will still land, the landing cost will still not be more reasonable than what you are going to get in Germany. And as a matter of fact, you can get the product in Germany even faster than the one you will be bringing from China. So by the time you are traveling across the Pacific, you are incurring more cost, everything. But right there in Germany now, they can give you almost just in time. When I say almost just in time, you don't need to place order for something like maybe like that be arriving like 2 months. You can produce, you can make your request and produce like the next 3 days. So the question is this: if
But hold on,
Germany will decide,
even with JIT, a unit cost of a German manufactured product compared to China coming from overseas with a lead time, do you think it's going to be cheaper in Germany per unit cost for the same product?
I tell you, if you decide to go fully robotic there, you understand, you have an advantage of having a cost of production at least 80% cheaper than what will land in from China. Because the thing is this, you are forgetting all the cost
Before
incurred.
you,
Yeah, can
Uh,
Ola,
you land the opinion at you understand? So we've discussed this thing extensively. You understand? You and I know. Now, when you are talking of glass manufacturing for automobile today in America, you know it doesn't make sense for you to go and ship glasses from China. Go and ship it now. The factory there in America will beat you hands down. You will shut except you want to sell that your glasses at loss. So Trump knows that. Why is he not taking that approach?
okay.
Everybody is not
Can I
stupid.
okay,
Mr.
can I say
Wait.
something?
Good
All
can
right,
good
I
morning,
can I
Let
give a
everybody.
point?
all of you let can do talk, I beg.
Good
Can do with
morning.
talk.
Right.
Can do with talk. Let me quickly chip this in. Ola,
Remy,
you talk about AI.
Remy. Wait, you've chipped enough. Can do. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. That one for you. Okay.
Good morning,
Hello,
good
Wakubu.
morning, everybody. Yeah, I've listened and a lot of wonderful things have been said. And
Sorry, can do.
yes, sir.
I want to take us to the background because it's
Sure,
past 12 now.
sure.
Thank you, everybody. One man is coming again tomorrow. Let's all meet here and have some intellectual discussion. Have a great day.